Awakening the Third Eye. Introduction. A systematic method. The light of the body is the eye, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. 6:22. This book describes a systematic process to open the third eye. It has been written for those who cannot be satisfied with only an intellectual understanding of spiritual realities and who wish to gain access to direct experience. The development of spiritual vision requires the patient building of some new organs of energy, of which the third eye is an essential member. These new structures are not physical, nevertheless they are very real and tangible. Once fully developed, the perceptions coming through them appear clearer, sharper, and far more substantial than those coming from the physical senses. A number of techniques will be described which aim at a methodical cultivation of this new form of perception. Our approach always emphasizes the superiority of experience over mental concepts, of first-hand knowledge over belief. Truly, it is not what you presume or accept as true that will bring about a spiritual regeneration but what you experience directly. Therefore, the reader is not asked to believe what is written here but to practice the exercises. No former spiritual training or background is expected before starting the practices. I suggest that you temporarily forget all you know so that you can engage in the techniques with fresh awareness. Having shared this knowledge with hundreds of students in the courses run by the Clairvision School in Sydney, I know that it is not always those who have meditated for years who enter the field of perception most easily. To some, spiritual knowledge gives wings and provides keys to open all the doors, but to others it is more like chains preventing them from absorbing anything new. The more you are able to drop any preconceived ideas, the easier it will be to see. It should be clearly understood that our aim is not to develop the blurry atavistic clairvoyance of trance-medium psychics but to 3. Step towards the vision of the self. Even though several extrasensory perceptions will arise as you practice the techniques, the purpose is clearly to find the self and to learn to see the world from the self instead of seeing it from your usual mental consciousness. This book should be taken as an introduction, a first thread, towards a completely different mode of perception and thinking. It has been written to serve the vast number of human beings who are presently ready to connect with spiritual realities and to step into a new form of consciousness. The techniques it offers are designed for people who are part of the world. They do not invite you to withdraw from your daily activities but to start performing them with a different awareness and a new vision, thereby implementing the line of Proverbs 3:6, "In all your ways know him," said by the Talmud to contain the entire essence of the Torah. After saying these words, it may be important to state that the Clairvision School is not a New Age organization. Its methods and techniques are based on quite different principles from those usually found in the New Age movement. In particular, at no time do the Clairvision techniques use any channeling, creative imagination, or positive affirmations. No hypnosis or autosuggestion is used either. The techniques of the Clairvision School are based on a direct awakening of the body of energy, and the philosophy and background of the school are to be found in the Western tradition of esoteric knowledge. If you happen to experience intense openings and realizations while putting our techniques into practice, it is quite possible that you too have a connection with this tradition. In particular, it is expected that many will have clear awakenings in the third eye while reading the book. Awakening the Third Eye is one of the introductory books to the Clairvision corpus, the body of knowledge which is the background of the Clairvision School. The Clairvision corpus contains both experiential and theoretical knowledge in the field of consciousness and the mysteries of human nature, with a special focus on transformation and inner alchemy. Alchemy can be defined as the art of raising the level of vibration of matter. Inner alchemy therefore refers to a form of spiritual development in which the ultimate purpose is not to abandon any connection. Introduction. 4. With the manifested creation and dissolve oneself, but to build up a vehicle in which the fullness of the self can be experienced permanently, even while living in the physical world. This body of immortality corresponds to what the Christian tradition has called the glorious body and to the Paramam Vapuha of the Upanishads. It is similar in many ways, if not identical, to the lapis philosophorum or philosopher's stone of the alchemists, and to the Grail, heart of the Western esoteric tradition. Awakening the third eye lays the foundations for an experiential approach to a work of inner alchemy. Many of the techniques given in the beginning are not to be regarded as alchemical in a strict sense, but as a necessary preparation without which the more advanced phases of the work would not make any sense. Rather than first developing theoretical aspects at length, indications will gradually be given throughout this book and the following ones to clarify the purposes and principles of a work of inner alchemy. The nature of our topic will also provide ample opportunities to develop various aspects related to subtle bodies. Clairvision School www.clairvision.org. 5. Chapter 1, Principles and Method of the Work. 1.1 Do not force, do not concentrate, just be aware. Any authentic spiritual work has finding the self as a primary aim, and the clairvision techniques are no exception. The essential purpose of the process is to be more. It is common to hear that human beings are only using a small fraction of their potential. Their lives are confined within a limited range of thoughts, emotions, sensations, and other modalities of conscious existence, and yet in most cases they remain completely unaware of these limitations. Plato's myth of the cave, even though formulated 24 centuries ago, remains perfectly relevant. If you have always lived inside a dark cellar, to you this cellar is not a cellar, it is the whole universe. You can't even conceive of the wonder waiting for you if you were to step out and walk in the real world. The work suggested in this book is all about stepping out of the cellar and starting to behold the magnificence of the world as seen from the third eye. In India, the coconut is considered to be of deep symbolic significance and is used in fire rituals because it has 3 eyes. 2 of these are blind, meaning they can't be pierced to reach the milk, while the third one, in the middle, opens to the inside of the fruit. Similarly, the third eye is fundamentally the gate that leads to the inner worlds. Therefore this eye allows you to know yourself to a depth that surpasses all conventional methods of psychotherapy or any method based on analyzing with the discursive mind. Developing the third eye is a direct way of expanding your conscious universe and discovering your essential values, so that you may fathom your own mystery. Moreover, it is simple. Simple does not necessarily mean easy, but this work does not require complicated theories or lengthy discussions. Its direction is essentially experiential, for the purpose is clearly to be more. And being is the most simple thing in the world. A constant preoccupation while writing this manual was to relate theory to experience and to give techniques and keys to enable you to perceive for yourself. Chapter 1, Principles and Method of the Work. 6. The first 3 chapters are devoted to getting into the main aspects of the practice. The remaining chapters are more or less independent of each other, so that it is quite possible to read them in the order that feels most natural to you. Before starting the first technique, let us give some basic advice regarding the principles and method of the work. You should not be confused by the fact that our purpose is a new clairvoyance, or vision of the self. Truly, the self is already there, waiting for you in the background of yourself. You are not going to build the self and its vision, you are going to reveal them, or rather allow them to reveal themselves. Spiritual development is certainly a fight, but the main weapon in this fight is letting go. In this perspective of opening, it is not appropriate to concentrate, to try hard or to force. If you were to do so, what would happen? You would operate from your ordinary mind, meaning that fraction of yourself with which you presently think, the discursive mind that goes on talking in your head all the time. You have been conditioned from an early age to do everything from the mind. Therefore, if you try to do the perception business, you are likely to remain caught in your talking mind, a layer which is notoriously unfit for any form of spiritual perception. Stop doing. Be fully aware, but just aware. Allow what is hidden in the depths to come through and be revealed to your consciousness. Don't do anything, let things happen. Flow with what comes. In the physical world, when you want something, you have to strive for it. But in the spiritual worlds, everything is reversed, as on the other side of a mirror. If you want something, you have to let it come to you. It is a new skill which has to be developed. It could be called active letting go or creative letting go. It is the capacity to be transparent and to let states of consciousness be revealed through you. Just be aware, and everything will happen. 1.2 No creative visualization, no imagination, just awareness. In the context of the clairvision techniques, it is advised that you never try to visualize or imagine anything. If images, lights, spiritual beings, or anything else comes to your vision, that is fine. But don't make them up, don't try to induce them. Do not actively visualize any pattern into your field of consciousness. Chapter 1, Principles and Method of the Work. 7. One of the reasons is, suppose an angel comes to you, truly. If you have been trying to visualize angels every morning for a few months, how will you know whether it is a true angel or one that you have made up? The problem is not to get into the perception of images or lights. If you put the techniques into practice, visions will come. The real problem is, once these visions come to you, how to discern what is real from what is a fancy of the mind. So the advice is, be spontaneous. Never plan or try to attract a vision. Just practice the techniques and then see what comes. This will make it much easier to reach the stage where you can rely on your vision. This approach should not be understood as a criticism of the paths that use creative visualization or imagination. There are many ways. What is true in the context of one particular system of development does not necessarily apply to others. In the clairvision style of work, the motto is just awareness. 1.3 Trust your experience. Something good to remember is that when there is nothing to believe, there is nothing to doubt either. Since you are not trying to make anything up, don't waste your time worrying about whether you are really seeing what you are seeing. Trust your experience. Keep on practicing according to our sober principles and your clairvoyance will flourish, growing in precision and reliability. As perceptions start repeating themselves, it will become easier and easier to trust them. 1.4 Don't analyze during an experience. Do not try to analyze as soon as something happens. Otherwise you will lose your perception immediately, because you will be caught straight back into the discursive mind. One of the keys to perception lies in the cultivation of a superior form of stillness, the capacity not to react when something takes place inside. Once the experience is over, you will have plenty of time to analyze it. Anyway, it is not necessarily by analyzing or discussing an experience that you will derive the most benefit from it. Experiences of consciousness are like seeds. It is when you ponder on them silently, and digest them, that they will mature into greater realizations. Chapter 1, Principles and Method of the Work. 8. 1.5 Psychic Protection. Ordinarily, most people are psychically unprotected, for two main reasons. Firstly, they are not able to see when a negative energy is around them and when caution is required. Secondly, they have not been trained to seal their aura to make it impermeable to external influences if needed. Being the organ of subtle perception and intuition and the main switch of the body of energy, the third eye offers true answers to these two problems. Firstly, it allows you to detect when your energetic environment is such that prudence is needed. Secondly, it should be clear that our method does not only teach you how to open your eye but also how to close your aura. From the very first techniques, the vibration in the third eye will begin to awaken a higher density of protective energy in your aura. This is not based on positive imagination or autosuggestion but on the tangible perception of a vibrating energy all around you. Not only during meditation will you be able to awaken this protective energy but also in the most varied situations of your daily life, such as taking a bus, walking in a busy street or dealing with your boss or employees. More systematic methods of sealing the aura will be developed at length in chapters 17, 18, 20, and 21 on protection. The capacity to detect ley lines will also be of great help in establishing a sound protective environment. 1.6 Practice, practice, practice. I don't think much will be gained just by reading the 22 chapters of this book. Whether you are young or old, healthy or sick, the key to success in your spiritual quest lies in 3 words: practice, practice, practice. It is certainly not necessary to withdraw from activity and meditate all the time in order to reach a high level of spiritual practice. You can follow this book without devoting more than 10 to 20 minutes daily to meditation exercises. But a number of practices will be suggested that are designed to be implemented during your daily activities. Try to make them habits, and to incorporate this work as much as possible in your natural way of life. After exploring many different ways of self-transformation, one often comes to the conclusion that it is not so much the method or the style of work that matters, as far as realization is. Chapter 1: Principles and Method of the Work. 9. Concerned. What makes all the difference is your capacity to persist along a path. Looking at the lives of a number of great masters, one discovers that they did not necessarily start at a high level. Sometimes they had to face far greater obstacles than those you may find on your way. But they persisted, 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 to the point where no obstacle could resist and huge enlightenments opened to them. Supernatural persistence is one of the most essential qualities a seeker can develop. The people who seem to get into high states of consciousness without having to go through any spiritual discipline are usually people who have gone through long and intense processes in their former lives. Whatever level you may be at, it is by constant attention to all the aspects of the practice that success will come to you. Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they live, when they die they will receive nothing. 1.7 Why delay? Start the practices as you read the book. In terms of self-transformation, tomorrow means never. Whatever can be done, do it right now. Wasted time is known by God. 1.8 Play with the techniques. If so many sages have striven towards spiritual enlightenment, it is because it is the greatest fun one can have on earth. If your views on spirituality are grim and austere, then you are completely missing the point. The most enlightened masters I have met were men and women who laughed a lot. So please, be really serious with the clairvision techniques, play with them. If you can get as involved and serious as a child who is playing, then your chances of success are great. 1.9 Remain relative. One of the fascinating discoveries that results from understanding the writings of highly enlightened people is that they have seen the world in completely different ways. In the Indian tradition, for instance, take the Jnanis and Sri Aurobindo. In the works of Sri Aurobindo, the world is presented. Chapter 1, Principles and Method of the Work. 10. As the progressive incarnation of a divine perfection, death is a mockery, and the work aims at physical immortality through an enlightenment of physical matter. To the Jnanis, on the other hand, incarnated life is a fatal mistake. Actually, to the Jnanis the whole universe is a mistake, a sort of transient, foul, and nauseating emanation. And the only purpose of life is to take a one-way ticket out of it as quickly as possible. Sri Aurobindo was universally acclaimed in India as one of the most enlightened yogis of all time. But do not think that the Jnanis are shallow. A Jnana yogi such as Nisargadatta Maharaj, to take a recent example, has deeply impressed his generation, East and West, by the immensity of his states of consciousness. There is no easy way around this fact. Depending on where you are looking from, you see the universe and its finality completely differently. Please ponder upon this, for it seems to me one of the best antidotes for dogma. Whatever your views are, don't make them a prison. Always leave space to change your mind and your system of the world. To the people who wish to engage in the clairvision style of work, I particularly recommend two main bodies of writings, those of the Gnostics, and those of Rudolf Steiner. The reasons for this choice are that they both arose from vast enlightenments, they are full of wisdom and practical information regarding the path of inner alchemy and the Western esoteric tradition, and last but not least, they are totally irreconcilable on a number of key points. If you want to operate with the two systems, you have no choice but to remain relative as to the value of mental conceptions. Once more, it is not what you believe or what you have read that will change your spiritual life, it is what you can experience directly. Hence the work suggested in this book, which aims at giving you the capacity to tune in and reach your own perception of spiritual worlds. 11. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. And he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp two-edged sword. Revelation 1:16. 2.1 Throat friction. This practice consists of breathing with a friction at the lower part of the back of the throat, while keeping the mouth slightly open. The friction is generated during both inhalation and exhalation. It creates a wind type of sound. There is neither humming nor buzzing, nor any form of chanted sound. The sound is roughly the same while inhaling and exhaling. If you can, try to make it a low-pitched sound, it will be easier to sustain over long periods of time. But before giving more indications and tips on the throat friction, let me make a few points extremely clear. Don't try to start a quest for the perfect throat friction. Just do a kind of friction sound and let it adjust itself with time. If you try to do it too perfectly, you will probably end up doing it all wrong. By being too finicky, your mind is likely to get in the way. So just breathe with some vague friction in the throat and everything will be fine. Just read the indications given below, and then you can come back to this section in a few weeks to find out more precisely where your friction is taking place and adjust the details. Throat friction, tips and traps. If you wish to have an immediate demonstration, you can visit the Clairvision School's internet site, where you will find sound files of throat friction. But again, keep in mind that any vague friction sound will be enough to carry you through the exercises of awakening the third eye. It does not matter whether you are breathing through the nose or the mouth, or both at the same time, but the mouth should remain slightly open. In this position the lower jaw is loose and. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 12. Relaxed, which generates a certain condition of energy and can be enough in itself to induce a slightly altered state of consciousness. The friction comes from area L. The throat friction is more comfortable and more efficient when it comes from the back of the throat, not from the mouth and palate nor from the area close to the teeth. If you were to produce your friction from the middle or the front of the mouth, the sound would be higher pitched and somewhat shriller or even whistly. Experiment and compare each one. The correct friction comes from the larynx and the lower pharynx, meaning the lower part of the back of the throat. Then the sound is lower pitched, deeper and more internalized than if it came from the front of the mouth. Another possible mistake would be to generate your friction from the upper pharynx, meaning at the back but at the top of the throat, behind the inner nasal cavity. In that case, which is incorrect, the friction would resonate more in the nasal sinuses than in the throat. Chapter 2: The Mysteries of the Larynx. 13. Often when performing the throat friction you can feel a tiny but distinct vibration in the larynx by gently touching your Adam's apple with your fingers. In the beginning this vibration under the finger is often felt more clearly during inhalation than exhalation, even though the same sound is produced during both. How deep should the breath be? Its depth and rhythm should be as normal. Slightly deeper breathing may be implemented in the beginning, in order to generate a clearer friction. But you do not need to hyperventilate. This technique does not aim at creating the type of breathing used in rebirthing. Our purpose is to activate the energy of the larynx through friction. The emphasis is not on breathing but on awakening the larynx of energy. The purpose of the throat friction is to reinforce your connection with the energy, a term that may sound vague in the beginning but will become more and more meaningful as you keep working on your third eye. As you become more accustomed to this friction practice, you will only have to tune into the flow of energy around you and the right intensity of the breath will follow automatically. Depth and rhythm will vary, for it is the nature of energy to vary, and it is our purpose to learn to flow with the energy. The energetic action of this friction breathing will be greatly enhanced if your neck is straight and vertical, in line with the rest of the spine. The more perfectly upright your neck is, the more power is released in the larynx. This can be experienced as a sudden intensification of the vibration that sometimes takes place when slightly moving the neck, thereby coming closer to the perfect uprightness. The mouth is only slightly open, but still it is important to make sure that it remains open, and more precisely that the lower jaw is relaxed so that the upper and lower teeth do not meet. When you have become familiar with the vibration between the eyebrows, come back to this point, try to practice the throat friction with your mouth tightly closed, and then with the mouth slightly open, alternating the two positions to feel the difference in your energy. You will notice that as soon as the lower jaw is relaxed and slightly dropped, Chapter 2: The Mysteries of the Larynx. 14. Completely different condition of your energy is generated in which the connection with the vibration is enhanced and a general opening is favored. Note also that this slightly open position of the mouth is not taken to force you to breathe through the mouth instead of the nose. Breathe through the nose, the mouth, or both at the same time, as feels most natural to you. Beginners sometimes feel that this technique makes their throat dry or slightly irritated. If so, produce the friction lower down in the throat. Beginners often make the friction higher up in the throat, closer to the palate, which is irritating to the throat. In any case, by practicing for a few minutes several times a day, this inconvenience will soon be overcome. With practice, this friction can be maintained effortlessly for hours. After a few days of practice, the throat friction adjusts itself naturally and all irritating sensations disappear. It should be emphasized that the focus of this technique is on the larynx, not on the breath. In no way can it be regarded as a practice of hyperventilation, since the intensity of the breath is just your normal one. It is not even a breathing exercise as such, since it is only the mechanical action of the air on the larynx that is used, without especially trying to connect with the process of respiration. The friction is used to create a stimulation of the vibration in the larynx, but at a later stage of the practice it becomes possible to awaken the same vibration in the larynx without making use of the breath. Why is the protuberance of the larynx called Adam's apple, and why is it more marked in men than in women? It is said that when Adam tried to swallow the piece of apple of the tree of knowledge, it remained stuck in his throat. 2.2 Purposes and effects of the throat friction. The throat friction is a sound of energy. It quietens the mind and when mastered, instantaneously induces a tuned-in state of consciousness. One of its main actions is to amplify any psychic phenomena. The way we will use the throat friction in the following chapter will be to connect it with the area between the eyebrows to strengthen your awareness of the third eye. In later practices, the throat friction will be connected with different structures of the body. Chapter 2: The Mysteries of the Larynx. 15. Of energy to help reinforce them. What does connecting mean? It is a feeling that is easier to experience than to describe. Suppose you are trying to connect the throat friction with the area between the eyebrows, for instance. In the beginning there is a simultaneous awareness of them. Then a resonance automatically takes place between the two. The area between the eyebrows seems to vibrate together with the throat friction. Then a mixing takes place. The throat friction combines with the feeling between the eyebrows. There is a communication of energy between the larynx and the third eye. That is what is meant by connecting. There follows a simple but essential experience. The perception of the third eye quickly becomes more distinct and tangible. This result is clear and instantaneous. The effect of the throat friction is to give shape, make things more substantial. Therefore, whenever you connect the throat friction with a chakra or any other organ of energy, the organ becomes more perceptible. The larynx makes things manifest, it reveals them. A similar effect will be observed when working on auras. You first have to build up the inner space and engage the process of seeing. Then some exercises will show how your perception of non-physical halos and auras is instantaneously boosted when combining throat friction and vision. The lights and colors will appear significantly denser and more tangible. The throat friction can also be used to establish a linkage between different structures of energy. Not only can you connect the friction to the third eye or any other organ of energy, but you can also enhance the connection between different organs of energy, and link them through the friction. For instance, in the chapters on channel release you will work at establishing a linkage between the energy of the hands and that of the third eye. And in the chapters on protection you will learn to connect the third eye with belly energies. As you advance along this path you will discover several other miraculous functions associated with the larynx. For instance, the larynx of energy is a wonderful purifier, it can digest all kinds of toxic energies. It also plays a major role in the metabolism of the nectar of immortality. I recommend that you do not treat the throat friction as routine, but regard it as a sacred quest for the mysteries of the larynx. Chapter 2: The Mysteries of the Larynx. 16. 2.3 The Mysteries of the Larynx. One finds in the Sanskrit literature some surprising stories about the voice. The rishis, or seer sages of ancient India, were said to have many extraordinary abilities called sthis. One of them was the vaksthi, by which whatever the rishi said would come true. Sometimes just by uttering a word, a rishi could materialize a whole army and change the course of history. It followed that the spoken word was regarded as sacred and unalterable, which was not without its problems at times. For instance, in the Mahabharata, the longest poem in the recorded history of humankind, the 5 Pandava brothers attend a tournament where one of them gains the most beautiful princess as a wife. Returning home, the brothers announce to their mother, the virtuous Kunti, "We have brought back a treasure." Then rather unfortunately the mother exclaims, "Good, let it be shared between the 5 of you," after which the princess has to become the wife of the 5 men, taking turns with each, and supposedly without being partial to any of them. The creative power of the voice is clearly expressed in Sanskrit, where vak, voice, is often regarded as a synonym for Sakti, which is the creative energy, the power of manifestation. In various trends of ancient Greek philosophy one finds a similar concept in the logos. The primary meaning of logos is word, but it also means creative principle. Later, in the Gospel of John, it is also the term logos which is used to characterize the creative principle by which the creation was manifested. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Note that the first book of the Old Testament also presents a picture in which, at various stages of the genesis of the world, God uses the power of the word to create, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature," and so on. In my epic novel, Atlantean Secrets, you will find startling descriptions of the mysterious power of the voice cultivated by Atlantean initiates, through which they could influence nature, perform healings, and accomplish a whole range of miraculous feats. Rudolf Steiner in his teachings has also left many indications. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 17. Related to the power of the voice. An aspect he has particularly developed is the polarity between voice and generative organs, for which he describes many consequences as far as the evolution of humankind is concerned. Apart from Steiner's indications, certain simple facts show that there is a connection between the voice and sexual energy. For instance, it is when the sexual organs develop, at puberty, that the male voice changes pitch, due to the action of the male hormone testosterone. In women, alterations of the voice can also be observed following menopause. In astrology, the voice organ is related to the sign of Taurus and the sexual organs to Scorpio. The polarity between the sexual organs and the larynx is indicated by the opposition between the two signs. Taurus is ruled by Venus, Scorpio by Mars. Venus and Mars form a couple, with dialectically opposed functions. Taurus-Scorpio axis on the zodiac. Another connection between voice and organs of generation can be found in ancient Hebrew, where one of the words for voice is yediad, coming from the root yada, meaning to know. And it is certainly no coincidence that the biblical way of referring to sexual intercourse is yada, to know. For instance, and Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived, and bore Cain. In acupuncture the point Qi Chong, located on the side of the pubic bone, has among its symptoms, sore throat after sexual intercourse. One can find several other connections in traditional Chinese medicine between sexual energy and throat. For instance, among the organs it is the kidney that is said to be the storehouse of sexual energy. And in the throat one finds the Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 18. Tonsils, which also have the shape of a kidney. When there is a release of fire by the kidney, it may result in an inflammation of the pharynx or of the tonsils. But let us return to Steiner and look at his views on the future of the voice organ. Steiner considered that in the trend of human evolution, the importance of certain body parts is slowly waning while some other organs will play a more and more essential role in the future. The sexual organs belong to the first category, while the larynx definitely belongs to the second. Steiner has often mentioned that around the middle of Lemuria, a critical event took place in the occult history of humankind. Until then, the libido of human beings was still directed entirely towards procreation, so that each human being was able to generate offspring of its own. In other words, we were all hermaphrodites. One single being could give birth to another being without having to be fecundated by anyone. Note that the concept of primordial human beings as hermaphrodites is found not only in Steiner but also in several myths of various traditions. Then Steiner describes how, in the middle of cataclysmic alterations of planet Earth, human beings lost half their procreative energy. They stopped being hermaphrodites, the sexes were separated. Each human being retained only half of the procreative energy and from then on had to find someone of the other sex in order to have a child. What happened to the other half of the procreative energy, the one that was no longer available for procreation? According to Steiner, it was redirected towards a different function, catching the ego, or higher self. Until then, human beings had been living like blobs, completely disconnected from their ego. And it was by the redirection of half of their sexual force that they established the beginning of a connection with the ego. They became spiritual beings. Such a vision suggests quite an interesting way of looking at the relation between sexual energy and spirituality, and at sexuality in general. For example, it presents the sexual instinct as a quest for the lost half. And at the same time it suggests that the lost half is not ultimately to be found outside, in a union with another being, but in a full communion with one's own spirit. It also suggests that the sexual energy and the energy that allows us to connect with the spirit are of fundamentally the same nature. End. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 19. That the latter is nothing other than a refined and redirected form of the former. This conception fits quite well with the Taoist systems of inner alchemy, in which one works at refining and transmuting the sexual energy in order to generate the embryo of immortality, the subtle body in which the fullness of the higher self can be experienced permanently. But let us return to the voice. Steiner describes how, after human beings had half of their sexual energy redirected, some new organs appeared in the human body. The larynx was one of them. This establishes a direct connection between the transformed and spiritualized sexual energy and the larynx. As long as the hermaphrodite's sexual energy was 100% directed towards procreation, the larynx could not appear. Once part of the sexual energy was refined in order to start catching the spirit, the larynx started to develop. Now, if we try to understand the present function of our larynx, we see that through the voice we express our thoughts and our emotions, which is a way of giving them a more defined form. As soon as you start practicing the exercises given in the first chapters of this book, you will realize that the throat friction makes the third eye more tangible, as if shaping it. You will tune into your third eye, and as soon as you start implementing the throat friction, the third eye will immediately be perceived more clearly and more intensely. Steiner predicts that in the future of humankind, the larynx's capacity to give form will become extreme, and the creative power of the word will manifest even in the physical plane. Just by saying a word, the corresponding object will be materialized. Even though staggering if one measures its implications, this concept is after all no different from the vaksthi or creative power of the word which, according to the Sanskrit texts, the ancient Indian rishis had mastered. This suggests that human beings are gradually gaining the capacity to create, similar to that of the Elohim in the Old Testament. In other words, it presents human beings as creative gods in the making, a theme that runs through the whole of the Western esoteric tradition, starting in Genesis when, Adam having eaten of the tree of knowledge, the Elohim exclaim, "Behold, the man is become as one of us. All these considerations on the larynx lead one to think that there may be some symbolic meaning behind the fable that Adam's apple was the piece of the. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 20. Fruit of the tree of knowledge that remained stuck in his throat. Interestingly, Steiner foresaw a crucial step in the long-term evolution of the larynx, the sexual force having been completely transmuted. The procreative function will no longer be implemented from the sexual organs but from the larynx. Human beings will then have gained the capacity to speak their children out. Another of Steiner's visions, which is quite consistent with several other sources of the Western esoteric tradition, is that with the final transmutation of the sexual energy into the creative power of the voice will come the end of death, physical immortality. The end of the sexual organs means the end of the separation of human beings into two sexes. In the Gospel of Philip, one of the most exciting of the Gnostic Gospels, it is unequivocally stated that if the woman had not been separated from the man, she would not have to die with the man, and it is the separation of the sexes that caused the beginning of death. The same text further indicates that as long as Eve was in Adam, there was no death. It is when she was separated from Adam that death began. If the man becomes whole again, it will be the end of death. This can be put in parallel with the Gospel of Thomas, in which Jesus tells his disciples that it is by making the two one that they will become the sons of man, and move mountains by saying, "Mountain, move." Then the lost word, on which the Masonic tradition is based, will have been recovered, and the temple rebuilt forever. The alchemists often defined their art as a way of speeding up the natural processes of evolution of nature. For instance, they considered that all the metals were on their way to becoming gold, and that by transmuting base metals into gold one does nothing other than achieve within a short time what nature would otherwise take a long time to accomplish. I will have several occasions in this book and others of the Clairvision corpus to come back to the inner significance of the gold of the alchemists. According to them, their gold was no common gold. At this stage we could use this concept of speeding up to define inner alchemy. Inner alchemy aims at achieving now, transformations that humankind will only complete much later in its natural course of evolution. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 21. The throat friction is designed to achieve an alchemical transformation of the larynx and start tapping from its creative power. In particular, in the Clairvision style of inner alchemy, the larynx is used extensively to give shape and to densify various structures of the body of energy, as you will start experiencing with the practices of Chapter 3. 2.4 Humming sound and the magic of bees. Sit in a meditation position, with your back extremely straight. Become aware of the cervical part of the spine, in the neck, and aim for a perfectly vertical position aligned with the rest of the back. Keep your eyes closed. Become aware in the larynx. Start chanting a continuous humming, buzzing sound, making your throat vibrate. Make the sound while both exhaling and inhaling. Make short inhalations and long exhalations. Remain aware of the physical vibration generated in your larynx by the buzzing. Continue the practice for a few minutes. Then remain silent and motionless for a few more minutes, just feeling the vibration in the throat. Tips. This technique can be quite intoxicating. If practiced long enough, it induces a slightly exhilarating altered state of consciousness. The effect is strongly reinforced by being aware in the third eye at the same time, according to the principles developed in the next chapter. One way of practicing this exercise is to make your humming sound resemble the buzzing of a bee. Then the practice becomes the Bitramaran technique of Hatha Yoga. If this proves difficult, don't worry. Any humming sound will do, provided you create a tangible vibration which you can feel when placing your fingers on the protuberance of the larynx. Bees, who are great experts in humming/buzzing sounds, are highly alchemical little creatures. Their connection with the sexual energy of plants is easy to observe. For instance, they help many plants to reproduce, by carrying pollen from one to another. They take the nectar from the reproductive parts of plants and turn it into honey. Chapter 2, The Mysteries of the Larynx. 22. Honey is a remarkable substance in many ways. It keeps for years without any preservation process, a very long time, especially if you compare it to the lifespan of a worker bee, which is about 1 or 2 months. So the bees take a sexually related product and turn it into a non-perishable substance. This of course reminds us of the alchemical processes by which the sexual force is transmuted and which result in the formation of the body of immortality. On a simpler level, royal jelly, another product of the hive, is highly sought after and regarded as a substance of longevity. Honey, interestingly enough, has always been considered an excellent remedy for the throat, and bees a symbol of eloquence. In Hebrew, one of the words for voice is dibur, coming from the root daber that gives the verb ledaber, to speak. And bee is dvora, coming from the same root. 23. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 3.1 What is the third eye? The third eye is the gate that opens to the space of consciousness and to the inner worlds. It is also the main organ through which the body of energy can be awakened and governed. So, practically, the third eye acts as a switch, which can activate higher frequencies of the body of energy and thereby lead to higher states of consciousness. From a therapeutic point of view, it has been my experience over the years that many clients get better when they connect with their third eye, whatever the nature of their problem. Due to its function as a switch, as soon as it is activated, the third eye tends to set into motion several circulations of energy. This automatically results in correcting a number of physical and emotional disorders, a process that could be described as a kind of self-acupuncture. Moreover, even the beginning of third eye awakening tends to put people in touch with more profound aspects of themselves, which in itself has a major healing action. Of course, I am not suggesting that it is enough to connect with the third eye to heal everything, but still the potential of this center is so enormous that I would not be surprised if in the coming decades, more and more third eye therapies were developed. From a spiritual point of view, in both the Christian and Hindu traditions one finds texts that compare the body to a temple. If we were to develop the analogy, we could compare the third eye to the temple's portal. By crossing the portal one goes from the profane to the sacred, from the stage where one reads and thinks about spiritual life to the stage where one starts experiencing it. The third eye has always been regarded by those who seek to know themselves as a most precious jewel, hence the precious stone placed on the forehead of statues of Buddhas. In this chapter we will describe how to begin to establish a connection with the third eye. Then we will cover a technique of meditation through which the third eye can be further explored and developed. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 24. 3.2 First Opening. Preliminary advice for the opening practice. This opening practice is designed to give you a first thread to the third eye, by awakening a certain feeling between the eyebrows. It is designed to be practiced only once, or a few times within a short period of time. Then the work on the eye will be continued with the meditation technique indicated below, and with all the other practices of the book. A good way to start is to choose a day when you don't have anything else to do, at the beginning of a weekend for instance, and to focus intensely on the practices. After this strong initial imprint it will be easier to follow the rest of the techniques. You can either do the practices alone or with friends, which will make the energy more intense. The best day of the month to start is the one preceding the full moon. However, you do not have to worry too much about the calendar. The important thing is to do it, rather than wait for the perfect time. Preferably wear light-colored clothes. Avoid wearing black. Remember that you are dealing with subtle perception. The vibration should not be expected to feel like a dagger in your forehead. Even if you can only perceive a faint little tingling or pressure between the eyebrows, that will be enough to start the process. All the other practices in the book will contribute to enhancing and developing the perception. Remember, no imagination, no visualization. Let things come to you. A certain tiny vibration is already present between the eyebrows in everybody. The purpose is to reveal this natural vibration, in order to cultivate it later on. Read the instructions given in the following section carefully a few times before putting them into practice. Preparation. Choose a quiet room where no one will disturb you for at least an hour. You do not have to be alone, you can implement this practice together with friends. But there should not be anyone in the room who is not practicing with you. Light candles around the room. Take off your shoes. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 25. Undo your belt, tie, or other restrictive clothing. Take off your watch. Lie down on the floor, on a carpet, blanket, or thin mat. The arms should not be crossed but should lie by your side. It is preferable to have the palms facing upwards. The legs should not be crossed. Close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed until the end of the practice. Relax for 2 or 3 minutes. Do 5 or 10 minutes of humming sound. Phase 1. Become aware in the throat. Start breathing with the throat friction, as explained in the last chapter. Become aware of the vibration generated in the larynx by the friction. Be just aware, without any particular concentration. Flow with the energy. If some movements take place in your body or in your consciousness, let them happen. Continue for 5 to 10 minutes, breathing with the friction, aware of the vibration in the larynx. Phase 2. Maintain the throat friction. Instead of placing your awareness in the larynx, now become aware in the area between your eyebrows. Do not concentrate. If you grasp the area between the eyebrows with too tight a focus, the process can't unfold. Flow with the energy. Follow what comes spontaneously. If the breath naturally changes and becomes more intense, then follow the breath. But make sure that you maintain some friction in the throat throughout these first 5 phases of the practice. Remain just aware between the eyebrows, breathing with the throat friction, for about 5 minutes. Time precision is not relevant for this practice, so there is no need to look at your watch. Phase 3. Place the palm of your hand in front of the area between the eyebrows. The hand does not touch the skin, it is about 3 to 5 centimeters away. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 26. Note that the hand does not touch the skin. For a few minutes, stay lying on the floor with the eyes closed, breathing with the throat friction, aware between the eyebrows, and the palm 1 inch in front of this area. Phase 4. Keep your hand in front of you or put it back by your side, as you prefer. Remain with your eyes closed, breathing with the throat friction, aware between the eyebrows. Start looking for a vibration between the eyebrows. It can take different forms, either a clear vibration or a tingling, or even a rather blurry pressure, a weight, or a density between the eyebrows. Do not try hard. Remain vacant, let things happen. Note that your eyes remain closed during all phases of this practice. Phase 5. As soon as the faintest feeling of vibration or tingling, pressure, pulsation, density or weight is perceived, proceed as follows. Start connecting the throat friction with the feeling between the eyebrows. Connecting means being aware of both the friction and the vibration between the eyebrows at the same time. As you proceed, the link between the friction energy and the third eye will be perceived more and more clearly. The vibration will change as you combine it with the friction. It will become more subtle, and yet more intense at the same time. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 27. If vibration or tingling is felt in some other part of the body, for instance the whole of the forehead, the arms, or even the whole body, do not pay any attention to it. Just remain aware of the vibration between the eyebrows. Continue this phase for about 10 minutes, building up the vibration between the eyebrows by connecting it with the throat friction. Remember, no imagination, no visualization. Just flow with what comes. Phase 6. Stop the throat friction. Do not focus on the vibration anymore. Remain with your eyes closed, just aware between the eyebrows for another 10 minutes or more. Be extremely still, feeling the energy around you. The more motionless you become, the more you can tune in. Observe if any feeling of light or colors can be perceived between the eyebrows. Tips, tricks and traps. Do not concentrate or grasp the area between the eyebrows, just keep a very gentle focus in the area. Grasping would only block the process. Do not try to let things happen. Focusing between the eyebrows just means being aware of this area, and not directing your eyeballs as if trying to look at this area. If you were to implement such movements of the eyeballs, it would create a tension that could only disturb the natural course of the experience. So the eyeballs are not directed in any particular direction. Same throughout the book. A common experience, in the beginning, is to feel vibration not only in the area between the eyebrows, but also in other parts of the forehead or the face. If this happens, don't pay attention to it, just focus on the vibration between the eyebrows, connecting it with the throat friction. With practice, everything will fall into place. If you practice with friends, make sure you are not touching each other, in order to avoid inappropriate transfers of energy. If the experience becomes too intense, all you have to do is open your eyes and you will be brought back to your normal state of consciousness. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 28. First opening, synopsis of the practice. Lie down and relax. 1. Throat friction plus awareness in the larynx. 2. Throat friction plus awareness between the eyebrows. 3. Same as 2, plus palm of the hand in front of the third eye. 4. Throat friction plus looking for vibration, tingling, pressure, density between the eyebrows. 5. Connecting the throat friction with the vibration between the eyebrows. 6. Motionlessness, connecting with the energy around you. 3.3 Various experiences. In Chapter 10 you will find a summary of the most common experiences encountered when starting to work on the third eye according to the principles and techniques developed in this book. As far as this first opening is concerned, the only things that matter are the vibration between the eyebrows, and the light, if you happen to perceive it. The best attitude is to pay no attention to any other manifestations that may occur while implementing the practice. When dealing with the third eye and with etheric energy, especially in the beginning, minor manifestations may take place, such as tingling or even twitching, here and there in the body, or images flashing back to your consciousness. Let them come and let them go, for they do not mean much. Just follow the technique as if nothing was happening. It may be that the vibration, tingling, density or light you will feel between the eyebrows will be quite intense, but it really does not matter if they happen to be faint or blurry. As we will see later, the intensity of the energy can vary greatly from one day to the next for the same person, so it may just be that you have attempted the first opening on a low-intensity day. However faint these qualities may be, they are a first thread, and a systematic technology will be gradually introduced in the book to transform them into a clear perception of the third eye. 3.4 Experiential References. Vibration Etheric. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 29. Colors, light astral purple light astral space. As you practice the various techniques working on the third eye, you will encounter mainly three types of experiences between the eyebrows: 1. Vibration, 2. Colors and light, 3. Purple light. Roughly speaking, the first one indicates an activation of the etheric layer, the second indicates the astral, while the perception of the purple light indicates that a connection has been made with the astral space. Of course, these indications are far too simplified to be completely exact. But from an experiential point of view, they provide helpful references to allow you to find your way in the beginning. 1. Vibration, tingling, a feeling of pressure, weight, or density, all have the same significance when felt between the eyebrows. They indicate that something is being activated in the etheric part of your third eye. The etheric body is the layer of life force, equivalent to the prana of the Indian tradition and the qi of traditional Chinese medicine. The vibration is the sensation by which the etheric is perceived. Whenever you feel it somewhere in your body, it indicates that the etheric layer is activated in this area. So the perception of the vibration between the eyebrows is nothing other than a perception of the etheric part of the third eye. Since tingling, pressure, density or weight have more or less the same significance, to simplify I shall refer to all of them by the same word, vibration. Therefore, whenever you read vibration in this book, it refers to any or all of these different forms. For instance, build up the vibration between the eyebrows, means, build up the modality that is most natural to you, vibration, pressure, density, or their equivalent. Anyway, after some time the vibration will be perceived as all of these simultaneously. There are different levels of vibration, just as there are different levels of etheric energy, some more subtle than others. The intensity of the vibration may vary from one day to the next. Apart from quantitative variations, it is also the quality of the. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 30. Vibration that tends to vary naturally from one day to another. Consequently, it is important not to cling to any modality but to flow with what comes each day. After some time the experience will become more stable and the energy movements will be more under your control. 2. The second type of experience that can take place between the eyebrows is that of lights of various sorts, from a vague haze, cloud, or glow, to colors and organized patterns. These various manifestations can be regarded as equivalent, and indicate that something is being activated in the astral part of your third eye. To simplify, I will refer to all of them by the term light. So each time you read light in this book, it means all or any of these: haze, colors, light patterns, shining dots, or anything that glows. Choose the one that comes most naturally to you and let it be gradually refined into a more and more brilliant light. The astral body is the layer of mental consciousness and emotions. The equation light equals astral is not absolute, for certain high frequencies of light come from far above the astral layer. But as you will quickly learn to recognize, the lights and colors that commonly appear between the eyebrows when you switch on your eye are a clear indicator that the astral part of the third eye is being activated. 3. the purple light is often perceived as the background of the other lights or color patterns. It gives the feeling of an expanse or of a space that extends in front of your third eye. The deeper you contact the purple light, the more you perceive it as a space that is not only in front of you but all around you. This space corresponds to what esotericists call the astral space. This space of consciousness is not always perceived as purple, but also as dark blue or even black. What matters most is the feeling of space, whatever the color of darkness perceived. I will therefore use the word space for the dark expanse at the background of the third eye, regardless of its color. Note that the perception of the purple space is quite simple, and that many people have experienced it without realizing its real nature. 3.5 If you are not feeling any vibration at all. Here are a few indications for those who might not seem to feel any vibration between the eyebrows while implementing the exercises. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 31. It is possible, and not uncommon, that the vibration is there but you are not registering it. Maybe you are expecting something extraordinary, or very intense. Maybe it is too simple. This vibration has always been between your eyebrows and you never paid any attention to it. Maybe you are blocking the process by trying too hard. Make sure you do not concentrate, let things happen. Don't look for the vibration, let it come to you. Continue with the practice, insist, but in the spirit of letting go. There is another reason you may not feel any vibration at all. It may be that you are getting light instead of vibration. Remember our simple references. Vibration, etheric light, astral. If you are perceiving light in any form, then you are already in the astral, hence no longer in the etheric. You can't be outside and inside a house at the same time. Consequently, if you are getting light, it is quite possible you have bypassed the level of the vibration. In that case, just go on with your practice with the light instead of the vibration. In the scheme of our meditation technique, go from phase 2 to phase 3. Don't worry about the vibration, connect the throat friction with the light. After implementing these practices with hundreds of students at the Clairvision School, I have never seen one who did not manage to feel the vibration after a bit of practice. Follow the Oxyrhynchus sayings of Jesus, where it is advised that those who seek do not cease until they find, and when they find they will be astonished. Persist, persist, persist. And everything will come. 3.6 More about the third eye. A useful hint is to consider the eye as a patch or a 50-cent coin on the forehead. In reality, the third eye is more like a pipe or a tunnel, going from the area between the eyebrows to the occipital bone at the back of the head. The tunnel of the third eye. All along the tunnel are a number of centers of energy, through which one can connect with different worlds and areas of consciousness. This explains why different systems may locate the. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 32. Third eye in different places. Each of them chooses a different center along the pipe, or even a structure of energy adjacent to the tunnel, as a reference point. Another important point to keep in mind is that the third eye is not physical. The grossest part of the third eye is a structure of energy belonging to the etheric body or layer of life force. The etheric body has many connections with the physical body, and therefore the third eye, being the main switch of the etheric body, is also closely connected to certain structures of the physical body, for instance the pituitary and pineal glands. However, it would be oversimplified to say that the third eye is the pineal gland or the pituitary gland, as stated by certain books. As explained before, the tunnel of the third eye is not physical. It impacts its energy on a number of structures of the physical body, including the frontal sinus, the optic nerves and their chiasma, the nerves of the cribriform plate of the ethmoid bone, the pituitary and pineal glands, some of the nuclei at the center of the brain, the ventricles of the brain, and others. It would be far too simplistic and limiting to pick one of these physical structures and label it third eye. Once more, the third eye is not physical, it is an organ of energy. It may have some privileged connections with certain physical structures, but it cannot be limited to any of them. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 33. In the beginning, do not worry about any other part of the tunnel, just remain aware between the eyebrows. One has to start somewhere, and this particular center between the eyebrows has the great advantage of creating a protective energy all around you in your aura as soon as you activate it. Other centers of the pipe will be introduced later. So in this book, whenever we talk about the eye, we mean the area between the eyebrows. That does not mean the area between the eyebrows is the whole third eye, of course. But in the early stages of our training, it is the area we will use and develop as the main switch, the place to remain aware of permanently. If you get sensations in other areas of the head, don't try to suppress them, but don't pay attention to them either. Keep your focus between the eyebrows. 3.7 Third Eye Meditation. Let us now start our main technique of meditation. The initial stages of this meditation process are not intended to project you into spectacular states of transcendence, but to work at building up the third eye systematically and later on to achieve true inner silence. As will be discussed in Chapter 9 on awareness, one of the principles of our approach is that one cannot fight mentally against the mind. One cannot force the mind into being silent. But one can build a structure beyond the mind, from which the mind can be mastered. In that sense, the third eye can be compared to a control tower, similar to that of the 20th hexagram of the I Ching. The first phases of this meditation process aim at structuring the third eye and imprinting it as tangibly as possible into your system. Phases 4 and 5 deal with the inner space and the mysterious vortices. During the first weeks of your practice, to simplify, you may decide to bypass phase 5, going straight from the phase on the space to the non-technique or meditation proper, when you remain just aware above the head. Preparation. Remove shoes, belt, tie and watch. Sit cross-legged on the floor or on a chair with your back straight. You do not have to be on the floor, but your back should be very straight. If you sit on a chair, it is preferable not to lean back against it, so that you allow a free flow of energies. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 34. Meditation Phase 1, the larynx of energy. Close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed until the end of the meditation. Start breathing with the throat friction. The friction breathing generates a vibration in the throat. Become aware of the vibration in the larynx. Use the friction to intensify the vibration in the larynx. The vibration in the throat is made of two parts, one physical, created by the mechanical action of the breathing, and a more subtle one, like a tingling, that can still be perceived when you stop the breath. Use the throat friction to intensify the non-physical tingling. Adjust the position of your spine. Look for the absolute uprightness. Align the neck with the rest of your back in quest of a perfectly straight posture. Make sure that the head, the neck, and the rest of the back are in a straight line. Watch how the vibration in the larynx and the flow of energy in the throat can be enhanced by getting as close as possible to a perfectly vertical posture. Cultivate stillness. Meditation Phase 2, Vibration in the eye. Keep on breathing with the throat friction, but drop the awareness of the throat. Become aware of the vibration between the eyebrows. Connect the vibration in the eye with the throat friction. If you are not too sure of what connecting means, just remain aware of both at the same time, the throat friction, and the vibration between the eyebrows. Very quickly, it will become clear that a certain interaction takes place between the throat and the eye. That is what is meant by connecting. Phase 2 consists of using the throat friction as an amplifier, to cultivate and build up the vibration in the eye. If you have the choice between heavy density and subtle tingling, rather go for the tingling. Avoid grasping. Keep the experience light. Meditation Phase 3, Light in the Eye. Maintain the throat friction. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 35. Drop the awareness of the vibration. Instead, start looking between the eyebrows for a fog or a haze, a glow, or any form of light or color. All of these can be regarded as different modalities of the light, which of course, in the context of this book does not refer to physical light but to spiritual light, perceived with your eyes closed. Remember, no imagination, no visualization, just awareness of what is in front of you. As soon as you perceive any of these modalities of light even very vaguely, connect it with the throat friction. Just as in phase 2 you were connecting the friction with the vibration between the eyebrows, you are now connecting the friction with the light. Instead of amplifying the vibration, you are now working at amplifying the light. As you go on practicing, you will perceive brighter and brighter parts of the light. Gradually drop the awareness of the hazier parts to focus on the most shining ones. Connect your amplifier friction with the most luminous part of the light. A common experience is that of tiny shining particles of light, spread in the space in front of you and drifting in various directions. As you connect the friction with these luminous particles, some will enter you and go straight into your heart, feeding it with a precious energy. Meditation Phase 4, Awareness in the space remain in the eye, between the eyebrows. Instead of focusing on the light itself and on its shining particles, become aware of the background of the light. The darkness or the purple light at the background of all the colors will give you the feeling of a space, extending in front of you. The space may appear purple, dark blue, or even just dark. More than the color, it is the feeling of expanse that matters. Just remain aware in the space. Let yourself be absorbed in it. At this stage the throat friction can be decreased or even dropped. Start breathing with the friction again if the mind goes wandering with thoughts. Meditation Phase 5, Spinning in the space. Start spinning into the space in front of you, spiraling forwards and clockwise, as if you were falling forwards into a tunnel. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 36. Spin as if you were caught in a vortex. The vortex is there, in the space, waiting for you. Do not try to make up a spiraling movement. Rather let yourself be caught by the vortex and carried by its natural motion. As you go on spinning, the qualities and color of the space will sometimes change, as if you were projected into a completely different area. Just acknowledge the various feelings and continue with the vortex. From time to time, or even constantly if you wish, you may use the throat friction to amplify the vortex effect. Non-technique. Drop any awareness of the breath, of the eye, of the space. Just become aware above the head. Doing nothing, looking for nothing, being just aware. Not even aware of yourself, just aware. Remain extremely motionless. Practice the art of losing control. Let the awareness take over, above the head. Coming back and finishing the meditation, become aware again between the eyebrows. Listen to the sounds outside. Become aware of your body. Take a few long inhalations. Take as much time as you wish to come back fully, and then click the fingers of the right hand and open the eyes. Tips, Phase 1. It does not matter if in the beginning you find it difficult to separate the physical vibration from the non-physical one. It is enough to get a vague sense of the vibration, both physical and non-physical, for the process to follow its course. Anyway, by trying to be too precise, your mind would probably get in the way and block the process. All that is related to the vibration will probably become clearer after reading chapters 4, 6, and 8 and practicing the channel release techniques. In the beginning, it may be helpful to place your hand close to your throat, about 1 inch away, to enhance the feeling of energy in this area. Later on, this won't be necessary. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 37. For this practice, as for any work on the larynx of energy, it is crucial for the neck to be as vertical as possible. What obvious differences can one observe between the bodies of animals and those of human beings? A major one is that the human spine is vertical while animals live mostly in a horizontal position. Similarly, while animals have a larynx, it is not vertical. This gives us a clue about the importance of verticality for the larynx to achieve its cosmic status in connection with the spirit. Another clue can be found by perceiving what happens when you implement the first phase of the meditation. As soon as you reach a perfectly vertical position of the neck, a sudden enhancement of the vibration takes place in your larynx. Tips: Phase 2. The larynx of energy acts as an amplifier and a giver of shape. By connecting the area between the eyebrows with the friction coming from the throat, you work at building up the third eye. In terms of experience, the intensification of the vibration in the eye that takes place as soon as you connect it with the friction indicates that the action of the larynx is taking place. As explained before, the vibration can also be felt as a tingling, a pressure, a density. This phase works at building the etheric layer of the third eye. Tips: Phase 3. In the beginning, connecting the light in the eye with the throat friction just means feeling the two simultaneously. Then it automatically happens that an exchange takes place between the two, by which the energy generated by the throat friction is communicated to the part of your eye that perceives light. In practice, the experience is quite simple. The friction seems to feed the light, to make it more tangible and brighter, which is another example of how the larynx can be used to give shape. Most of the students who think they can't see the light actually see it but don't recognize it. You have to accept that in the beginning, the feeling of light may be faint, like a blurry whitish haze for instance. And yet this faint glow is the first thread. Use the amplifying effect of the larynx to develop it. Practice, practice, practice. And the humble glow will turn into an illumination. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 38. Tips: Phase 4. A common experience when reaching perception of the purple space is that of an immense feeling of relief in the heart, as if a huge weight had suddenly been lifted. As soon as you contact the inner space, your heart feels immensely lighter. Some explanations for this will be found in section 3.10. Tips: Phase 5. The clockwise direction should not be taken as systematic and compulsory. As always, you have to follow the energy of the instant, and that may sometimes make you spin backwards and anti-clockwise. Nevertheless, when no particular wind takes you backwards, it is preferable to move forwards and clockwise. The vortex is both a vortex and a tunnel at the same time. It is preferable not to have fixed expectations as to what it should look like. Let the perception arise by itself gradually. Spinning in the space leads to an elaborated science of the vortices, through which one can travel far in space and time. This introduces a form of traveling in which the purpose is not to project yourself outside your body, but to go so deep inside that there is nothing left to get out of. The vortex effect that leads from one space-time to another is used intensively in ISIS, the clairvision techniques of regression. Approach the vortex with great respect and wonder, as you would approach an archangel eons older than you, and it will take you into extraordinary mysteries. Thoughts during meditation. If thoughts arise during meditation, do not pay attention to them, just follow the process. You will soon notice that a strong vibration between the eyebrows tends to quieten the mind and significantly slow down its continuous flow of thoughts. So no need to fight mentally against the thoughts. Just don't focus your attention on them. Each time you get distracted by a thought, simply go back into the eye and continue the exercise. Persist in the process, and as the third eye develops, thoughts will automatically become less and less of a problem. Past a certain level of development, the third eye gives the capacity to get completely out of the mind and thus out of the thoughts at will. Often, when the level of thoughts becomes disturbing, one can quieten them down by intensifying the throat friction, which has. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 39. The action of reinforcing the vibration in the eye. But remember that in our meditation, the purpose is not to make the mind silent. A notoriously hopeless exercise, but to build the third eye. Once this is achieved, thoughts won't matter anymore. Synopsis of the third eye meditation preparation: sitting with your back vertical. 1. Throat friction plus vibration in the larynx. 2. Throat friction plus vibration between the eyebrows. 3. Throat friction plus light between the eyebrows. 4. Space. 5. Spinning in the space, the vortex non-technique, just awareness above the head. Suggested times for each phase. For a 30-minute meditation, 5 minutes for each of the 5 phases, plus 5 minutes above the head. For a 60-minute meditation, Phase 1, 5 minutes. Phase 2, 10 minutes. Phase 3, 10 minutes. Phase 4, 10/15 minutes. Phase 5, 15/20 minutes. 5 minutes above the head. For a 10-minute meditation, take roughly 2 minutes for each phase. Do not neglect Phase 1, even when short of time, for it is an essential part of the process. 3.8 More humming/buzzing. This technique uses the humming sound we practiced in section 2.4. Sit with your back straight and become aware in the throat. Repeat phases 1, 2, and 3 of the third eye meditation, using humming/buzzing instead of the throat friction. Then let yourself be immersed in the space, as in phases 4 and 5, using humming sound from time to time to penetrate deeper into the space. Tip: these humming sounds provide a powerful way to project yourself into the space. Don't hesitate to have recourse to them whenever you are disturbed by thoughts or mental activities during your meditation. 3.9 How to organize your practice. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 40. During the first days of your practice, do as much meditation as you can, repeating the first opening practice, and using the third eye meditation, as well as its equivalent with the humming sounds and any other techniques you may pick up from the rest of the book. This strong initial imprint will make it easier to follow the rest of the process. Then a good way to proceed is to spend some time every morning practicing the third eye meditation and other exercises. For instance, meditate for 20 or 30 minutes, then practice the channel release exercises for 10 minutes, then the techniques on seeing for 10 minutes, then the techniques on protection for 10 minutes. Do a night practice every evening before going to sleep, and possibly in the afternoon or early evening, for instance if you are tired after coming home from work. If you have more time, it is certainly possible, and beneficial, to devote longer periods to the exercises. Yet it should be clear that the clairvision techniques have been designed for those who live in the world. They do not invite you to withdraw from your activities, but to start performing them with a new awareness, as will be discussed in Chapter 9. To succeed, the secret is not so much to spend long hours meditating but to incorporate more and more of these practices into each of your daily activities. The cornerstone of our method is to maintain a permanent awareness in the eye whatever you are doing. This does not refer to the light or the space, which are to be kept for meditation times. But by permanently keeping an awareness of some vibration between the eyebrows, you will achieve a double purpose. On the one hand, you will gradually become more present in your actions, and centered. On the other hand, your third eye will be nurtured by your awareness and develop into a powerful center of energy. So all the techniques of this book are to be regarded as occasions to cultivate a new awareness. The first and main benefit of our techniques of vision is that to implement them you have to remain aware and present between the eyebrows. If you are short of time, you can very well follow the process indicated in this book by meditating only 5 to 10 minutes every morning and incorporating the other practices into your daily routines. But these 5/10 minutes of morning. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 41. Meditation are essential for the development of your third eye. If your schedule is such that your practice time is in the evening and not in the morning, still try to keep the 5/10 minutes of morning meditation at any cost, for they secure a reconnection of your eye, which completely modifies your energy for the whole of the day. Whatever format you decide to adopt for your practice, remember that this part of the path has to do with building, subtle body building. The more you practice, the quicker the building will be achieved. 3.10 The Mysteries of the Space. While practicing ISIS, the clairvision techniques of regression, it is not uncommon to re-experience the condition of the embryo during the very first days that follow conception. The foetus can be felt bathing in the purple space. The purple space is all around it, like a sea. The embryo is very tiny and the space around is felt to be immense. This space is no different from the purple space that you perceive in your eye, in the 4th and 5th phases of the third eye meditation. To the embryo the space is outside, all around itself. But to us, the same space is inside. To enter the space we have to withdraw inside and go through the portal of the third eye. In the Upanishads, a human being is compared to a city with 10 gates. 9 of these gates lead outside and only 1 leads inside. The 9 external gates are the 2 eyes, the 2 ears, the 2 nostrils, the mouth, the anus, and the generative organ. The 10th gate is the third eye, or Ajnakakra, which does not open into the external world but into the inner space. So what was outside for the embryo is now inside for us. During the embryological processes that build up the foetus, an internalization of the astral space has taken place. It is a fascinating reversal, through which the inside becomes the outside and the outside becomes the inside. And at death the opposite takes place, the individual reintegrates into the space. This leads us to a deeper understanding of the word existence, used to describe the period of life on earth. In Latin, ex means out, and sisterum means to take position. Existence therefore means to take position out, that is, to exit from the space. Existence is the temporary exit from the space that we experience between birth and death. Chapter 3, Awakening the Third Eye. 42. Now you can understand the feeling of relief in your heart when you immerse yourself in the purple space during meditation. It is as if your heart was suddenly relieved of all the pressures of incarnated life, all the troubles of existence, enough to make you feel much lighter. One of the results of initiation is to establish a permanent connection with the space without losing any of one's anchorage on earth. One can then enjoy the peace of the cosmic space and at the same time, remain fully involved in one's daily activities. Past a certain level, the joyful lightness forever stays in your heart, whatever may be happening outside. Yet let it be very clear that the purpose of the clairvision style of work is not to take you out of incarnation into some happy floaty paradise, but to prepare you for a work of alchemy, transformation of the very substance of your bodies. The purpose is enlightenment here and now, in the middle of the cosmic mess of modern life. Paradoxically, connecting with the space creates an inner freedom that allows you to be more fully in the world. 43. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 4.1 Channel Release. Under the name channel release are grouped a number of techniques aiming at awakening and cleansing the body of energy, or etheric body. The etheric energy, or life force, is identical to the prana of the Indian tradition and the qi of traditional Chinese medicine. Our first purpose will be to reach a tangible perception of this energy. Whilst circulating all over the etheric body, the life force follows certain lines of energy, called meridians in Chinese medicine and nadi in Sanskrit. We will work on some of these, endeavoring to feel the flow of energy along them. A more advanced, but essential stage will be to learn to move the energy consciously in these channels. As this capacity develops, the student will be able to correct several health problems. It will become obvious that the proper functioning of the physical body depends to a great extent on the right flow and balance of the circulations of the etheric body. As the etheric body gains in strength through these practices, it acquires a greater resistance to negative energies. And when an undesirable energy is perceived in one of the channels, it becomes possible to expel it consciously, the same way as a pebble can be moved out of a hose by acting on the flow of water. Such a skill secures a high level of energetic protection and will prove to be a great help to all those involved in self-transformation or healing. At a later stage, inner alchemy deals with the opening of the most essential of all energy channels, located in the center of the body. This central channel ascends from the root of the trunk to the top of the head and above. It is the thunder wand, the path of the serpent fire of the Western esoteric tradition, identical to the Sushumna of Kundalini Yoga. One of the purposes of channel release is to prepare you for the work on this master channel. Channel release trains you to move the etheric energy consciously. Therefore, instead of having to imagine a flow in the thunder wand, you will be able to implement a proper circulation. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 44. Of Energy. 4.2 Connected Shaking. Stage 1, Shaking. Sit with your back straight, preferably on a mat on the floor, possibly in a chair. If on a chair, avoid leaning back against it. Keep your eyes closed throughout the exercise. Shake your hands quickly and vigorously for 10 to 20 seconds. Connected shaking. Then remain motionless with your palms upwards. To achieve maximum effect, avoid resting your hands on your knees or the arms of a chair. Become aware of the vibration in your hands. Stage 2, Vibration in the eye, vibration in the hands. Repeat Stage 1, shake your hands, then become motionless with the palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in the hands. Become aware of the vibration in the eye. Focus for a few seconds on the vibration in the eye. Then become aware again of the vibration in the hands for a few seconds. Then, vibration in the eye again. Go from one to the other several times. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 45. Then become aware of the vibration between the eyebrows and in the hands at the same time. Stage 3, Friction. Repeat Stage 1, shake your hands for 10 to 20 seconds. Then remain motionless with your eyes closed, palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in the eye and in the hands at the same time. Remain in this perception for 1 minute. Then start breathing with the throat friction, as described in Chapter 2. Connect the friction with the vibration in both the eye and the hands. Continue the practice for 1 or 2 minutes. Watch the quality of the vibration change. Tips. A whole range of experiences can result from this practice. An essential point is to realize that a modification, in both the hands and the eye, occurs as soon as you start the friction. The vibration becomes more intense, more tangible, and at the same time its quality becomes more subtle. The throat friction not only intensifies the vibration, it also helps connect the eye with the centers of energy in the palms of the hands. A triangle of energy can often be felt, linking the eye and the palms. Stage 4, Connecting. Shake the hands for a few seconds. Then remain motionless with your palms upwards. Feel the vibration in the eye and the vibration in the hands. Start breathing with the throat friction. Connect the friction with the vibration in the eye and the hands. Watch the changes in the vibration that automatically take place due to the friction. Then try to feel the connection between the hands and the eye. Use the throat friction to amplify this connection. What exactly can you feel between your hands and your eye? Apart from feeling, can you see anything? How does the energy in your hands change as you intensify the connection with your eye? Tips and traps. The perception of energy linkage between eye and hands is often accompanied by the perception of a triangle of light. At a more. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 46. Advanced stage of the training, this triangle of light will play an important role in certain key practices of inner alchemy. Please remember our basic rule: no imagination, no visualization. Flow with what comes. Develop what you have, don't make anything up. If you can only feel a slight tingling in your hands, work at developing it with the friction and by regularly implementing the other techniques of the book. As you go on practicing this exercise and the following ones, it will appear that they create a gradual refinement of what flows into your hands. The more the vibration in the hands is connected with the awareness in the eye, the more it will become subtle and endowed with healing qualities. This is a first step in the development of the hands of a healer. 4.3 Connected rubbing. Sit with your back straight. Vigorously rub your hands together for up to 20 seconds, or more. Remain motionless with your palms upwards. Spend a few seconds observing the quality of vibration in your hands and in your eye. Then start breathing with the throat friction. Connect it to the vibration in your hands and in your eye. Be aware of the subtle changes that take place in the vibration of the hands due to the friction. Connect the vibration in the eye with the vibration in the palms. Use the throat friction to intensify this connection. Sense the vibration in the hands becoming more and more refined. Tips. Apart from the work on perception, those who are involved in massage or any form of healing with hands will benefit from implementing this exercise at the beginning of their sessions. While practicing channel release, always pay attention to the fact that the quality of energy that flows through your hands depends on the quality of the vibration in your eye, and on the connection between the two. The more subtle the vibration in your eye, the more refined the energy flowing in your hands. A powerful modality of healing, both for yourself and for your clients, consists of tuning into the highest quality of vibration in your eye and transmitting it through your hands. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 47. 4.4 Vibration equals etheric. Fundamentally, the etheric is the layer of the vibration. Whenever you feel the vibration, you feel the etheric. This statement is too simple to be completely true, and later on you may discern certain etheric frequencies of light or astral vibration. But in the beginning, the equation, vibration equals etheric, constitutes an excellent reference to make sense of your experiences. For instance, feeling vibration in your hands indicates that the etheric life force is set in motion in the hands. Feeling vibration between the eyebrows indicates that the etheric layer of the third eye is activated. And so on, for any body part, or even outside the limits of your body. For the etheric not only permeates the physical body, it also extends beyond it, in proportions that may vary according to different inner factors. When the vibration in your hands or elsewhere seems to become more subtle, it indicates that you are getting in touch with deeper and more subtle layers of the etheric body. In the beginning, we use physical stimulation to awaken the perception of the etheric vibration. Later on you will be able to get the same vibration without rubbing or using any other physical stimulation. The vibration will come from inside. I would therefore suggest that in these first stages of practice you do not worry too much as to whether your vibration is physical or etheric, or imaginary. Trust your experience. A very direct proof of the non-physical nature of the vibration would be to cut off your physical hand and to realize that you are still feeling the same vibration, as in the phantom limb syndrome in amputees. Other indications of the non-physical nature of this vibration will be that you will feel it in all sorts of places in your body, without any rubbing or any form of physical stimulation. You will even feel it beyond the limits of your physical body, first around you and then in more and more distant objects. The perception of the etheric vibration will then have become completely separated from any physical sensation. In any case, please remember that in our approach there is nothing to believe. What matters is not what you believe but what you perceive. Our constant focus is on direct experience. Learn to perceive this vibrating energy, and then decide how you want to understand it. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 48. Have you noticed that when you awaken the vibration in the palms of the hands, an intensification of the vibration in the eye seems to occur simultaneously? The vibration in the eye seems to become more tangible or denser, as if on a faster frequency, anyway it is more clearly perceived. More on this important effect at the beginning of Chapter 6. 4.5 General advice concerning the work on the meridians. Practice as if you were inventing acupuncture. The method of channel release gives you all the elements to find the real location of the circulations of etheric energy in your body. Do not take for granted any of the traditional anatomical pathways of the meridians. Anyway, all ancient Chinese books do not agree about the precise location of various particular branches. The map of the etheric body, as will be used in the third millennium, is still to be plotted. Why not by you? For rubbing, use the bridge of the palm, on the other side of the knuckles. A line of energy can actually be felt along the mounts beneath the knuckles, at the base of the fingers. Make your hand flat and firm. Apply this line onto the line of the meridian that you want to stimulate and move to and fro along the line, operating a gentle but firm rubbing. The bridge of the palm. Remember that whenever you deal with energy, and especially in the beginning, there are days when it seems much more difficult to reach the perception of the vibration. For instance, there are days when you are projected into the purple space in meditation, but you don't feel much vibration. Other days, it is just the opposite, lots of vibration but no space. And sometimes you won't feel anything at all. That is the normal course of the process. In the beginning. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 49. Perceptions are not at all under your control. They come when you don't expect them, they disappear without reason. Continue the practices regularly, and after a few months you will just have to go into your eye and tune in to generate an immediate flow of vibration. But even once a fair level of mastery has been reached, the vibration remains subject to variations from one day to the next and even during the same day. In the case of cancer, many therapists advise against any form of massage because it might facilitate a spreading of the disease. For some, massage even remains contraindicated for as long as 5 years after the last surgical operation, or the last treatment that ended the cancer, even if the patient is completely healed. If you share this view, it is very possible to implement channel release without rubbing, just by moving the tips of your fingers very lightly along the meridians, as described in section 6. 4. In this chapter, the acupuncture meridians will be referred to by the name of a corresponding organ, as frequently found in acupuncture literature. Yet it can never be emphasized enough how misleading these names are and what great misunderstandings they can create. The meridian of the gallbladder, for instance, has a number of distinct functions and connects with several body parts, from the eye and the ear to the ankle, apart from passing through the gallbladder. So the term gallbladder does not summarize the function of the meridian at all. If this name is used, it is because it is simpler to memorize than the proper Chinese name, Zhou Xiao Yang. 4.6 Xiao Ju Yin, Heart Constrictor Meridian. The part of the heart constrictor meridian that we are going to stimulate is a line that starts at the root of the palm and goes straight up the middle of the forearm to the tendon of the biceps at the line of the elbow, and then straight up the middle of the biceps. Sit in a meditation position. If you are on a chair, don't prop against its back. Keep your eyes closed throughout the exercise. Rub your hands for a few seconds and repeat practice 4.3. Remain motionless with your palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in your eye and in your hands. Rub along the line of the meridian with the bridge of the palm, as described in section 4.5. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 50. Then stop and become motionless, with your palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration along the line. After a few seconds, resume the throat friction and connect it with the vibration in the meridian. Spend half a minute or more building up the vibration along the line. Then become aware in the eye at the same time, so you connect the throat friction, the vibration in the eye and the vibration in the line. Continue for about 1 minute. Next, become aware of the hand on the same arm. Even though you have not applied any physical stimulation to this area, could you feel the extension of the line of energy in the hand? To which finger does the path of the meridian extend? Then become aware in the shoulder and the chest. Where does the line of energy go in these parts of the body? Could you also feel it in any of your organs? Stop everything and remain just aware for a few seconds. Repeat the same sequence with the same meridian on the other arm. Snap the fingers of the right hand and open the eyes. 4.7 Xiao Xiao Yin, Heart Meridian. The part of the meridian that we are looking for starts at the root of the palm of the hand, on the inner side. If you explore with your fingers, you will find a little round bone, called the pisiform because it has the form of a pea. Then slightly contract your biceps, and you will find another point of this meridian about 1 cm inside the tendon of the biceps, just at the line of the elbow. You just have to draw a line from the pisiform to this point and you have the part of the heart meridian that circulates on the forearm. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 51. For the part on the upper arm, start from our point on the elbow and go up, following a depression on the inner side of the biceps like a little gutter. Note that this small depression is not always present and that it is easier to find in men than in women. If you are not too sure of the location, that does not matter very much. Just follow the indications shown by the figure and the line will reveal itself as your perception becomes clearer. Repeat the practice we described in section 4.6, this time with the heart meridian instead of the heart constrictor meridian. 4.8 Shao Tai Yin, lung meridian. We now repeat the same practice, but on the lung meridian. The fraction of the lung meridian that we are going to rub starts at the root of the palm of the hand in the depression where it is common to take the pulse, on the radial artery. Another point is located at the line of the elbow, outside the tendon of the biceps. You can gently contract your biceps to feel the tendon. The forearm part of the lung meridian follows a straight line from the pulse area to this point on the elbow. Then go on up the arm following a sort of depression on the external side of the biceps. If the muscles of your arm are clearly delineated, you will find a sort of furrow where the line is. But again, you just need to have a vague idea of where to rub, as shown on the figure. Anyway, the location of a meridian should never be taken for granted. The descriptions in books should be regarded as rough indications only. It is through your own perception of energy, and nothing else, that certitude can arise as to the real path of a meridian. The best attitude is therefore to rub slightly different lines in the area until you find the one that corresponds to the clearest feeling of circulation. If you practice, the initial vagueness will soon be dispelled, leaving little doubt as to the whereabouts of these simple circulations. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 52. 4.9 More details on the paths of the meridians. Acupuncture describes the heart constrictor meridian as ending at the tip of the middle finger. It may well happen that you feel a tingling in the ring finger too, as the heart constrictor meridian is said to be coupled and to exchange energy with the triple warmer meridian that circulates on the ring finger. The heart meridian is said to end up at the tip of the little finger. The lung meridian is said to terminate at the tip of the thumb. While working on the lung meridian, it is not uncommon to feel vibration moving in the index finger too, related to the large intestine meridian, for there are intense exchanges of energy between these two channels. Tips, tricks and traps. If this is not what you've felt, don't worry, for after all you might be right. It is the privilege of the seers to be able to bring everything into question. For ultimately, direct perception is always superior to what is written in a book or copied from another book. Maybe also, the traditional cliché of the meridians as inflexible pipes is not so accurate. You will rather perceive them as rivers of breath or flows of vibration that can sometimes deviate slightly in one direction or another. Once more, my view is that the essential still has to be discovered, as far as the etheric body is concerned. 4.10 The different levels of perception of energy circulations. The first level is to perceive the vibration along the line you have rubbed and to realize that this vibration is of the same nature as the one in your eye. The second level is to perceive a flow of energy, meaning a circulation of the vibration along the meridian. It can either move upwards towards the shoulder or downwards towards the hand. By using the throat friction and the connection with the eye, you will be able to gradually intensify this flow. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 53. The third level is to become able to move the energy consciously along the line. This function has to be developed out of nearly nothing, like when a muscle has become atrophied because it has not been working for a long period and it needs to be set into motion again. Once awakened, the experience is similar to that of little hands of energy along the meridian. The little hands contract swiftly and they squeeze the energy into movement, a bit like you squeeze toothpaste out of a tube. The whole thing is quite similar to the peristaltic contractions of the digestive tract or the contraction of the muscles of the arteries that actively move the blood. But in the meridians, this takes place on the level of the etheric body, not the physical. As we are dealing with the etheric, you will mainly be feeling vibration. But it may happen that you get some visual experiences of light flowing in the meridian as well. Once you start the techniques on seeing, described in chapters 5 and 7, you can add the triple process of vision to the work on the circulations of etheric energy. Tips, tricks and traps. What if you feel the energy in a meridian more on one side than in its equivalent on the other side of the body? As always when you deal with energy, there are fluctuations. If this experience happens only once and does not come back, it does not mean anything at all. It is only if you can repeatedly feel the same imbalance over a period of time that it becomes significant. If this is the case, it means that something is blocked in the line and the flow has to be restored, so you should practice more on this meridian until an equal flow can be reached. It is rather encouraging, because it gives you the opportunity to correct a blockage before it turns into a physical problem. Energetic medicines often play a potent role in the prevention of health disorders. Interestingly enough, in ancient China one used to pay one's doctor as long as one was healthy and stop paying as soon as one fell sick. If you feel too many imbalances in your energy flows, it might be a good idea to discuss the situation with an acupuncturist. Should the energy in the meridians move upwards or downwards? In courses given at the Clairvision School, I have had the opportunity to share the techniques of channel release with a. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 54. Number of people who had no knowledge of the theory of the meridians as developed by traditional Chinese medicine. I was therefore able to observe the direction of the natural circulations of energy, innocently discovered by the students. I must say that what I have seen does not confirm the traditional theory of the circulations in the meridians. In acupuncture, it is said that out of the 12 principal meridians, 6 circulate the energy from the head to the extremities and 6 from the extremities to the head. However, I have found that when you teach a group how to perceive energy, the great majority tend to feel it moving systematically upwards towards the head, whatever channel they may be dealing with. My advice is to trust your experience and to encourage the flow of vibration that feels natural to you. It does not matter if the energy does not always flow in the same direction. Energy is a whimsical principle, which is part of its beauty. Superior health comes from harmony with the natural flows, not from establishing a dictatorship of energies. 4.11 Practice. Implement channel release on the heart constrictor meridian, as in practice 4.6. Rub both arms, one straight after the other, but this time once you finish rubbing, hold your arms upwards. Is the direction of the circulation the same as before? Repeat the same exercise with the lung meridian, then with the heart meridian. Tips. If you can, repeat the same exercise while in a shoulder stand, with your arms up. For your information, I have indicated what acupuncture says about the direction of the flows of the meridians in the note at the end of this chapter. However, I would suggest you do not look at it until you have reached your own perception of the flows. 4.12 Releasing negative energies. The technique that we are now going to describe is essential, and designed to be frequently implemented. Its purpose is to release negative energies. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 55. The physical body is made of foodstuff, water, and what we extract from the air, meaning physical elements taken from our physical environment. Similarly, the etheric body is built of materials extracted from our etheric environment. Just as some foods or substances may be toxic to the physical body, some etheric energies are noxious to the etheric body. In the chapters on earth lines and on protection, we will look at how modern life tends to create an accumulation of those toxic energies in our environment, making it more and more vital to gain the skills to release them from your system. Practice. Turn on a tap of cold water. Direct your awareness to the flow of running water. Tune into it, feel its qualities. Let the water run down the inside of your arm from above the line of the elbow, if the sink is deep enough. Be really aware and focused, as if performing an important action, and tune into the flow. Let all the negative energies be released out of your forearm into the running water. Continue for a good half-minute. Then repeat the same practice on the posterior side of the forearm. The more you tune into the flow of running water, the more negative energies you can release. Repeat the practice on both sides of the other arm. Tips, tricks and traps. Although the practice may seem very simple, it is vital. If you do it a few times a day, and in full awareness, a new function will quickly develop, etheric excretion. You will clearly perceive that some undesirable energies are expelled into the flow of water, and you will feel better in your etheric body, exactly as a constipated person feels better after passing stools. Excretion is a function as essential to life as ingestion. One of the discoveries you are going to make as you open your perception is that a significant proportion of the population is etherically constipated, unable to release negative energies. Etheric excretion should happen automatically, without us having to think about it. But somehow we came to lose. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 56. This function, and now we have to work at regaining it consciously. The accumulation of negative energies in the etheric body of the majority of the population contributes greatly to the general malaise and the level of neurosis of the modern world. If you are living in a cold country, there is no reason why you should not mix some warm water with the cold. If the water is too cold, it makes it more difficult to open your etheric. If you have to get rid of something particularly noxious in your hands, you can potentize the process by alternating cold and hot water. In the chapters dealing with protection, you will read how one can intensify the release effect by exhaling with open mouth and throat friction while excreting unwanted vibrations. Think of implementing this exercise with the running water. Each time you come home. Each time you have the feeling of having a dirty energy in your hands. After giving a massage or a therapy session of any kind. After completing a session on your computer, or any other gear that has a lot of static electricity attached to it. After dowsing earth lines. After practicing channel release. Before meditation, not after. Before going to bed. Whenever else it feels appropriate. As you become more capable of releasing negative energies into the water, you can implement the same process while washing up, taking a shower, bathing in a river or the ocean. Waterfalls in particular have a spectacular etheric vibration. A note on the circulations of the meridians. The heart constrictor, heart and lung meridians are described by the acupuncture tradition as flowing downwards, meaning from the trunk to the hand. But the Chinese archetypal man is. Chapter 4, Channel Release, Let It Flow. 57. Represented with his arms upwards, the hands above the head. So the energy of these three meridians moves towards the sky in the Chinese pattern. According to acupuncture, the direction of the flow remains the same whether you hold your hands up or not. 58. Chapter 5, Seeing. 5.1 The Path of the Seers. Seeing is one of the highest functions of the human consciousness. It is an extraordinary experience, allowing you to fathom your own vastness. There are different levels of vision, of course. Our constant purpose will be to avoid the lower astral clairvoyance of the trance-medium psychics, and to step into the vision of truth or vision of the self, which is like an explosion of all the limitations of the mind. A key difference between these two forms of vision is that in the former, there is attachment to the pictures that flow into the consciousness. To reach the vision of truth, on the other hand, one of the secrets is to become less interested in what you see and to focus more on the process of seeing, letting your state of consciousness expand through seeing. You then reach a completely different perception and understanding of the universe. One can never completely transpose what is seen into words, because the experience transcends the common logic of the mind. That is why true vision feeds the spirit and dispels the false conceptions of the soul. Seeing should not be regarded only as a tool for perception, but as an experience which has a transformative value in itself. Seeing is an expanded modality of consciousness. It is an ontological amplifier, meaning a way to be more. If you think of clairvoyance in these terms, you have much less chance of being deluded by the illusions of the lower astral vision. One of the common mistakes of beginners is to expect to see spiritual realities with their ordinary vision and their physical eyes, as if suddenly, auras and spiritual beings were to be added to the pictures of the world that are received through the mind. This cannot work, because the usual mental consciousness is precisely that part of yourself which is blind. To start seeing, the first thing to do is step out of the mind. That is why one of the constant reminders given in this chapter will be, if you want to see, stop looking. In other words, stop processing and analyzing images as you are used to doing with your mind. Do not try to see. For when you try, you operate from. Chapter 5, Seeing. 59. Your mind. Let yourself shift into a different mode of consciousness, and allow something else to happen. As usual, the main secret of success lies in 3 words: practice, practice, practice. Our first aim will be to achieve some breakthroughs out of the images of our usual mental consciousness, and to get glimpses of non-physical realities. In order to fulfill this purpose, a series of techniques involving eye contact will be introduced. These can be practiced either with a friend, or alone, facing yourself in a mirror. Both have their advantages, and I would recommend you practice both ways. 5.2 Concerning the practices of eye contact. The two people should not sit too far from each other. A distance of 90 centimeters can be considered ideal. If you cannot touch the other's face with the palm of your hand, you know you are too far. If you face a mirror, your image should appear to be approximately the same distance away, or slightly more. It is always preferable to have a blank wall as a background and to use candles instead of electric light. The eyes of the two people should be at the same height, so if one is taller than the other, cushions should be used for adjustment. You may be on a chair instead of sitting on the floor, but your back should be straight. To facilitate a free circulation of energies, do not lean against a wall or the back of a chair. Do you know how to recognize a god from a human being? The gods are immortal, something that may not be immediately obvious when you see them. So the Sanskrit texts describe a few other signs. Unlike human beings, the gods never cast a shadow. Another sign is that the gods are able to gaze at the sun without harming their eyes. Interestingly enough, I have seen more than one schizophrenic patient who suddenly started to gaze at the sun in the middle of a mystical delirium, and damaged their eyesight very badly. Schizophrenia is a fascinating disease in which it is not unusual for patients to relate genuine information about spiritual worlds. Some of their perceptions are quite real, even though they are neither integrated nor understood, and they take place in the context of a general disintegration of the personality. Chapter 5, Seeing. 60. Now, the point is that, being human, if you look at the sun your eyes will suffer irreversible damage extremely quickly. Sunglasses do not make any difference. No form of gazing should ever be practiced on the sun, under any circumstances. Similarly, eye contact should not be practiced outside during the day, to avoid an excess of light harming your eyesight. Anyhow, you will get the best results indoors, in semi-darkness. If you practice during the day, it is best to dim the room by drawing the curtains. Similarly, it is recommended that you do not gaze at the moon without blinking, for its luminosity may also be harmful to your eyesight. But there is no restriction at all when it comes to gazing at stars. It is actually an enlightening practice that fills the soul. Mirrors. Will amaze you. How can it be possible for a physical surface to reflect not only your physical image, but also your aura, faces of yourself in the past and future, and faces of your guides? Chogyam Trungpa, the well-known Tibetan master, once told a friend of his that in deep meditation, he could see the realm of Shambhala in his mirror. And the mirror is one of the basic elements of initiation in Western schools of esotericism. The ancients must have had a sense of the mysterious nature of mirrors, since the word mirror came from the Latin mirari. Mirari means both to wonder and to admire, and is the source of other words such as marvel, admire, miracle, and mirage. 5.3 Reconnection with the space. Before starting any of the practices of eye contact, and in between them, reconnect with your eye in the following way. Sit up with your eyes closed. 1. Start implementing the throat friction. 2. Become aware of the vibration between the eyebrows, and connect it to the throat friction. Keep on building up the vibration between the eyebrows for about 1 minute. 3. Become aware of light or color patterns between the eyebrows. Connect the throat friction to the light. Continue for 1 or 2 minutes. 4. Become aware of the purple or dark space. Remain in the space for 1 or 2 minutes. This set of instructions is a shortened version of the third eye meditation described in section 3.7. As always, the eye refers to the third eye, between the eyebrows, and not to the physical eyes. Chapter 5, Seeing. 61. 5.4 Eye contact with focus in the eye and seeingness. Let us begin with the first 2 parts of our triple process of vision, which will be described in full in section 5.13. Sit with your back straight, in front of a friend or a mirror, according to the principles described in section 5.2. Before starting, spend 3 minutes with your eyes closed doing a reconnection as in section 5.3. Then open your eyes. Direct your gaze at your friend's eyes or at your own if practicing in front of a mirror. Part 1, Motionless focus in the eye. Become aware in the eye, between the eyebrows, and remain extremely still. Work at reaching a motionlessness that is more than a sheer absence of movement. By being focused in the eye, everything becomes still inside yourself, as if your energy was coagulating. You can feel yourself becoming denser. The stillness of eye contact is a connected stillness, in which you can feel the energy of your eye resonating with the vibration all over your body. Hence the feeling of higher density or higher frequency experienced in your body. Once you reach the climax of stillness, you get the feeling that even if you wanted to move, you could not. Indeed, if you really wanted to, you could. But to do this you would first have to get out of the experience. Throughout the book, whenever the expression the eye is used, it refers to the area between the eyebrows. But be careful that by focusing between the eyebrows, it is only meant that you should remain aware of that area. It is not meant that you should direct your eyeballs as if trying to look in between your two eyebrows. The eyes are not directed anywhere in particular, and actually the more you can forget about them the better. This applies to the third eye meditation, in which the eyes are kept closed, as well as to the exercises of eye contact. Part 2, Awareness of Seeingness. Here comes a big secret of the seers, which can create major openings of perception. Usually when you direct your attention to an object with your eyes open, you look at the image and its different parts. And then the various elements are processed by your conscious mind. Some techniques aimed at developing mental. Chapter 5, Seeing. 62. Acuity even train you to pick up more and more details from an image. For instance, a drawing of several objects is presented to you. A limited time of a few seconds is allotted to scan it. And then you are supposed to list as many objects as your mind was able to retain consciously. All this is related to what could be called the mental mode of vision, vision from the ordinary mental consciousness. As discussed before, this layer is precisely the part of yourself which is blind to spiritual worlds. In order to become able to see auras and spiritual beings, it is necessary to switch off this mental mode of vision. For this purpose, there is one secret: instead of looking at any of the details of the image, become aware of the fact of seeing. Usually, with the mental mode of vision, you would be busy looking at the image and finding out whether its content is round or square, green or yellow, pretty or ugly, and so on. But now, with the non-mental mode of vision, you are doing something completely different. You drop any interest in the components of the image. Instead, you become aware of the fact of seeing. In order to see, you stop looking. You shift your attention from the object of perception to the process of perceiving. Instead of watching the object, you start watching the action of seeing, the fact of seeing or seeingness. To summarize Practice 5.4. This first level of eye contact consists of two parts, implemented simultaneously while sitting in front of a friend or a mirror. 1. Absolute motionlessness with a tight focus in the eye, blinking as little as possible. 2. Awareness of the fact of seeing, or seeingness, instead of looking. Duration of the eye contact practice: start with 3 to 5 minutes. Increase gradually up to 15 minutes or more. To end the practice, follow the steps indicated in the next section. If seeingness is a problem. Throughout this book we will refer to a triple process of vision, of which part 1 is the motionlessness in the eye, and part 2 is seeingness. The third part has to do with the heart and will be introduced in section 5.13. If you find it difficult to relate to seeingness, please remember the following points. Chapter 5, Seeing. 63. The perception of seeingness does not have to be precise. A vague sense of the fact of seeing is good enough for the process to unfold. If even a vague awareness of the fact of seeing can't be reached, then forget about it temporarily and proceed in the following way. Become aware of the fact that there is an image in front of you. Forget about the friend or the mirror and any details of the image. Instead of looking at the image, try to feel it. Replace seeingness by feeling the image instead of looking at it and continue the process. Things will clarify by themselves as you progress. More detailed explanations about seeingness will be given in section 7.12. 5.5 To end any practice of eye contact, close your eyes. Rub your hands together for a few seconds. Place the palms on your closed eyes, touching the face, so that they are in contact with the skin and not held away from it. Let the warmth of the palms penetrate into your eyes. Remain in this position for half a minute or more, enjoying the healing effect. During this phase, you will have momentous experiences of inner light. Then click the fingers and open your eyes. Exchange impressions with your partner. Then start again. Do a reconnection with your eyes closed for 2 or 3 minutes. Then open your eyes and resume eye contact in the same manner. Tips, tricks and traps. What exactly takes place when you achieve absolute motionlessness, and when you get the feeling that your energy coagulates? Among other things, the connection between the etheric body and the physical body is slightly loosened. The etheric body is the layer of the vibration. Whenever you feel the Chapter 5, Seeing 64. Vibration, you feel the etheric. When you reach a total stillness that is more than an absence of movement, it means that your etheric body is not so caught into the physical body anymore. It is partly freed, and more available to perform certain functions independently of the physical body. Therefore you can feel a very intense vibration all over. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is said that the eyes are the gates to the heart, and that the heart is the gate to the Shen. In our context, this last phrase can be translated, the heart is the gate to the higher ego. While applying your palms to your eyes, could you feel the heat reaching into your heart? Try to enhance this transfer of warm energy that feeds the heart. 5.6 To blink or not to blink. In Hatha Yoga there is a technique called Trataka, in which one gazes at a very minute object such as a point on a wall, or the flame of a candle. It is said by the Sanskrit texts that the practice should be continued until tears are shed, and then all sorts of eye diseases will be cured. I have often heard Indian masters comment that during Trataka the tears released many poisons and negative energies that had accumulated in the eyes. As a physician, I have found this technique very helpful in correcting certain defects of eyesight, if applied early enough. Quite a few people were able to get rid of their glasses by doing this exercise. It worked for people who had not been wearing them for too long, no longer than a few months or maximum 1 or 2 years. In particular, Trataka works wonders on teenagers. All this is to tell you that if you reach the stage where your eyes are burning and tears start rolling down your face, you should not worry but rejoice. According to the ancient science of Hatha Yoga, this will release tensions from your eyes and prevent several diseases. Anyway, use common sense, increase duration gradually and do not force the practice. There is no spiritual value in hurting yourself. Tips, tricks and traps. As always, when you deal with energy, there are days when it is easy and effortless to remain without blinking for long periods. Other times, it is as if you had a cloud of toxic smoke just in front of your eyes, and it seems impossible not to blink every 2 seconds. The best approach is to accept that energy is whimsical. Chapter 5, Seeing 65. And changing by nature, and to go on practicing without placing too much importance on these fluctuations. 5.7 A few common experiences while practicing eye contact. The image gets distorted. Sharp outlines become blurry. Don't resist, let the image become more and more distorted. In the beginning, you have to let go of the physical image before non-physical images can be perceived. So let the physical image become distorted and blurry. Flow with what comes, even if it doesn't make any sense. You can analyze the experience later. If you try to think about it while it happens, it just won't happen. At a more advanced stage it will become possible to get both the non-physical and the physical image at the same time. but in the beginning you have to let go of the sharp outlines and let the image become blurry before you can see astral colors and halos. The person in front of you seems much further away than he actually is. This is a pretty good sign. It indicates that you are shifting from the vision of the physical reality into the vision of subtle realms. As soon as you reach the perception of the astral world, distances take on a very different aspect. It is not uncommon for the person sitting just in front of you to appear to be far away. Whenever this happens, you know that what you are seeing is beyond the physical plane. Seeing colors. In the astral worlds, light does not come from a sun, or from any external source such as lamps. Objects and beings can be seen due to their own luminosity. They shed their own light. They appear as if they were made of colors in an atmosphere of semi-darkness. However, it should always be kept in mind that the astral colors are quite different from the physical ones. It is therefore virtually impossible to describe them precisely, due to the lack of references in our material environment. A major difference is that astral colors often seem to be a mixture of different hues. But the different components of an astral color do not mix at all, unlike what can be observed in the physical world. In the physical world, when two colors mix, each disappears and an intermediary shade occurs. For instance, you mix blue and yellow and you get green. The blue and the yellow have disappeared and there is only green left. In the astral, the situation is quite different. Colors. Chapter 5, Seeing. 66. Seem to be made of thousands of tiny hyperbrilliant points. For example, there is a blue-yellow-green in which shiny blue points, yellow points, and green points can be seen, intricately woven. Astral colors are rarely completely uniform. Their great variety and amazing beauty is beyond any comparison with what is observable in the physical world. Due to the dissimilarity of the nature of astral and physical colors, it is not necessarily relevant to try to label an aura green or blue or yellow. That is why one should be careful when one reads in certain books that green in the aura indicates a particular emotion, blue another, and so on. By oversimplifying, one can sometimes end up making completely meaningless statements. The room in which you are practicing appears darker, the quality of the colors changes. The background of the astral colors is what occultists have called the astral light. It is the basic color that pervades the astral space, and it is no different from the purple light you see when you meditate in the eye. It could also be called astral darkness, for it appears as a semi-darkness, definitely dimmer than the daylight of the physical world, but of a different nature than the darkness of our nights. The physical darkness is an absence of light. The astral darkness glows, hence the expression darkness visible used in the Masonic tradition. When you are practicing eye contact and the room around you suddenly appears darker, even though it may be the middle of the day, it means you are seeing the astral light. You are shifting from the perception of the physical world into that of the astral space. Very often, this will be accompanied by a different perception of the colors. They will appear to you as indicated in the previous paragraphs. The astral space is neither unique nor uniform. As you advance in your meditation and your traveling, you learn to jump from one astral space to another. One of the references that allows you to find your way is the quality of the colors and the basic hue of the astral light, both of which vary depending on which space you are in. In certain regions of the space the background of astral light is milky, in others it is darker, nearly black, or even green-blue as under the ocean. Even before reaching the actual stage of traveling, you can observe these variations in the color of the space when you meditate in your eye. Chapter 5, Seeing. 67. The marvel is that it becomes possible, when your seeingness has matured, to behold several of these layers at the same time. At a certain stage in the opening process, you even become able to simultaneously encompass the physical world in your vision. In this explosion of colors, the magnificence of the universe becomes such that it forces your heart open. Beauty is sometimes at the limit of what is bearable. Life becomes a constant wonder, and great fun. On the other side of the astral worlds is another world, called Devachan by Western occultists and Svargaloka or world of the gods by the Hindu tradition. In this world, again a completely different range of lights is perceived. These are to the astral colors what day is to night. Another face appears in place of your friend's face. This is one of the most common experiences while practicing the techniques of eye contact. The face of the friend sitting in front of you disappears and another face can be seen instead. If you are practicing alone, facing a mirror, it is your own face that disappears and is replaced by another. These faces correspond mainly to 4 possibilities: 1. A spirit guide; 2. A past life; 3. A subpersonality; 4. An entity. 1. Spirit guides. It is quite common for your spirit guides to manifest in this way to the person with whom you are practicing. As you progress, you will gain the capacity to consciously manifest your guides upon your own energy in a way that will be visible to others, even if their clairvoyance is minimal. Eye contact is actually one of the most simple and direct ways to get to see spirit guides. A variation of this experience often happens while listening to a talk given by a spiritual teacher. If you become very motionless, stop blinking, and practice our method of vision while gazing at them, you will sometimes see their face disappear and be replaced by that of their teacher or some higher being behind them. 2. Another possibility when the face changes is that you are seeing an image of yourself or of the friend you are practicing with, in a past life. 3. The face can also be a subpersonality of yours or of your friend. Altogether, this is not so different from what was described in 2, if one considers that subpersonalities have been built up by the circumstances of past lives. Chapter 5, Seeing. 68. 4. The face can also be that of an entity, meaning a presence attached to you. An entity can be regarded as a non-physical parasite. Just as some physical parasites can stick to different parts of your body, likewise some non-physical energies or presences can get attached to your energy. 5.8 What to do with your experiences. Here is a point that may save you a lot of trouble. If you understand it fully, I strongly recommend you do not try to analyze too much of what you see. As you practice these exercises, different visions will come to you. You have to accept that it is going to take a certain amount of time before you can really understand what they mean. It takes a great deal of inner experience and esoteric knowledge before one can safely interpret the significance of visions. For instance, when you see another face during eye contact, it is very difficult in the beginning to know whether it belongs to the other person or to yourself. Apart from the fact that you may well be confused and mistake an entity for a spirit guide, never neglect the possibility that what you see on your friend's face could be a projection of yours. If you try to analyze things too quickly, making sense of everything, you run the risk of being completely deluded. Visions, and experiences in general, are to be digested deeply, on the level of the soul rather than mentally evaluated. It is much wiser to take some pencils and make drawings of your visions, for instance, than to worry about them. Let the experiences work on you rather than trying to work out what they mean. Remember that our emphasis is on the fact of seeing, or seeingness, not on the content of the visions. When practiced according to the principles expounded in this book, seeing is a breakthrough into higher regions of consciousness. It creates breaches in our facade of mental rigidity, and it nurtures the growth of the higher self through sophisticated mechanisms of inner alchemy. In this respect, the content of the visions is secondary. If you practice along these lines, putting more emphasis on the fact of seeing than on the content of the visions, then you won't build castles in the astral, and your spiritual journey will be safe. Ultimately, it is the pure light of the Spirit that will allow you to discriminate and move towards truth, even in the most confusing. Chapter 5, Seeing. 69. Circumstances. 5.9 Watching the graspings of the mind. Get ready for eye contact. Remember that you are too far from each other if the palm of your hand cannot reach your partner's nose. Do a reconnection for 2 or 3 minutes. Practice eye contact as described in section 5.4. 1. Become aware between the eyebrows. Use your focus in the eye to become completely motionless, and to blink as little as possible. 2. Instead of looking at any of the details of the image in front of you, become aware of the fact of seeing, or seeingness. The natural tendency is that the physical image gets altered. The outlines become blurry, new colors appear, and all kinds of modifications of the image take place, as described in section 5.7. As you go on practicing, a mechanism of prime interest can be observed. From time to time, something seems to retract inside yourself. Suddenly, the colors or faces are lost, the outlines become sharp again, and you are back in the physical image. It is as if something pulls you back, like a part of yourself that cannot cope with the expansion of the vision. In a split second, you are back into your usual mode of perception of physical reality. The halos have disappeared and the contours have become clearly delineated again. Now you don't have to close your eyes, but you need to relax, go back into the eye, and start the process again. Build up the motionless focus in the eye, become aware of the fact of seeing. And slowly you shift back into the non-mental mode of vision, the image becomes blurry again, halos and or colors reappear. Another interesting finding is that when you are in the expanded mode of perception, your vision becomes peripheral and embraces the whole field in front of you. You see much more of what lies on each side of the image. But as soon as you are brought back into the sharp, clear-cut image, your vision becomes selective again. Your perception becomes limited to some details in the middle of the image, and you lose sight of what is on the sides. You are only in touch with a fraction of the field. Chapter 5, Seeing. 70. To summarize, this practice consists of going into the eye and being very motionless, without blinking, and letting the image become blurry. Then observe how something inside retracts every so often, and projects you back into the image with sharp outlines. Relax, let yourself shift into the blurry image again, in which altered colors may appear. Until something inside contracts again, and then it is like falling, you abruptly lose your perception. Try to become more and more aware of the nature of that something which makes you fall out of your state of perception. Continue the practice for 5 to 10 minutes or more. Then close your eyes. Rub your hands. Place your palms on your closed eyes, as indicated in section 5.5. 5.10 Grasping is the nature of the mind. What is the part of yourself that retracts when you do the exercise indicated above? It is the layer of ordinary mental consciousness, which corresponds to the astral body of clairvision language, and to the manas of the Indian tradition. It is a layer that functions through reaction. The Tibetan masters use an excellent word to describe this: grasping. Watch how your mind usually operates. A thought comes to your mind, about your fridge, for instance. Immediately the mind grasps the thought and chains another to it. It is like a reaction to the previous thought. You think, I have to go to the supermarket, to fill up the fridge. And then another grasping takes place, another thought is linked to the former one, I also have to go to the bank. And so on. A chain of thoughts is woven, taking you far from the original thought. During eye contact, your own experience will confirm how relevant the word grasping is, to describe this quick little reaction that makes you lose your perception of the blurry image, and projects you back into the sharp physical image. When this happens, you definitely feel a kind of little contraction, not a physical one, but a grasping of the mind. Subtle perception requires letting go, and that is exactly what the ordinary mental consciousness, the manas mind, cannot cope with. The mind has to grasp, that is its very nature. The manas mind grasps you back into the physical image, just as a muscle of the physical body becomes tense in a situation of emotional stress. Chapter 5, Seeing. 71. It is essential that you keep watching this process carefully. Go back into the focus in the third eye and into the seeingness, let the image become altered again. And suddenly, another grasping of the mind takes place, and all the perceptions disappear. When a master like Sri Aurobindo says that a silent mind is a prerequisite for higher yogic experience, nothing else is meant than an eradication of those graspings. The more you watch the graspings, the more they will appear to you as something superimposed on your natural perception. 5.11 Which state of perception is the altered one? Let us develop this last point, because it has immense repercussions on the way we see the world. When people start working on themselves, they usually have an implicit preconception. They consider that the world, the way they see it every day through their mind, is the real one. And they infer that auras and spiritual beings can be superimposed on this vision of the physical reality, through some sort of additional perception. Now this exercise demonstrates exactly the opposite. It is the sharply outlined mental image that appears as an artificially constructed reality. As soon as you let go of the graspings of the mind, the image explodes into a fluid multitude of astral colors. It is not when you see auras, spiritual beings, etc. that something is added, it is when you see through the mind. The mind contracts and adds a facade of rigid contours on top of the fluid reality. The more you get to see the functioning of your mind, the more you realize that it is a kind of cramp. Release the cramp and the sharp physical reality disappears, the non-physical worlds open to you. All this is a gradual process, of course, it is not going to happen overnight. The mind is tenacious, it is not going to let go of you too quickly. Nevertheless, when you do the work, a new perception slowly develops. From time to time, you find yourself just being. It is a very simple and innocent state of consciousness. And in this simplicity, auras and other worlds are perceived. Most of the time you are caught in the usual functioning of the mind. But as you advance, the mind appears more and more like a crust on top of your being. It becomes obvious that the mind is something added, superimposed. It is only by clinging and grasping that it can operate. So you automatically start to regard the sharp. Chapter 5, Seeing. 72. Images as something artificially constructed by the mind, and the fluid level of lights and colors as the reality behind it. You begin to be more and more interested in seeing the world the way it is, and not the way your mind makes it up. One of the reasons I insist on this point is that it is not a philosophical theory but something you can observe easily in yourself, through the practice. As you keep on working with exercise 5.9, the graspings of the mind will become more and more obvious to you. Here we arrive at one of the essential characteristics of the clairvision approach. Our purpose is not to add a few tricks to our ordinary mental layer in order to reach clairvoyance. Our purpose is to use perception to reach a pure condition of consciousness, beyond false appearances and out of the graspings of the manas mind. The whole process aims at letting go of mental constructions and returning, as in the 24th hexagram of the I Ching, to the uncorrupted stage. 5.12 Atlantean Climax. Close your eyes and start with a reconnection, throat friction, awareness of the vibration in the eye. Then remain aware of the purple or dark space for about 2 minutes. Open your eyes and implement the double process of vision described in section 5.4. 1. Awareness between the eyebrows, with total stillness. 2. Simultaneously, instead of looking at any of the details of the image in front of you, become aware of the fact of seeing, or seeingness. For this particular practice, it is essential that you blink as little as possible, or preferably not at all. You have to build up a strong pressure between the eyebrows, and reach a climax of stillness. The two go together well. The more you are focused in the eye, the more you can become motionless. And the more you let your energy densify through your positive immobility, the more you can build up the vibration in the eye. Become more and more motionless. Build up the pressure between the eyebrows until your body feels as solid as a statue of vibration. The state slowly develops into a connected motionlessness that gives the feeling of a great accumulation of power, as if your eye was receiving the force of a column of. Chapter 5, Seeing. 73. Energy falling straight onto it. The more you can cease the movement of every single cell of your body, the more your eye can receive the force, and the denser and more intense the vibration becomes. Go on building up the vibration for a few minutes. Explore the climax, the maximum power you can receive in your eye through utter stillness. Let the power shine through your body. Then close your eyes. Rub your hands. Place your palms on your closed eyes as indicated in section 5.5. Tips. During the last periods of the Atlantean Age, through practices which bore some similarity to this one, it was possible to achieve a great mastery over the powers of nature. Now the wheel has turned. Yesterday's methods no longer yield the same results. Several laws of nature operate in a completely different way, and you could not reach the same mastery using these techniques. Some new paths of initiation have to be followed. When practiced with the intensity it requires, this exercise builds up a state of consciousness with two main characteristics. One is an extraordinary feeling of power. The second is an obvious lack of compassion. This state is devoid of any feeling or empathy for the person sitting in front of you. These two aspects summarize the condition of late Atlantis quite well, and are part of the reasons for its fall. This practice is not to be implemented on a regular basis. It is just indicated here to give you a glimpse of past states of consciousness. It will be especially interesting to practice the next technique just after this one, to realize the difference in vibration and atmosphere brought about by the heart feeling. 5.13 Eye Contact, Full Technique, the triple process of vision, including the vision of the heart. Sit with your back straight, facing either a friend or a mirror. Close your eyes and do a short reconnection, as described in section 5.3, build up the vibration in the eye, breathing with the throat friction. Then become aware of the purple or dark space. Remain in the space for 1 or 2 minutes. Then open your eyes and resume the process of vision we described in section 5.4. Chapter 5, Seeing. 74. 1. Remain focused between the eyebrows and very motionless. Blink as little as possible. Let your energy crystallize through stillness. 2. Instead of looking at any details of the image, become aware of the fact of seeing, the seeingness. If no seeingness can be perceived yet, just feel the image instead of looking at it, the whole image of the scene in front of you, not only your friend's image. Sense it in a tactile way, feeling the pressure of the light on your eye. To this we now add a third component to be implemented simultaneously with the first two. 3. Become aware of your heart center, in the middle of the chest. Try to feel the other person from your heart. Don't pay any attention to the image even though your eyes are open. Just be focused in your eye and feel your friend from your heart. Your focus is now double, in the eye and in the heart. But it is not a split. Rather, it is like anchoring your eye in your heart. You are not looking from both the eye and the heart, you are seeing from the heart, through the eye. Tips. This is our triple process of vision: the eye, the seeingness, the heart. You can play with these three elements and emphasize more of one or another, depending on the energy flow of the moment. Where is the heart center located, exactly? Whenever you wish to localize a chakra, it is preferable not to be too precise. A chakra is not a point but rather a zone, an area of vibration. So one could say that the middle of the heart chakra area is roughly in the middle of the sternum, and also behind it, inside the chest. But do not look for it too much. Rather become aware in this area, and let the feeling arise by itself. As long as you remain in the middle of the chest and do not go astray in the solar plexus, everything will be fine. This approach introduces a mode of perception that is quite different from the usual way the mind operates. Usually the mind tries to cognize the world by grasping details from the images in front of us, and drawing conclusions from them. In this case, the perception is based on the feeling of the heart, independently of any of the features of the image. You tune into the person in front of you and establish a connection from the heart on a. Chapter 5, Seeing. 75. Totally different level than that of the mind. You see him beyond his image. This technique shows a clear contrast with the previous one. A softness is now introduced that was previously absent. In terms of the occult history of our planet, the appearance of this empathy of the heart which was so painfully lacking in our Atlantean ancestors has a lot to do with the manifestation of Christ consciousness. 76. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 6.1 The work on the etheric body. Before resuming our exercises on the channels of the etheric body, let us dwell on some of the aims of this part of the work. You must have noticed, and there is nothing surprising about this, that a strong awareness of the third eye tends to reinforce the vibration along the channels. The more you are in the eye, the more you feel the vibration in the meridians. This is very logical since the eye is the main switch of the body of energy. By operating the switch, you activate circulations of vibration all over the body. But the opposite is also true. When you awaken a strong vibration in the meridians, you can feel the vibration in your eye better. Often, just by rubbing your hands and stimulating the tingling energy in them, an immediate boost can be felt in your eye. The eye appears more tangible, denser, more crystallized and more active. There is a profound mechanism behind this simple finding. The etheric layer is not a bunch of disassociated patches, it is a coherent layer. It has a unity. All its parts are much more directly interconnected than the different parts of the physical body. Because of the fluid nature of the etheric body, any wave of vibration in one of its parts will resonate with the whole layer. So when you shake or rub your hands and awaken a strong vibration in them, the whole of the etheric layer is stimulated and, therefore, so is the etheric part of your third eye. One of the results will be a boost to your clairvoyance. The third eye is made of different parts. One of its parts belongs to the astral layer, another to the etheric layer. It is only when all the parts are fully built and communicating with each other that your clairvoyance becomes reliable. Imagine a 1-meter long pipe. If even 1 millimeter of this pipe is blocked, then neither water nor air can flow through. You can't even see through the pipe. This is why, in order to develop your vision of non-physical realms, it is so valuable to proceed in this work of developing the etheric body, while implementing the practices on seeing. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 77. It is a good idea to do a few channel releases at the beginning and in the middle of the sessions. Later on, in the process of building the body of immortality, channel release will be resumed on a higher mode. The purpose will then be to infuse the consciousness of the higher self into the etheric layer, in quest of the life spirit or transubstantiated etheric body, one of the cornerstones of the glorious body. The present phase of channel release, even though humble, has a value in preparing for these summits to come, by initiating a connection between the etheric and your conscious self. 6.20 Xiao Yang, Gallbladder Meridian. For channel release on this meridian, rub a line from the outside of the foot to the side of the head, via the side of the leg, thigh, hip, rib cage, chest, and the side of the neck. Search in the area indicated on the figure. As with all the meridians mentioned so far, this one is bilateral, meaning it has its exact equivalent on the other side of the body. Once you have explored this yourself, have a look at the notes in Appendix 1 for more details on the path and the connections made by this meridian. 6.3 The full technique of channel release on a meridian. Sit in a meditation position with your back straight. If you are on a chair, don't prop against its back. Keep your eyes closed throughout the practice. Rub your hands together for a few seconds. Then remain motionless with your palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in your hands and in your eye. Implement the throat friction to amplify the vibration and to connect the palms with the eye. Make your hands straight and firm. Start rubbing along the line of the meridian with the bridge of the palm. Remain very motionless and become aware of the vibration in the line you have just rubbed. Connect the vibration in the line with. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 78. The vibration in your eye. Use the throat friction to intensify the vibration and the connection. Then try to become aware of the natural flow of the vibration along the line. Once again, connect this flow with your third eye and amplify it with the friction. Try to locate the path of this meridian beyond the area you have rubbed. Sense the energy flow in the hand. Then sense it in the trunk, then the neck, then the head. Then try to enhance the flow by contracting the little hands of energy all along the line. The more you progress in channel release, the more this phase becomes the essential one. Repeat the whole sequence on the same meridian on the other side of the body. As you become more familiar with the process, you can also choose to rub both meridians quickly, one straight after the other. Then become aware of the vibration and implement the whole sequence on both sides at the same time. Tips: being able to move the vibration consciously by contracting the little hands of energy requires patient work. You have to persist, 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 until the feeling becomes clearer and more tangible. Practice daily, contracting the etheric muscles around the line, squeezing the energy into movement, and these muscles will grow stronger. In channel release you first perform an action, such as rubbing a meridian. An after effect follows, a phase of connected stillness. It is during this phase that the most important part takes place, the movement of energy, the wave. The rubbing or any other movement is like throwing the net. Allowing the movement of energy during the motionless stage is like catching the fish. In the motionless phase, the art is to allow the energy to be set into motion. You are not doing anything. But still, it is not enough to do nothing for the wave of energy to arise. A yin skill has to be developed, like a passive magnetism, that allows the energy movement to take place. You can't do it, you have to let it happen. But if you don't do anything, nothing will happen either. In Taoism, the example is given of a woman who seduces a man. She does not do anything, she just is. And the man is drawn to her. But on the other hand, if the woman does nothing, meaning if she does not unfold her yin power, well, nothing happens. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 79. Man won't be attracted. The very same applies to the capacity to create waves inside your body of energy. You can't do it, but still you have to let it happen. I would suggest that you dwell on this principle and explore it during your practices, for it leads to vast realizations. In Sanskrit, one of the names for energy is Sakti. It is described as a highly female principle. If you practice your exercises as you would dissect a rat in a lab, if you are too serious and cold, the force or Sakti will find you boring and won't show herself to you. Approach the energy as you would approach a lover. Be warm and playful and the force will dance with you. Put all of yourself into the exercises, for she gets bored with lukewarm lovers. She only gives herself to those who give themselves to her. 6.4 Variation without rubbing. Instead of rubbing the meridians with the palms, it is also possible to use the tips of your 5 fingers, with hardly any physical contact. Join the tips of your 5 fingers and rub them very gently against the palm of the other hand, to stimulate the vibration inside them. Then instead of rubbing the meridian, move the joined tips of the fingers along it. Use a very gentle touch, hardly in contact with the skin, or even 1 millimeter away from the skin. But put all of yourself into this connected touch. As your sensitivity develops, you can also use only one of your fingers to stimulate the line energetically. An interesting finding will be that each finger awakens different qualities of energy inside the meridians. 6.5 The sound of the vibration. Implement channel release as described in section 6.3 on a meridian of your choice. Then in the motionless phase that follows the rubbing, while connecting with the vibration along the line, try to perceive the sound of the vibration. Don't listen with your ears, listen with your eye, between the eyebrows. There is something like a buzzing or the sound of a high voltage power line, that goes with the vibration. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 80. Remember our major key to reach clairvoyance: feel the light instead of trying to see it. It is often when you stop trying to see that vision arises. In the same way, don't try to hear the buzzing sound, try to feel it. Be very motionless in your eye. As usual, do not concentrate. If you try too hard, nothing will happen. Cultivate an open attitude. Tips. Wherever there is a vibration, there is a sound. The sound is like the higher aspect of the vibration. Actually, it would be more exact to say that the vibration is the lower manifestation of the sound. Truly, the sounds come first and then they densify into vibrations. As this perception develops, the whole universe can be felt as a vast melody, materializing itself by the densification of sounds into denser and denser vibrations. This will lead you to a different reading of the first verses of the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Through him all things were created. 6.6 Ziu Tai Yang, urinary bladder meridian. Rub from the back of the heel to the back of the head via the back of the calf, thigh, buttock, and all along the side of the spine and neck. After fully exploring this path of energy, you can have a look at the notes in Appendix 1 for more details. More than ever, the name urinary bladder, given to this meridian, is a hoax. The functions of Zhu Tai Yang are multiple and vast, and certainly not limited to the bladder. In particular, along the sides of the lumbar and thoracic areas of the spine, one finds on this meridian several extraordinary acupuncture points that govern some highly spiritual functions. If you become more expert at channel release, it will become possible to enter those points and explore their functions from inside, and not merely from books. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 81. Practice. Repeat the whole sequence of section 6.3, this time on the urinary bladder meridian. This meridian is located on the side of the spine, not on the spine itself. Do not rub the spine itself. Rubbing is a gross and preliminary way of moving vibration. The energy of the spine is extremely subtle and can easily be disturbed through manipulation. It is always preferable to activate the vibration in the spine from inside, rather than through massage or physical contact. The more open you become, the more I would recommend that you avoid having your spine touched too readily by practitioners of various kinds. If some therapeutic touch has to be implemented, such as osteopathy for instance, I recommend you choose somebody who really knows what they are doing, not only in their own discipline but also in the field of energy. 6.7 The Cosmos in your hands. From here, we'll go through a few practices showing how the hands can be used to attune yourself to spiritual connections. Practice, positioning the hands to modify the palm energy. Sit with your back straight. Keep your eyes closed throughout the exercise. Phase 1, hanging/resting. Rub your hands together for 10 to 20 seconds. Then become motionless with your palms upwards. Don't rest your hands on your knees, keep them suspended in the air, palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in your hands and in your eye. Implement the throat friction to connect the palms and the eye and to intensify the vibration. Then keep the same awareness and friction but rest your hands on your knees with the palms still facing upwards. Sense the vibration in your hands and compare with the former position, when the hands were in the air. Stay half a minute with your hands on your knees. Then lift up your hands again, back to the original position. Compare the difference in the vibration in the palms. Keep going from one position to the other, each time comparing the quality of energy. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 82. Phase 2, palms up, palms down. Sit up with your back straight, palms upwards. Do not rest the hands on your knees. Take half a minute to strengthen the vibration in the hands and its connection with the eye, by implementing the throat friction. Then turn the palms downwards. The hands are still suspended in the air and you are still breathing with the friction, but now the palms are facing downwards. Sense the quality of the vibration in your hands and all over your body. Then go back to the first position, with the palms upwards. Sense the quality of energy in your hands and compare with the former position. Sense the general feeling inside yourself and see if you can perceive any difference with how you felt in the former position. Keep swapping from one position to the other, sensing and exploring your feelings. Tips. The more you become attuned to the perception of energy, the clearer it will become that it's not only the quality of vibration in your palms but the energy in your whole body, that varies from one position to the other. The flavor inside, the atmosphere of consciousness, changes completely. In the beginning these variations may seem subtle but as you progress they will become more and more tangible and distinct. This leads to a science that aims at inducing particular states of consciousness by tuning into different positions of the hands and, more generally, of the body. Elements of this lore have been incorporated in the rituals of all the traditions you encounter on the planet, For instance, these gestures of energy are called mudra in Sanskrit. As you may judge for yourself while going through these exercises, it is only if your perception is open that the gestures of energy will yield their real effects. Let us explore two of these very traditional gestures. 6.8 Gestures of Energy. Sit with your back straight. Rub your hands for a few seconds and then become motionless with your palms upwards. Become aware in the eye, aware in the hands. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 83. Breathe with the throat friction. Become aware of the vibration in the hands and the vibration in the eye. Sense the general quality, the flavor of your energy. Phase 1. Join your hands as in a prayer position. Become aware of the vibration in your hands and in the whole body. Stay half a minute in that position. Then go back to the original position, palms upwards. Keep on alternating from one position to the other, comparing your energy. Observe what disposition of consciousness arises when your hands are joined. Phase 2, Jnana Mudra. Refocusing. Go back to the position with your palms upwards. Engage the throat friction to amplifythevibratond. Connect the hands and the eye. Spend oneminute. Then bend the index fingers and join them to the thumbs, in the position called Jnana Mudra. Use the throat friction to amplify the action of the gesture. Continue sensing the variations of energy inside yourself for 1 or 2 minutes. Then resume the position with the palms upwards. Spend half a minute amplifying the vibration with the throat friction. Feel the quality of your energy. Then take Jnana Mudra again. Go on alternating the positions, exploring the changes inside yourself. How does your energy vary? Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 84. How does your consciousness vary? Phase 3, the action of Jnana Mudra on the lungs. Keep the same gesture of energy, Jnana Mudra, as described in Phase 2. Always keep your eyes closed. This time become aware of the vibration in your lungs at the same time. Go from one position to the other, and try to feel how the vibration varies inside your chest. Then try with Jnana Mudra in the right hand only and the other hand flat. Awareness in the eye, awareness in the chest. Continue for half a minute. Compare the energy in each of the lungs. Then swap. Take Jnana Mudra with the left hand and keep the right hand flat. Become aware of the vibration in the eye and in each side of the chest. Compare with the former position. Keep on going from one position to the other for a few minutes, exploring the variations of energy in your body in general and in your lungs in particular. Tips, tricks and traps. The prayer gesture of Phase 1 often gives the feeling that your energy is more concentrated, more vertical, like a column. I have noticed with many people that this Jnana Mudra, literally, gesture of knowledge, seems to have a direct action on the energy of their lungs, which fits rather well with the fact that in acupuncture, the lung meridian is said to terminate on the thumb. Students often describe the vibration in their lungs as more intense or denser, reinforced, more closed, when the gesture is implemented. Now, a riddle: some people seem to find it easier to breathe when they do Jnana Mudra. Others, on the contrary, find it a little more difficult to breathe. How can this be so? The answer is in section 6.13, at the end of this chapter. 6.9 The energy between your hands. Sit up with your back straight, your hands facing each other in front of you. At no point in this exercise do the hands touch, there is always space between them. Become aware of the vibration in your eye and in your hands. Breathe with the throat friction to amplify the vibration and connect the hands to the eye. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 85. Then become aware of the vibration in the space between your hands. Start moving the right hand slowly towards the left, as if the right hand was pushing the left one through vibration. The left hand moves to the left, gently repelled by the pressure of the vibration coming from the right hand. Go on moving the two hands to the left very slowly. Then change direction. The left hand starts moving to the right, repelling the right hand through the vibration. Keep on using the throat friction to intensify the vibration between the hands. After moving the two hands to the right extremely slowly for 1 minute or so, change direction again. Start pushing to the left, repelling the left hand with the vibration coming from the right one. Repeat the practice in a vertical direction, with your right hand above and your left hand below. Move the hands up and down very slowly, repelling on with the other, following the same method. Maintain the throat friction. Watch the field of vibration between the two hands. Then extend this exercise to various directions of space. 6.10 Cosmic Antenna. Sit up with your back straight, your hands facing each other as in the last exercise. Then turn the palms upwards. Sense the difference in vibration in your hands and in your eye as you go from one position to the other. Then place your hands and arms in different positions in space, any position that comes to you. But move slowly and consciously. It is like a motionless movement that takes you from one position to another. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 86. In each position, a different frequency of vibration is generated inside yourself. Your field of consciousness changes flavor, depending on the orientation of your hands. Go on playing with your arms for a few minutes, exploring how different positions create different inner states. Then stand up and start moving your whole body, slowly, going from one motionless position to another. This practice introduces a completely different approach to movement. Each position is now perceived in its relation to the cosmos. You do not move your body only to perform particular actions but to tune into different frequencies of energy and consciousness. The body becomes like a cosmic antenna. Once you step into this state of perception, you realize how rich and vast you are. Can you imagine how magical it is to dance according to these principles? This practice is excellent to work on inner sound. If you are ND as you change positions, tune into the sound of the vibration in the middle of the head, behind the point between the eyebrows. A real melody will be revealed to you as you go on dancing, the harmony of the spheres. 6.11 Ribcage Practice. Let us resume channel release with an invigorating exercise. Sit with your back straight. Be aware of the vibration in the eye. Breathe with the throat friction. Then implement a vigorous rubbing of the rib cage with the palm. Rub vertically all around the rib cage for half a minute. Then use your fists to stimulate the back of the rib cage on the sides of the spine. But do not rub the spine itself. Then remain motionless and allow the movement of energy. This exercise gives good results in dissipating the anxiety that always tends to accumulate around the solar plexus. It also helps you gain more conscious control of your diaphragm. As well, it is quite efficient in waking you up in the morning or at any other time. 6.12 Zhi Yang Ming, Stomach Meridian. To work on this meridian, rub the dorsal side of the foot, then the front part of the ankle, leg, knee, thigh, to the inner part of the groin. Then on a line from inside the groin to the nipple. Chapter 6, Channel Release 2. 87. Repeat the complete practice of channel release on this meridian. So now we have experienced 6 meridians, the 3 yin of the hand and the 3 yang of the foot. In order to develop your perception of the vibration and to reinforce your etheric layer, I suggest that you keep on practicing channel release on these 6 meridians every day for a few months. As explained at the beginning of this chapter, it is not so much a local effect that is sought from these particular exercises but rather a general awakening of your etheric layer, which will foster the opening of your vision. Keep in mind the drawing presented here does not show the actual path of the stomach meridian, but the area where you rub in order to find the meridian. For the precise path, see Appendix 1. Readers with a special interest in etheric energy and healing are referred to acupuncture manuals for more on the meridians. Applying your perception of energy to acupuncture points will give spectacular results. It will be like activating little chakras all over your body, creating all sorts of movements of energy. Start with points that are big and easy to find, such as colon 4, colon 10, colon 11, stomach 36. 6.13 Jnanamudra and the energy in the lungs. Suppose there is too much energy in the lungs. By doing Jnanamudra you add even more. Therefore, it may suddenly become a bit more difficult to breathe. Adding energy where there is a fullness makes symptoms worse. This is a very basic principle of Chinese medicine. On the other hand, if there is a deficiency of energy in the lungs, by adding more vibration you make the person feel better and able to breathe more easily. This very sensitive test may help you detect whether there is a little too much qi or not enough in your lungs. Try this exercise a few times, leaving a few days between each, before you make up your mind. 88. Chapter 7, Seeing. 7.1 The use of darkness. In a separate reality, Don Juan teaches Carlos Castaneda how to make use of darkness. When the latter asks what one can use it for, Don Juan answers that the darkness of the day is the best time to see. We have been conditioned to rush to the light switch or a torch every time we have to find our way in the dark. In many cases, you can manage very well without a light. Pretend you are a cat. Switch on to cat mode. Rely on your instinct. And, of course, be very aware in the eye. All sorts of objects have a glow of energy around them at night and some are actually quite easy to see. It is typically one of those perceptions that most people miss, simply because they never think of trying, and not because it is difficult or advanced. For instance, if you walk on a dirt path in the countryside at night, you will often discover that the path glows when you look at it from your third eye. It is a valuable exercise to try finding your way without artificial light. You can also rediscover your flat at night, or in the darkness of the day. Explore. 7.2 Use more candles and oil lamps, less electricity whenever possible, use candles instead of electric lights. In the natural light of candles, you will have much easier access to the vision of auras. There are some simple reasons why electric lights are not conducive to the opening of perception. The light coming from a light bulb appears to us as continuous. But in reality that is not the case. Electric lights work with a 50 Hz alternating current. This means the light turns on and off many times per second. The process is quick enough to cheat your conscious mind, but subconsciously this frequency is registered. It has an action on your brain. Imagine the electric light was turned on and off every half second so that you could see the light pulsate. What would the result be? Quite painful. You would have to close your eyes, or at least you would have to make a mental formation, like a screen, to protect. Chapter 7, Seeing. 89. Yourself. This means you would have to close off to a certain degree. When you start using your eye, you realize that a similar process takes place, unconsciously, with the electric light going on and off many times per second. It is hard on the brain. Deep inside, something has to close off in order to protect yourself. Of course, the general direction of perception is one of opening. We have already discussed how when trying to see, one of the main obstacles is this tendency of the mind to retract. You are starting to see an aura, for instance, and suddenly your mind gets surprised, or startled, or very interested. Instantaneously, this reaction of the mind creates a closing off. In a fraction of a second your perception is lost and you have to start reopening again. Electric light creates a similar process of closing, at a deep unconscious level. But let it be very clear that I am not advocating getting rid of all the electric lights in your house. For instance, when reading or writing, use electric light, of course. Insufficient light would tire your eyes, which will not help you become any more clairvoyant. The clairvision techniques have been designed for those who are in the world, and presently you can't be in the world without using electricity, computers, and so on. The point I want to make is that when you practice eye contact or other techniques of seeing, it is far better to use candles. Apart from that, there are many circumstances such as eating, or talking with a friend, when we use electric lights out of habit and not because we really need them. So we could take advantage of those occasions to give our brain a break, and to practice the techniques of vision. This is one of the secrets of success in spiritual practice. Use more and more of your daily activities to put the processes into practice. Integrate your work of opening with the simplest actions. Yet in the long run it should become a concern that electric light is stressful. It would be a blessing for humankind if somebody could invent a form of artificial light that was softer on our unconscious perception. 7.3 In Quest of the Ultimate Wall Rendering. When trying to see an aura, you will get much better results if the wall behind the object or the person is blank and white, or painted in a very light hue. If seeing is really one of your essential. Chapter 7, Seeing. 90. Preoccupations in life. You should consider redecorating the walls of the rooms in which you spend most of your time. Certain varieties of white paint and wall renderings have a magic effect. Whenever someone stands in front of them, you automatically start seeing halos of light. 7.4 The White Shawl. When practicing the techniques of eye contact regularly with the same friend, it can be a good idea to wear a white shawl that covers your clothes. It makes it significantly easier to see auras and it attracts all sorts of good vibrations. On the contrary, black or dark clothes make the task of seeing more arduous. Wear the white shawl when practicing alone too, in front of the mirror. For the shawl you can use cotton, silk, or linen. But no synthetic fibers. Wear it whenever you meditate, and it will concentrate the energy of your meditation. The shawl will slowly be charged with a protective power that will become more and more tangible. Each time you put it on, your energy will be activated and you will feel a certain well-being. Do not let anybody else use your shawl, or else all your work may be lost in a few minutes. I suggest a shawl because it is extremely simple to make. There is nothing to sew, you just need a pair of scissors. But a dress could also be designed. Monks' robes were originally designed to play a role in energy concentration and protection, even though this knowledge came to be lost. Maybe it's time for a new generation of garments for energy to be designed. Before resuming the techniques of vision, I would suggest that you reread the advice given in Chapter 1. 7.5 The Basic Technique for Seeing an Aura. The following procedure is one of the most direct ways to see an aura, or to get in touch with somebody's guides. You can sit in front of each other at the regular eye contact distance of about 90 centimeters, or allow a bit more space between the two of you, as in a normal conversation situation. Even better, start in an eye contact position, and then repeat the practice in a more relaxed and casual position, comparing your results. Close your eyes for 1 or 2 minutes, breathing with the throat friction. Operate a reconnection with the space in the eye by doing. Chapter 7, Seeing. 91. A short third eye meditation as described in section 5.3. Then drop the friction and open your eyes. The technique consists of gazing 1 or 2 inches above the head of the person whose aura you want to read, and implementing the triple vision process as described in section 5.13. 1. Become aware in the eye, and motionless. Blink as little as possible. 2. Do not look at any details of the image. Become aware of the fact of seeing, or seeingness. If seeingness remains a mystery, just feel the image instead of looking at it. 3. Feel the other person from your heart in the middle of the chest. Remain totally still, absorbed in this triple process. After a few minutes, start the throat friction. Connect the friction with the image. When you finish, rub your hands. Put the palms against your eyes. Let the warmth reach inside and heal your eyes. Tips. You will be amazed how the perception of halos is suddenly enhanced as soon as you connect it with the throat friction. It is a beautiful demonstration of the amplifying effect generated by this friction. To do an aura reading, the trick is to tune into the spiritual beings above the person's head and let them do the reading for you. Tune into their presence and let them monitor your vision. 7.6 Where exactly should you look while doing eye contact? Nowhere, since to see, the secret lies in not looking. But still the question arises, where to place your gaze, especially at the beginning of the practice before your perception shifts into the space. You can either gaze between the eyebrows of your partner. Gaze one of his/her eyes. Try to gaze in front of you without touching any physical part of your partner with your eyes. Experiment with these different options, going from one to another. After some time, the physical image disappears, so it doesn't really matter which one you choose. When focusing on the eyes of the person in front of you, it sometimes happens that. Chapter 7, Seeing. 92. Everything becomes blurry but the eyes remain clear, or the face changes but the eyes remain the same. Whatever possibility you explore, it is preferable for both people to practice the same way at the same time. Don't forget that focusing between the eyebrows never means making your eyeballs converge as if trying to look in that area. It only means that you should remain aware of your third eye. 7.7 Channel release from time to time. While working on these techniques of clairvoyance, it is valuable to implement a few channel releases from time to time. As explained in section 6.1, this will stimulate your whole etheric body, thereby giving a boost to the etheric layer of your third eye. In particular, if your progress seems blocked, don't hesitate to have recourse to a few channel releases. 7.8 Working on auras. Here are a few suggestions to work at developing your perception of auras. Start with a reconnection, close your eyes, breathe with the throat friction and build up the vibration between the eyebrows. Then tune into the light and become aware of the dark purple space for 1 or 2 minutes. Then open your eyes and start the triple vision process. 1. Motionless focus in the eye. 2. Seeingness. 3. The feeling from the heart. The idea is to remain very quiet inside, absorbed in this triple process, and to ask the friend in front of you to say or think of different things, to see if any modification of his/her aura can be perceived as a consequence. You can place your gaze 1 inch above his/her head, or between his/her eyebrows, as you prefer. Of course, Be careful not to look too much, otherwise you won't see anything. Ask your friend to repeat no, no, no for 1 minute or so. It should be a no with intention, a no that really means no. During this time, feel the quality of the light around him/her. Then ask the friend to repeat yes, yes, yes with intention, for 1 minute. Feel the light and compare the quality of energy. Repeat once or twice with no and then with yes. Chapter 7, Seeing. 93. Repeat the same procedure, but this time the friend should be aware both in the eye and around the navel while saying no. Ask your friend while saying yes. 2. Be fully aware in the heart, for a minute or so. Think of death for 1 minute. 2. Think of a happy thing that could happen in his/her life. Become aware of a sad emotion. 2. Think of something that usually creates irritation or anger. Ask your friend to become serene again. Don't forget to do a bit of palming at the end of each session, or each time you take a short break with your eyes closed. Tips. You can repeat the same exercise while asking your friend to think of a loved one, someone he/she dislikes, someone who is dead. Various other possibilities will come to your mind as you explore the practices. Once you have digested the chapter on ley lines, you can also watch the aura of your friend while he/she is sitting. Own a noxious crossing of earth lines knowingly. Own a noxious crossing of earth lines unknowingly. On, an energy well. 7.9 Aura testing. It is also interesting to ask your friend to hold different objects and substances and to watch the modification of the aura accordingly. Ask the friend to tune into the object. You can hold the object in front of the heart, and then in front of other parts of the body, and see if you notice any difference in the aura. Here are a few suggestions. A copper vessel. A big iron tool. The tip of a thermometer. An aluminium saucepan. Different cans of food. Chapter 7, Seeing. 94. Packets of frozen foods. Plates with different foods. A variety of herbs, drugs, medicines, homeopathic remedies. Basically, try anything, ordinary and extraordinary. Tips. The technique known as muscle testing is based on the idea that the force of a muscle is stronger when you think of something true or when you hold a substance that is good for you. On the contrary, the muscular force is supposed to drop if you are holding the wrong remedy, or if you think of something that is untrue or not beneficial to your health. For instance, patients are asked to hold different bottles with their left hand, in front of their heart, and to stretch their right arm horizontally. The practitioner pushes the hand down to test the strength of the deltoid. The technique has its limits, and I don't think it is reasonable to try to make it a universal method of knowledge, as some seem to be doing. Yet it is a surprising fact that the resistance of the muscle is sometimes significantly stronger or weaker, depending on what the person holds or thinks of. As soon as you begin perceiving auras, you will discover that clear-cut differences can be sensed in a person's energy when they think about different things or while they hold different substances. To perceive this, you don't even need to see auras, just feeling them is enough. 7.10 Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Ayurveda, or traditional Indian medicine, is based on recognizing the interplay of three principles in the body. Vata or wind. Pitta or fire/heat principle. Kapha, or water and earth principle, force of inertia. In Ayurveda, diagnosis rests on discerning which of these three principles predominate in a patient. Patients are classified accordingly as Vata, or Pitta, or Kapha, or Vata Pitta, or Pitta Vata, or Kapha Vata, and so on. The Ayurvedic method of reaching this diagnosis is to take the pulse. I was once working with an Ayurvedic physician in Calcutta, and we had designed a procedure in which he Chapter 7, Seeing 95 would take the patient's pulse, and I would look at their aura. Before he gave his diagnosis, I would write mine on a piece of paper. Then we would compare. This physician was quite famous, seeing up to 100 patients a day, which is not so uncommon in India. This proved to be a respectable sample to make up our minds on how often we agreed. And we used to come up with the same diagnosis in more than 90% of cases. Now don't think you need to reach an advanced stage to do that yourself. You hardly need to be able to see auras, just to get a sense of them. Sit in a cafe in a busy street, go into the triple process of vision and look at people passing by. Try to determine if they are Vata or Pitta, etc. Preferably get a friend to do the same with you, so you can compare your findings. You will be surprised how often you agree. 7.11 Transverbal communication. Sit in front of a friend and prepare for eye contact. Plug your ears and implement the triple process of vision. Then your friend says 5 sentences about himself. Each sentence is repeated 3 times. Each time the friend starts with a new sentence, he indicates the corresponding number with his fingers. One of the sentences is false. Your task is to find which of the sentences is the false one, with only the aura as a reference. Repeat the exercise, this time without plugging your ears. To discern which statement is false, try to rely only on the aura and not on what you hear. Tips. An enlightening conclusion is that you will sometimes get more success by not listening at all and just looking at the aura, rather than by analyzing the content of the messages. Don't hesitate to cheat and give more than one false statement, to add to the sport. 7.12 More about seeingness. Let us take a few examples to understand more about seeingness. Western esotericists, such as Rudolf Steiner and Max Heindel, have described how in the distant past human beings had a very different way of perceiving warmth. A kind of baggy organ was on top of their heads. Nowadays this area corresponds to the Chapter 7, Seeing 96. Fontanelle, a soft membrane between the 2 parietal bones, on top of infants' heads. If we go back a long time through the archives of the memory of nature, we find that the Earth was full of volcanoes and areas with hot gases and plasma. Human beings had to have some sense of direction to avoid being roasted alive. The baggy object on top of their heads fulfilled this function. It was the very primitive organ of warmth. In terms of evolution, what has happened? The baggy part was reintegrated inside the head and slowly became our present pineal gland. And now our sense of warmth is no longer localized in a particular organ but distributed all over the body. Thus we can observe how a sensorial function develops over a long period of time. It first depends on one organ and is restricted to it, and then it slowly spreads to the whole body. We now do not feel warmth through any localized organ but through our whole body. Steiner foresaw that our present senses will all follow a similar evolution process, so there will be a time when human beings can smell, see, hear, taste with their whole body and not only through a particular organ. It is as if the localized organ is there to teach us about one particular sense, and when the lesson is complete, we no longer need the organ. As the sense of warmth is much more ancient, and therefore more integrated into our being, it is easier for us to recognize what warmth is, independently of any object. we can grasp the pure quality of warmth. Let us develop this as an analogy to understand more about seeingness. In the beginning it may be difficult to get a sense of seeingness, meaning the fact of seeing, independently of any image in particular. We understand what it is to see a tree, to see a light, or even to see an aura. But the naked seeingness may not be so obvious. Roughly speaking, the feeling of warmth is to heat what seeingness is to the perception of images. We don't have to refer to concepts such as hot as a fire or hot as the sun or hot as the stove and try to understand what is common to them. We can just go to the essence and recognize warmth, independently of any source of heat. It is a similar quality that has to be developed with vision in order to discern the seeingness. In other words, for perception to take place, 3 elements are needed: 1. A person who perceives; 2. An object to be perceived; 3. They. Chapter 7, Seeing. 97. Process of perception. This applies not only to seeing auras, but to any physical perception such as hearing, smell. At this point in time, in the daily life of most human beings, the first and third elements have been lost, meaning the consciousness of the perceiver and of the process of perception. When seeing a tree, for instance, there is a mental recognition of the tree, but there is no awareness of who sees the tree, nor of the process through which the tree is perceived. An assimilation takes place with the object of perception. To become aware of seeingness means to become aware of 3, the process of perception. Our real purpose in this work is to find the self. We are not using techniques just to reach perception. We are using perception to reach the self. If you have 2 oranges and a cherry in a basket, the cherry can easily be hidden by the oranges. But if you take the 2 oranges out of the basket, the cherry becomes conspicuous. One orange is the object of perception, the other is the process of perception, and the cherry is the self-awareness of the perceiver. When you separate the seeingness from the object of perception, you achieve a stage of discernment which is similar to removing the 2 oranges from the basket. That is why you may have such big flashes of inner awakening when you become aware of the seeingness, sudden inner explosions in which the self is revealed. As you keep on practicing our triple process of vision, your seeingness will gradually develop. In the beginning it seems faint. But as you exercise it, it turns into a more and more tangible quality, becoming as clear and obvious as the perception of warmth. One could also compare the seeingness to a muscle that has not been used for a long time. Reactivating the muscle is likely to be slow in the beginning, you hardly feel it, you don't even know when it is contracting or not, and its contraction is quite weak. Once you have done the work, activating your seeingness becomes as clear and tangible as contracting your biceps. Actually, this part of the process of inner alchemy is akin to bodybuilding. Not physical, but subtle bodybuilding. Now, there is a paradox. When you want to become aware of seeingness, what do? You make sure that you are not looking at anything in particular, that the content of the image does not matter to you. In other words, you take one of the 2. Chapter 7, Seeing. 98. Oranges out of the basket. You get rid of the object of perception. And then the second orange becomes conspicuous. But once your seeingness has evolved, you operate in a different way. You tune into an object or a person, you switch on your seeingness, and automatically you see. It does not matter at all whether the object of perception is just in front of you or on the other side of the planet or even on the other side of the galaxy. You see. And often something uncanny happens. You may well decide to close your eyes, in order to see something just in front of you better. Then the following question arises: how can you be completely disinterested in the object, if you use the seeingness as a means of seeing the object? The key to this paradox is, once you have reached that stage, you are not looking at the object with your mind anymore. The mind has become silent and you are seeing from a much deeper and truer layer of yourself. A basic prerequisite for higher perception lies in the silence of the layer of ordinary mental consciousness. That is why in the beginning the advice is, do not look at the object, do not get too interested in it. Otherwise your mind will be activated, since you have been conditioned for so long to operate from only the mind. As soon as you are interested in something, your mind automatically tries to grasp it. Therefore it is better not to think of the object at all, in order to allow the process of vision to unfold. Often in the beginning, you will have an interesting experience. You will start seeing an aura or a different face, or a spiritual being. Then suddenly you realize that you are seeing something. And you instantaneously lose the perception. Why? Because your mind has reacted. You have suddenly become interested, frightened, or whatever. In other words, a grasping of the mind has taken place. You are suddenly looking from the mind again. And it's quite logical that you should lose the perception, since ordinary mental consciousness is completely blind by nature. When the perception process is engaged, it will go on as long as you do not react and will stop with the first grasping of the mind. Your perception always has the limits of your capacity not to react. Chapter 7, Seeing. 99. 7.13 Intermezzo, which eye are you? Some people argue that one of your eyes corresponds to your deeper and true self, while the other is the mirror of your surface personality. As our philosophy is never to believe anything but to try to perceive for ourselves, let us not say which eye is supposed to be which. The following exercise is designed to let you find out if there are any differences in what you can perceive from each eye. Sit in front of each other and get ready for eye contact. Remember that your back should be straight and that if you cannot touch the other's nose with your palm, you know you are too far away. Practice a short reconnection in the eye, with your eyes closed. Open your eyes and start gazing at each other's right eye. Your focus is on your friend's right eye and your friend is focusing on your right eye. To avoid any confusion, I recommend that you both raise your right hand at the beginning of the practice, to be sure that you are both gazing at the right eye. Then start practicing the triple vision process with the motionless focus between the eyebrows, the awareness of seeingness, and the feeling from the heart. Continue the practice for about 5 minutes. Then close the eyes and take a short break, warming your eyes with the palms of your hands as described earlier. Then open your eyes and show each other your left hand to avoid any confusion. Start gazing at each other's left eye, and repeat the practice for a few minutes. Close your eyes and cover them with your palms, warming up your heart. Exchange impressions with your friend. After having tested this exercise with hundreds of people, I do not believe a word of the assumption that one of your eyes mirrors your higher self and the other one the lower self. Still, it is fascinating to see how different somebody can look, depending on which eye you are focusing on. You obviously connect with quite different subpersonalities through each of the eyes, and there is definitely more than one subpersonality related. Chapter 7, Seeing. 100. To each eye. It is interesting to remember that the word person came to us, via the Latin, from an Etruscan word, persu, meaning mask. 7.14 The yes/yes technique. Here is a beautiful and devastating technique. Truly, what is it that prevents you from being a seer? Of course, you have to do the subtle body building, to apply the techniques. However, your organ of subtle vision must be operating already, since from time to time you may have a 1-second flash, a blessed little moment in which you see. And then it is lost, and it sometimes takes months before another such flash takes place. So, what? Barriers, mental screens, lazy habits of self-protection of the mental consciousness, thick conditioning like a wall around us. In reality, these are the blocks. The following technique is designed to help you drop the barricades of the mind. It requires that someone sits and practices with you. You can't implement it alone in front of a mirror. Sit in front of each other with your back straight. If you can't touch each other's nose with the palm of your hand, you know you are too far away. Close your eyes and do a reconnection. Implement the throat friction. Build up the vibration in the eye. Then spend 1 or 2 minutes in the purple space. Open your eyes. Implement the triple process of vision. Try to receive the other one, to take him into your heart. Then one says, yes, and the other, when ready, answers, yes. Both go on saying yes, one after the other. This practice is a hard practice. You can't cheat. If you leave any barrier or restriction, the other will feel it immediately, and the miracle won't happen. You have to say a yes that is really a yes, and put more and more meaning and opening into it. The yes must come from the heart. You have to work at deepening each yes a bit more, until you reach a total acceptance of the other person. And then, go further. Give a yes that is an acceptance of the whole world through the person in front of you. Continue the practice for as long as you want. Then take a good 2 or 3 minutes, covering your closed eyes with the palms of your hands, and letting the warmth of the hands reach the heart. Chapter 7, Seeing. 101. Through the eyes. Tips. You will be surprised to see how many people utter a yes that truly means no. Or they mechanically say yes after yes in a way that simply does not mean anything at all. Put all of yourself into this practice, and after a few minutes, you will hardly be able to utter anything. The word seems to come from far, far away. This can lead to an intense experience of your own truth. There is no limit to how long you should continue this practice. Hours if you want. 102. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. Let us now proceed with the continuation of the channel release techniques. Having gained, in chapters 4 and 6, more familiarity with the vibration and its circulations, we are now moving to the next stage, the awareness of the whole body of energy, or etheric layer. It is preferable not to implement the exercises of this chapter right at the beginning of a session. Start with a few channel release practices to warm up your etheric body. 8.1 The etheric layer as a whole. Sit in a meditation position with your back straight. Keep your eyes closed throughout the practice. Rub your hands and become motionless for a few seconds, with the palms upwards. Become aware of the vibration in the hands and in the eye. Use the throat friction to intensify the vibration, and to connect the eye and the hands. Implement channel release on a few meridians, as indicated in section 6.3. Then become aware of the vibration in all the lines on which you have worked before simultaneously, awareness of all the meridians at the same time. Connect everything to your eye through the friction. Then become aware of the layer of the vibration as a whole. Awareness of all that is vibrating, inside and around your body. Let your perception be completely absorbed in the vibration. When you feel the vibration all over your body, and nothing other than the vibration, it means you have completely shifted your awareness from the physical into the etheric body. 8.2 The Life Ether. Repeat practice 8.1, get into the perception of the etheric layer as a whole. Remain completely motionless, feeling the vibration all over your body. Then try to discern, where is the life force in this vibration? What is it that keeps your physical body alive? Tune into the life principle. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 103. Tips. Even though the whole of the etheric body has to do with life force, one of its layers is more specifically related to life, the life ether. Occultists have traditionally discerned 4 layers in the etheric body. These are, the life ether, the chemical ether, the light ether and the warmth ether. The word layer can be confusing because the 4 ethers are not stacked on top of each other like the layers of a cake. Rather, they permeate each other, like water permeates a sponge. The 4 ethers can be divided into 2 groups, 2 lower and 2 higher. The life and chemical ethers are referred to as the lower ethers and the light and warmth ethers as the higher ethers. Presently, in most human beings the 2 higher ethers are not very developed and still need to be cultivated. The life force is indeed a most precious energy. No laboratory of our scientific civilization has ever been able to synthesize one single living organism. Connecting specifically with the life ether is a very special experience. Words alone cannot really describe the flavor of consciousness associated with it. The life ether appears like a universal principle, certainly not confined to the limits of the physical body. If you try to trace its origin, your consciousness will be taken to mysterious places. Following the ethers to their source is a powerful technique of clairvoyance and of traveling. Try to repeat this practice at different times of the day, such as in the morning and in the evening, to feel if any difference can be detected in your life energy. Also have a look at it when you feel very tired. Even though it would be a bit premature to spend a lot of time trying to discern these 4 layers just now, it is good to keep in mind this 4-fold division of the etheric. It will make it easier to discern them as your perception develops. It is an interesting fact that we always find it easier to perceive what our mind can understand. Perceptions for which we have no pattern of explanation at all are more likely to be missed, especially when they are faint, as in the beginning. On this topic, a curious anthropological observation: various videos are shown to certain South American natives who have always lived in a jungle, isolated from industrial products and civilization. One of the videos shows a square, like the empty frame of a window. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 104. Rotating on itself. These jungle people, living in an environment that is totally devoid of squares, simply cannot see the square turning. They only see lines moving. Having no squares in their mental background, they completely miss the rotation of the empty window frame. It appears to me that something similar often occurs when people start to be clairvoyant. They miss many perceptions due to the lack of background which would allow them to integrate them. If something comes into their field of perception which they cannot relate to any pattern of understanding, they simply do not notice it. Therefore, a certain knowledge of the geography of the non-physical spheres and of a few basic astral phenomena may prove to be of great help in the opening of perception. 8.3 Exploring different qualities of the etheric. Become aware of your etheric layer as a whole as described in Practice 8.1. Remain completely motionless and try to discern different qualities in the ether. Then explore various parts of the body and compare the difference in quality of vibration from one part to another. If you have been able to get a sense of the life ether, for instance, see if it can be found equally in every body part. First, compare the limbs and the trunk. What difference can you feel between the vibration in the limbs and in the trunk? Then compare the trunk and the head. How does the vibration in the head differ from that in the trunk? Then explore body part after body part. Is the vibration more intense in some of them? How does the quality of the vibration differ from one organ to another? Do some organs or body parts give you the impression of teeming with life force? Do others feel empty of it? Tips. Traditionally, the liver is the organ of the etheric and of the life force, hence the connection between the words live and liver, which can be found in several languages. Do you agree? If you are suffering from any physical disorder, do include the corresponding area in the exercise. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 105. It can be interesting to repeat this practice in different circumstances, for instance 1 or 2 hours after a heavy meal. 8.4 Exploring the limits. Become aware of the layer of the vibration as a whole, as in practice 8.1. How far does the vibration extend beyond the limits of your physical body? Is the vibration inside your physical body similar to the vibration outside it? What difference in quality can you feel between the vibration inside and outside? Continue exploring the vibration outside the limits of your physical body. Does it have sharp limits? Does your vibration mingle with that of any object around you? 8.5 Exploring the circulations of the etheric. Become aware of the layer of the vibration as a whole, as in practice 8. 1. Suppose you had the task of reinventing acupuncture. Explore the layer of the vibration, searching for circulations. Look for anything feeling like a flow inside the body of vibration. Start with the whole body. Become aware of the body of energy as a whole and look for circulations. Are some of these circulations more intense than others? Are there big and small ones? Qualitatively, can you perceive differences between various flows? Do some of them feel warmer, and others cooler? Do some communicate a feeling similar to one of the 4 elements? Explore part after part, the head, the neck, the shoulders, and the top of the chest, the arms, the chest, the abdomen above the navel, the abdomen below the navel, the legs. Then go back to the perception of the etheric body as a whole, of the vibration all over the body. Repeat the sequence a few times. 8.6 The etheric vibration outside your body. This exercise is best practiced in nature, in a forest for example. However, a backyard with a bit of grass and 1 or 2 trees is enough. A few pot plants and a cat will also do. Do a short third eye meditation and then implement practice 8.1 to reconnect with the whole layer of vibration inside yourself. Feel the life force vibration permeating your body. Et. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 106. The same time remain fully aware of the vibration between the eyebrows. Then tune into a tree or a plant and try to become aware of the vibration inside it. Do not touch the plant, just tune into it from a distance. Keep on exploring the quality of the plant's vibration for a few minutes. How far does the plant's vibration extend beyond its physical limits? When tuning into the plant's vibration, can you perceive any circulation? Then place your flat hands a few centimeters from the plant, without touching it. Repeat the same sequence, feel the vibration of the plant, explore its qualities. Then tune into another plant from a distance. Repeat the same sequence, but at the same time compare the quality of the plant's vibration with that of the one before. Then put your hands close to the plant and explore its vibration again. Repeat the same with different plants. Then try to tune into animals and explore the quality of their vibration. Tips. This practice makes nature a fascinating field for exploration. Just go one step further and communion with nature becomes a tangible reality. It is a confronting yet basic fact about perception that once you can feel something inside yourself, you can also feel the same outside yourself. For instance, the more familiar you become with the vibration inside your body, the easier it becomes to feel it all around you. It should be emphasized that this remark does not only apply to the etheric layer but to the complete spectrum of subtle perception. It is often while feeling certain things outside yourself that you become able to perceive them inside. By applying your perception to the external world, some clicks take place that suddenly make you discern the presence of a layer inside yourself that you had completely overlooked before. The world becomes a mirror in which you can discover new modalities of yourself, hence the concept of clairvision, or vision of the ego. While implementing these exercises, don't forget your focus in the I, remain fully aware of the vibration between the. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 107. Eyebrows. Whatever you wish to contact, sense from between the eyebrows. It is not uncommon for people to forget and try to do everything from their ordinary mind, from their head. And of course, they can't feel anything. But as soon as you remind them to go back into the eye and try to perceive from there, they immediately get in touch with the vibration of the object. Certain streams and lakes have a particularly rich quality of vibration and communicate beautiful soul forces when you tune into them. So does the ocean. Spending time in nature will help develop your perception. Apart from enhancing your experience of the vibration, tuning into the forces of nature will bring about vast realizations. 8.7 Vibration Meals. As the perception of the vibration becomes more familiar, it is essential to integrate it into your daily activities. This will add another dimension to your palette of conscious experiences. At meal times, for instance, play with the vibration. Feel it in the food before and while eating. Food swallowed without perception is like poison to your soul. Feeling the vibration will give you completely different views on the value of certain foodstuffs. Some very nice looking dishes suddenly appear horrible. Some uninteresting plain ones become fascinating. Compare the vibration of frozen foods, canned foods, microwave cooked dishes. Can you feel any difference between organic and non-organic fruits and vegetables? Apply your perception when doing your shopping. You will find that some vegetables almost jump into your hands. During digestion, it is also quite informative to tune into your stomach and try to sense the vibration in this organ while it performs the first part of digestion. You will immediately realize that different foods create quite different types of vibration. 8.8 The vibration in your bath. Get into a bath. It is not only your shoulders but also the back of your head and your ears that should be immersed in the water. A good position is to lie in the water with your legs crossed, roughly the same way as when you sit cross-legged. Then your trunk and your head will. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 108. Float harmoniously and effortlessly. Keep your arms by your sides rather than on the belly, to expand the chest. However, if your legs are bent in a position such as the one in the figure below, which is incorrect, your trunk tends to sink into the water and your abdominal muscles become tense. If you are familiar with Hatha Yoga, you can also try to have your bath in Matsyasana, posture of the fish. But the position shown at the beginning of this section is quite sufficient. You need to be able to remain comfortable and somehow motionless for as long as possible, so it is preferable to adopt an effortless position. Take the position and relax in your bath for a while. Build up the vibration in the eye and become aware of your etheric vibration as a whole. Breathe with the throat friction. The friction will take on a new dimension with your ears in the water. Then become aware of the vibration of the water. Completely forget about your body, just tune into the water. Become the water and feel its vibration. You will discover that not all water. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 109. Has the same qualities. Even from one day to the next, the vibration of the water of the same bathtub may vary significantly. Then, after a sufficient time, start feeling the interaction between the vibration of the water and your own vibration. How is the latter affected by the former? Tips. The physical body is said to be related to the earth element, the astral body to the air element, the ego to the fire element, and the etheric body to the water element. It is therefore quite appropriate to explore your etheric deeply while in the water. Don't hesitate to repeat all the practices of this chapter, discovering the qualities, circulations, and limits of your etheric while in your bath. Never miss an occasion to tune into the vibration whenever you are in water. You will be surprised how refreshed you feel after taking a bath according to these principles. You can also incorporate some essential oils and various substances to the bath water, finding out if you can feel any modification in the quality of vibration. Essential oils are subtle. It is when you tune into their energy that you can benefit most from their effect. An excellent juice to put in a bath can be prepared by grating a bit of ginger and simmering it for 10 minutes. Strain and add the liquid to the bath water. The cleansing effect on the skin is remarkable. This new perception of water will make it fascinating to bathe in lakes, rivers, waterfalls, or the ocean. But it won't necessarily make you more attracted to public swimming pools, in which all sorts of undesirable vibrations sometimes accumulate. 8.9 Etheric excretion at the end of a bath. At the end of your bath, while fully aware of the vibration all over your body, look for energies inside you that feel unclear or negative. Spend 1 minute exploring and sensing for undesirable vibrations. Then release the negative vibrations into the vibration of the water. Use long, conscious exhalations accompanied by a vigorous throat friction, while pushing undesirable vibrations out of your etheric layer. This is one of the keys of etheric excretion. It works. Chapter 8 – Practices on the Etheric Body. 110. Better while exhaling. And therefore it works even better if you exhale with intention, putting all of yourself into the action of pushing the breath out instead of exhaling mechanically. For this particular purpose of excretion, do the friction while exhaling, not while inhaling. And the friction should be significantly more intense than usual. Do not stay too long in your bath after you finish the excretion process. Tips. Try to use this technique when you suffer from a headache. When implemented early enough, at the onset of the crisis, it often gives excellent results. The practices of this chapter certainly open new perspectives in relation to the emerging discipline of hydrotherapy. After this practice of excretion, don't allow anyone else to dip into your bath. Discard the water. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry too much about having to cleanse the bathtub itself. Yet you should be careful if a lot of people are using the same bathtub. Some people tend to feel uncomfortable if they pull out the plug and let the water out while they are still in the bath, as if some of their own energy was washed away. Experiment and see if it does anything to you. 8.10 Loo Practice. I can never insist enough on the importance of etheric excretion. It is a vital function that human beings have lost, to a great extent. This fact appears strikingly evident to the clairvoyant but is presently overlooked by both conventional and alternative therapies, apart from a few techniques of drainage in homeopathy, acupuncture, and herbalism. However, none of these is very efficient compared to the excretion capacity that develops through a conscious awakening of the etheric layer. The more you exercise your capacity for etheric excretion, the more it will develop into a tangible function. You will feel certain etheric vibrations leaving your etheric body as clearly as you feel stools leaving your physical body. Certain etheric excretions can take place without any physical ones. However, it should be clearly understood that all physical. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 111. Excretions are supposed to be accompanied by etheric ones. But due to what homeopaths call the psoric miasm inherent in the population, etheric excretions are nothing like they should be. Become aware of your layer of vibration while passing urine or stools. Apply yourself to passing out negative etheric vibrations at the same time as the physical matter. You will be really surprised at the intensity of the results and of the general well-being that is generated. Even though they usually remain unnoticed, unexpectedly strong energy movements take place while passing urine and, to a lesser extent, stools. This could account for the fact that a significant number of heart patients expire while on the toilet. 8.11 Releasing into the earth. As your capacity for etheric excretion develops, it becomes possible to operate releases not only into water but also into the earth. Take off your shoes and socks, and place your soles and palms on the earth. Keep your eyes closed. Engage the throat friction, feel the vibration in your eye and all over your body. Then forget about your body and feel the vibration of the earth. After 1 or 2 minutes, start excreting etheric vibrations into the earth. Use deep exhalations, reinforced by a strong friction. Put unwanted vibrations into the earth while the air is coming out of your mouth. To the earth, these are not noxious vibrations. They will be composted and processed into renewed nature forces. Tips. This practice can also be efficient in releasing anger or stress. As with anything powerful, this technique should be used with moderation. Otherwise, a certain depletion of your energies could result. 8.12 Tree hugging. Here is another exercise related to etheric excretion. Next time you are in a forest, tune in and select a big tree, one with which you feel an affinity. Then go and hug the tree. Get as much surface contact as possible, as well as holding the trunk with your arms. Press your chest, your belly, and your legs against it. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 112. Release any excess vibrations into the tree. Excrete them the same way as you do into the bath water. Present it as a gift to the tree. Thank the tree when you finish. Tips. For negative energies, first try to operate releases into the water or into the earth. Keep trees for more subtle vibrations or for the type of energies that you are really unable to get rid of by any other means. Anyway, you do not necessarily hurt the tree by doing this, rather you present it with something valuable. Even though to you, the vibration related to a depressed mood or the beginning of the flu may seem negative, to the tree it is a highly evolved and sophisticated energy. If you use your sensitivity, you will be able to pick out trees that yearn for what you are trying to eliminate from yourself. This technique can work miracles. But you have to stay against the tree for long enough, a good 10 to 15 minutes, or more if you can. You need to give the tree enough time to receive what you are trying to give. 8.13 Crying. Shedding tears can be an occasion to release a lot of emotional tension and undesirable energies, especially if you apply your new capacity for etheric excretion. Put everything you want to get rid of into the tears. Being able to cry is a valuable skill on the path of self-transformation. It allows you to cleanse the heart in depth. If you are the type of person who can never cry, I would suggest that you apply yourself to regaining this ability. Use any trick you can find, from peeling onions to more sophisticated methods of dramatic art. On the other hand, if you are the type of person who cries rather too much, it may be that by releasing more through your tears you won't need to cry as much. the idea being to increase the quality in order to reduce the quantity. 8.14 Sucking the citrus. Mother, apart from being in charge of the Sri Aurobindo ashram of Pondicherry for many years, was also one of the great occultists of the 20th century. She recalled that she once worked with an extraordinarily psychic woman, Mrs. Thean. Mrs. Thean. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 113. Was able to put a grapefruit on her chest while she was lying down, and suck in its energy with her etheric body. After some time, all the vital force had been extracted from the grapefruit. Even physically, the fruit looked shriveled. Could you take an orange or a grapefruit and do the same? Lie down. Put a good, healthy orange on your sternum, right against the skin. Close your eyes. Become aware of the vibration in the eye. Become aware of the vibration all over your body and in your chest in particular. Then become aware of the vibration inside the fruit. Start drawing the vibration of the fruit into your own layer of vibration. 8.15 Yawning. Yawning is one of those little inner movements that can release unexpectedly big waves of energy. Yawning can be regarded as a proper channel release. It is an action, a physical movement, that can be followed by a movement of energy, or etheric wave. As with all channel releases, the energy movement is far more important than the physical movement. But as we described before, this energy movement has to be allowed, otherwise it won't happen, or it will happen only faintly. It is one of those natural functions that our etheric body does not perform automatically anymore. Suppressing yawning is a perverse conditioning coming from repressive education. When fully performed, yawning releases the heart, the same as crying. It also frees many tensions that would otherwise accumulate in the eyes, hence the tiny little tear that appears in the corner of the eyes after a full, generous yawn. Let us see how you can get the most out of yawning. If you observe it from your eye, you will see that when yawning, most people tend to release energies through their mouth. If you can become aware of this energy release and amplify it with intention when you yawn, that will already be a significant improvement. But there is a more enlightened way of yawning. The general principle is to yawn upwards. You have to manipulate all the muscles of the back of the throat for the energy movement to be directed upwards, towards the top of the head, rather than horizontally through the mouth. While yawning, try to elongate the pharynx. The mouth does not have to be very open, it can. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 114. Actually be kept nearly closed. Focus all your attention at the top of the back of the throat, behind the nasal cavity. This area, at the roof of the pharynx, is closely associated with the metabolism of the nectar of immortality. Tips. If you are fast enough, you can also use sneezing as an energy release. You must have noticed how contagious yawning is. In a series of lectures given in Kassel in June and July 1909, Rudolf Steiner explained that in Atlantis subconscious influences used to pass much more freely between human beings. A powerful man was able to raise his arm, and just by the play of these subconscious influences all the people around him would automatically feel compelled to lift their arm. Yawning is the last remnant of this type of inclination. 8.16 The right side of the ring. If you wear a ring, take it off. Close your eyes, become aware of the vibration in the eye, and of the vibration in the corresponding finger. Use the throat friction to amplify the feeling. Then put the ring on, and become aware of the vibration in the eye and the finger again. Remain motionless for half a minute or so. Then take off the ring, turn it around and put it back on the other way round. Become motionless again, tune into the vibration in the eye and in the finger. Implement the throat friction. Compare the vibration with what you were feeling in the other position. The current of vibration generated by the ring often feels quite different. Which way is the right way? Try each position a few times, until you can decide which feels right, direct, and supportive of your energies, and which feels wrong, retrograde, and working against you. Tips. Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 115. A lot of force can be stored in a ring, with or without a mounted stone. The more potent the ring, the more important it is to wear it on the right side. A pendulum can also be used to confirm the right side of the ring. 8.17 A note about wrist watches. Beware. Seen from the eye, watches appear much more toxic than is usually believed. This applies especially to quartz watches. It is like a whiplash sent into your etheric body with each vibration of the watch. But even without quartz, all watches tend to create a perverse etheric field and are a major interference in the natural flow of your energies. Here is a simple experiment to convince you of the pernicious effect of watches. For this, you will need a friend and a pendulum. A key or a ring at the end of a 15 cm cotton thread will do perfectly as a pendulum. It is better to avoid synthetic thread. Ask your friend to take off his/her watch. Hold the pendulum in one of your hands, and with your other hand take your friend's right hand pulse. That's assuming your friend usually wears his/her watch on the left side. If he/she wears the watch on the right side, then start by taking the pulse of the left hand. How do you take the pulse? Use your index, middle, and ring fingers, and place them on the radial artery just above the line of the wrist, on the side of the thumb. Note that this part of the radial artery is located on the lung meridian. While holding the pendulum in one hand and taking the pulse with your other hand, go into your eye, become aware of the vibration, and breathe with a slight friction. Then tune into the energy of the pulse. Try to feel the vibration in the artery. The pendulum will start rotating in one direction. Now repeat the operation with your friend's other hand. Tune into the vibration of the pulse. You will see that in most cases the pendulum starts turning in the other direction. This fact is quite normal, it just shows that the energy of each arm has a different polarity. Then repeat the operation after asking your friend to put on the watch. Take the pulse of the hand with the watch, tune in, and surprise! The pendulum either stops rotating, or rotates in the opposite direction to when it was minus the watch. This means Chapter 8, Practices on the Etheric Body. 116. That the wrist watch cancels or inverts the energy polarity of the arm on which it is worn, a confronting observation indeed. There is no right place to wear a watch on your body. Nurses' habit of attaching the watch close to the heart is certainly not advisable either. As long as the watch is in contact with the body, or very close to it, it creates a major interference in your etheric. That is why the effect will be roughly the same if you decide to keep the watch in your pocket instead of wearing it on your wrist. A watch should be carried in a bag, and not on you. For instance, it is very possible to attach the watch to the strap of your bag in a way that's easy to read from a distance. Why not start a new fashion? 117. Chapter 9, Awareness. Note, throughout this book, whenever the term the eye is mentioned, it refers to the third eye, and not to the physical eyes. 9.1 Centeredness through vigilance in the eye. Let us start with a simple experience. Close your eyes and do a reconnection, become aware between the eyebrows and breathe with the throat friction. Build up the vibration in the eye. Then open your eyes and look at any object in front of you. Even though your eyes are open, keep a strong awareness of the vibration between the eyebrows. What is in your field of consciousness? The object, you, and the vibration between the eyebrows. Something interesting can be noticed. It is as if you were looking at the object from between the eyebrows. You are not trying to do so, it just happens automatically. You just look at an object, keeping a strong awareness of the vibration in the eye. And very naturally you find yourself looking at the object from between the eyebrows. In other words, you are centered. Note that you are not actively doing anything to achieve centeredness, it just happens by itself. This is because the very nature of the third eye is centeredness. Therefore, whenever your eye is operating, you find yourself centered. Take another object and start looking at it. At the same time, remain aware of the vibration between the eyebrows. Another finding is that your mind tends to quieten. Once more, you are not trying to make your mind silent. Anyway, it is hopeless to try to achieve inner silence by fighting against the mind. So don't try anything, don't do anything, just keep some awareness of the vibration in the eye. And as a byproduct you will find that your mind is quieter than usual. How does this happen? As soon as you are in the eye, you are already a bit out of the mind. Remember the eye contact exercise we did in section 5.9. We were observing the layer of ordinary mental consciousness, called manas in Sanskrit. This manas mind, made of grasping and conditioning, is the facade, the one that goes. Chapter 9, Awareness. 118. On talking in your head all the time. And the third eye is the gate that leads out of it. So that each time you go into your eye you make a first step out of the mind, and therefore everything calms down. Repeat this practice over and over again. Choose a few objects around you and spend some time looking at each of them. Each time, there is the object, there is you, and there is the awareness of the vibration/tingling/pressure between the eyebrows. Keep your eyes open, blink as little as possible. Keep on breathing with the throat friction. Observe your own awareness and see how it differs from when there is no focus in the eye. 9.2 Inner Alchemy. The centeredness and quietness that arise from being in the eye illustrate the nature of inner alchemy. The eye is the structure, centeredness is one of its functions. Activate the structure and the function will be implemented. Instead of trying to fight mentally against your mind to achieve inner calmness, you build up a new structure, the third eye. And then you just have to switch on the structure for the function, stillness, to be activated. This is one of the great secrets of inner alchemy. Do not try to solve a problem on the level of the problem. For instance, don't waste your time fighting the mind with the mind. Fashion a new organ. Once built up, the eye radiates calmness, that is its very nature. So the task is to build the third eye, just as the ancients built the cathedrals. It is a work that requires perseverance or, according to one of the mottos of the Clairvision school, supernatural persistence. And then one day you realize that you just have to be in your eye to make your mind silent. Nothing to fight, nothing to try, mastery is complete. You can see the thoughts coming towards your mind as little forms and you can choose whether you wish to let them in or not. Let us take another example, meditation. You may have reached a very high state of meditation once or a few times in your life, for instance when withdrawing from your daily activities and undergoing a meditation retreat for a few days or weeks. But then going back to work and resuming your usual life, the high state of consciousness gradually fades and you get caught back into your daily routine of thoughts. The answer given by inner alchemy is, don't fight to retain the experience. You can't maintain it because you are lacking the. Chapter 9, Awareness. 119. Proper organ, the structure of energy that would allow you to stabilize yourself in a higher state of consciousness. You need to generate such a structure. Start weaving the body of immortality. Open the central channel of energy, in the middle of the body. Build up the crown center, at the top of the head. Create the proper subtle organs, and it won't only be during meditation retreats that you will be able to experience an expansion of consciousness, it will be all the time. Even in the middle of a crowd, in a busy railway station, or while driving in traffic jams, the new state of consciousness will remain with you. The experience won't depend on your mind being made quiet through seclusion, far away from the world. Spiritual awareness will radiate from the self through the vehicles that have been built, no matter what happens around you. We are now at the stage of building the third eye, as a first step in the realization of the body of immortality. 9.3 Permanence in the eye. Spiritual paths are many and varied, and so are their techniques. They invite you to look at the world and at yourself from different angles. But there are a few common points to most of them. The central theme that can be found in nearly all methods of self-transformation is the necessity to maintain a permanent inner awareness. Indian masters often like to make their disciples ponder on what it is that distinguishes an enlightened sage from any other human being. The latter may be more intelligent, more educated, more handsome than the sage. He may have all sorts of skills that the sage does not have. But there is one fundamental characteristic that makes all the difference between the two: the sage is permanently aware and the other is not. The sage has exploded into a space of consciousness in which inner awareness is spontaneous. The other one's mind is caught in unceasing thoughts, perceptions, and emotions that overshadow the perception of his self. To sustain this awareness, all sorts of methods have been designed by generations of spiritual inventors. Some use a mantra, a sequence of sounds endowed with power, and repeat it inside all the time. Like the great yogi Ramdas, for instance, who reached his enlightenment by repeating the mantra Om Ram non-stop for 20 years. Equivalent practices can be found in Christian mysticism in the constant repetition of certain prayers. Chapter 9, Awareness. 120. Method can be very powerful, even though it does not necessarily suit everybody. The constant repetition of a sequence of sounds is but one way among many. The problem is to find one method that fits your energy, and to stick to it. I suggest that you ask yourself the question, what is my magic wand, meaning what device am I using to remain aware all the time? And does it work? If you care for your spiritual development, then this question is vital. As long as the answer to the second question remains no, you are not even a candidate for higher states of consciousness and for initiation. Note that the technique that is right for you is not always the one you like in the beginning. Success in spiritual practice comes from persisting. If you study the lives of enlightened masters, you will find that quite often when they started their path, they did not understand anything of what they were doing. The technique they had been given, the one through which they were going to reach enlightenment later on, seemed to them arid, unproductive, and foreign. So why did they become masters while many others got nowhere? They persisted, persisted, persisted. To the point where this persistence became more important than the technique itself, and ended up leading to a phenomenal breakthrough. In the clairvision path of inner alchemy, the first of the magic wands is to establish permanent awareness in the eye. If you can look at an object and at the same time remain aware of the vibration between the eyebrows, then you can also walk, for instance, with the same awareness. Why don't you give it a try, right now? Leave your book for 1 minute and walk around, with a total awareness of the vibration between the eyebrows. So, this is a first extension of your spiritual quest into your daily activities. Now, Each time you walk, you can be a seeker. You can either wander without any awareness, swallowed by your thoughts, or you can be totally in the vibration between the eyebrows. Driving is another activity that you will find easy to marry with your awareness in the eye. Driving from the eye is harmonious and immensely satisfying for the soul. The focus keeps you aware and centered, and you can drive for longer periods of time with less tension and less fatigue. Moreover, you remain vigilant and your angle of vision is wider, which improves the safety of your. Chapter 9, Awareness. 121. Driving. Then the purpose is to extend your awareness to more and more of your activities, until you reach a constant focus in the eye. At one stage this eye-centered awareness will become automatic and effortless. It will be integrated into all your actions. Then you become a candidate for initiation. Think of all the monks who spend their lives in a monastery with nothing else to do than pray or meditate from morning to night. Only a small percentage of them will reach the enlightenment they are after. How then could you hope to have a chance, just by meditating 20 minutes twice a day and being caught in the turmoil of modern life the rest of the time? The answer lies in extending your awareness to every situation of your daily life. Start using the world to become more aware. Then the world becomes your teacher instead of your adversary. The most insignificant circumstances turn into beautiful opportunities to test and enhance your centeredness and your vigilance. For it is very possible to slumber in a monastery, to withdraw into a disconnected inner life that avoids key issues and leads nowhere. Whereas if you accept facing the world, then the world will make sure that you face yourself. Now please do not make being in the eye a painstaking process, have fun. The clairvision techniques have been designed for you to play with. There can be a foolish way of remaining in your head all day, only remembering your purpose of vigilance from time to time and getting angry at yourself for letting your mind wander. Instead of being swallowed by your daily routines and remembering the focus in the eye only now and then, I would suggest that in the beginning, you apply yourself to performing certain actions with a total awareness between the eyebrows. For instance, do the dishes being 100% in the eye. If you put all of yourself into it, after a few times it will become automatic. Each time you start washing up, the presence in the eye will come by itself. Incidentally, note that washing up can become a very refreshing activity if you use a flow of running water and release your tensions and wrong energies into it as you process the dishes. Several activities that would usually be regarded as plain and boring will become unexpectedly fascinating if you perform them from the eye. As more and more seeingness and vision are added to. Chapter 9, Awareness. 122. The focus in your eye, the world turns into a constant source of wonder. You can very well implement this path where you are, here and now. Leaving your job and fleeing into a cave would not necessarily be an advantage. The problem is not so much to change your activities but to achieve them with the new awareness. Life in the eye, tips, tricks and traps. It is always good to use a few reminders. Each time you see them, you go back to your focus. For instance, tie a ribbon around your wrist, or stick little pieces of paper at key locations on your walls. Or write a note on your mirror, paint one of your nails a different color. Doors and gates have a strong symbolic resonance. A powerful practice is to remind yourself of your spiritual aspiration each time you cross a doorway. Another powerful method is to get a watch with a countdown and to make it ring, say every 7 minutes. Each time you hear the signal, refocus your awareness in the vibration between the eyebrows and breathe with the throat friction for 10 or 15 seconds. 7 is a good number for self-transformation. Actually, what is important is not the length of the interval but the fact that the signal and the practice are repeated with extreme regularity. This gives a sense of rhythm to the astral body and deeply imprints in you the habit of being in the I. Now let us try something. Close your eyes, start breathing with the friction, build up a strong vibration between the eyebrows for 1 or 2 minutes. Then open your eyes, keeping the tightest focus between the eyebrows, and look at yourself in a mirror. Obviously your friends and relatives will find it a bit confronting if you address them with a face like that. So what to do? Firstly, whenever you are talking to somebody, practice being in both the eye and the heart, so that the intensity of your eye will be tempered by the opening and the softness of your heart. Secondly, when, through practice, you have become more established in your eye, the intense semi-frowning of the beginning will disappear and you will look quite normal. Meanwhile, try to play it diplomatically. 9.4 The Harvest of Permanence. Chapter 9, Awareness. 123. Let us review and try to understand the benefits that result from maintaining permanent awareness in the I. Awareness. First and most important of all is the awareness itself, as discussed above. Whoever is aware is sailing towards the self. Whoever is not, is wasting beautiful opportunities for growth. Centeredness. As shown by the simple experiences at the beginning of this chapter, one of the direct results that comes from being in the I is a more centered state of consciousness. In the philosophy of yoga there is an important word, viksipa. Viksipa refers to a scattered and spread out condition of the mind. The great seer Patanjali in his classical Yoga Sutras described viksipa as one of the major obstacles on the path towards spiritual reintegration. The more your I develops, the more you will find that you have the capacity to maintain a still and silent state of mind at will. An awareness beyond the discursive mind. The advantage of using the I for the purpose of awareness is that it leads to a vigilance that is beyond the common layer of the discursive mind. One of the main pitfalls when you apply yourself to a path of awareness is watching your mind with your mind. Some people manage to reach a certain awareness of their thoughts, but a purely mental one. In other words, each time they have a thought, say about their friend Brunhilde for instance, another thought comes up, I'm thinking of Brunhilde. And so on. These people often get dissatisfied after some time. They have the feeling they are doing all the right things, starting with awareness, and yet nothing ever happens. They remain floored in their usual mental consciousness. They never experience any real breakthrough towards an expanded state of consciousness. The reason is obvious. The true aim is the awareness of the self, and not only self-awareness. Manas, the layer of ordinary mental consciousness, the one that goes on talking in your head all the time, is the main veil between you and the self. Therefore the purpose is to emerge out of the manas mind into the self, and not to get the manas mind to mimic a higher awareness by adding thoughts after thoughts. So it is when you start to watch the mind from outside the mind that your awareness becomes spiritually rewarding. And that is Chapter 9, Awareness. 124. Why it can be so valuable to work at an opening of perception. When achieved according to our principles, the opening allows you to step out of the manas mind. The main point is not so much to see auras and non-physical worlds but to see from out of the mind. Then you start existing out of the cage. Now you can understand better why it has been constantly repeated in this book that the essence lies not in what you see, but in the fact of seeing. In terms of spiritual development, the content of the visions is secondary compared to the breakthrough out of the layer of usual mental consciousness. The people who spend too much energy trying to analyze the symbolic meaning of their visions often miss this point completely. Building the I. By remaining permanently focused between the eyebrows, you quicken the evolution of the eye to a considerable degree. The eye is nurtured by your awareness. Moreover, you establish a connection that allows spiritual guides and helpers to give energy and support. It is their function in the first stages of your spiritual development to come and chisel your subtle organs of clairvoyance. Their task is greatly facilitated if you maintain a constant vigilance. Truly, the awareness that you are aiming at is a connected one. Instead of saying "be aware in the eye," one could say, "remain connected through your focus in the eye." If you devote yourself to establishing a certain permanence in the eye, the feeling of connection with your own energy will become more and more obvious. Persistence in this work also fosters several physiological changes in the nerves and glands that are related to the third eye. The third eye itself is not physical, it is an organ of energy. It belongs mainly to the etheric and astral bodies. Yet some physical structures in the vicinity are connected to it, and undergo a deep transformation as your awakening proceeds, the pituitary gland for instance, and at a later stage, the pineal gland. These two are invariably mentioned by occultists of all kinds when discussing the third eye. However, in-depth clairvoyant investigation reveals that significant changes also take place in other structures, such as the cribriform plate of the ethmoid bone, the optic chiasma, the frontal air sinus, the sphenoid air sinus, and the ventricles of the brain. Chapter 9, Awareness. 125. Filtering the external world. One of the reasons you cannot see the non-physical worlds is that your mind is saturated with impressions received from the physical senses. In other words, your head is full of the images and sounds of the physical world and there is no space left for anything else. The cup has to be emptied before any other material can be poured in. That is why you often find in Steiner, for instance, that the apprentice esotericist should daily put aside some time in which he cuts off from any sensory perception. Then the astral body, the layer of mental consciousness, can withdraw into a life of its own, and behold non-physical images. A very similar concept is constantly repeated in the different yogas of the Indian tradition. The Sanskrit word pratyahara corresponds to a withdrawal from the senses, through which a naked condition of consciousness can be experienced. In Sanskrit literature, pratyahara is often described as a prerequisite for higher inner experiences. As you open your vision, you will make an interesting discovery. The pollution is not only a question of quantity but also of quality. It is not only the fact that you constantly receive a multitude of physical sensorial perceptions that makes you unable to see other worlds. It is also that these physical perceptions have a harsh effect on your system. What comes from the physical senses is like coarse matter, it is excessively gross. Therefore, if not filtered, it makes your consciousness rough and unrefined. In other words, you are permanently inundated with unprocessed impressions, images, sounds, smells and so on. These rush into your consciousness and create much more damage than you think. To draw an analogy, it is as if the nutrients you eat were sent directly to the organs and tissues of your body without having been processed through the digestive tract. If that were the case, your physical body would lose its identity, it would become too outside-like. And that is exactly what happens to your consciousness. It loses its self-identity. The self can no longer be discerned among this tidal wave of external impressions. I want to insist on this fact, because it appears essential when one observes the economy of consciousness clairvoyantly. The same way as your physical body is made of what you have eaten, all the sensory impressions contribute to weaving your layer of mental consciousness. And in the present situation, a thick cloud of coarse astral matter is being generated in you day after day, veiling the. Chapter 9, Awareness. 126. Self. What happens when you remain aware in your third eye? The impressions coming from the external world are received in the third eye first instead of rushing straight into your mind. Remember the exercises on centeredness at the beginning of this chapter, where you look at an object and you remain aware between the eyebrows. Automatically it is as if you were looking from the third eye, meaning that the visual impressions reach your third eye first. Then what happens? The third eye digests these impressions. It filters and processes them. This mechanism will strike you, as soon as you observe it clairvoyantly. The quality of vibration of what enters your head differs markedly, depending on whether or not it has first been processed by your third eye. The perceptions that have first transit through the third eye are smooth and refined. Those that have not are harsh and cacophonous. They hurt like a headache. They weave your consciousness in a way that is unfit for spiritual awareness. Understanding and applying this principle is enough in itself to change a destiny. For what does one see when observing the mind clairvoyantly? The thoughts of the mind are not abstract entities, they are made of a certain substance. Of course, this substance is not physical, but still it exists as matter, on a certain level. And the quality of your mental substance determines the quality of your thoughts. Spiritual thoughts, or even just clever thoughts, simply cannot grow or be received if the mental substance is gross and poor. If you care for your spiritual development, I suggest you ponder upon this point. 9.5 Practice. You may sit or stand, but make sure that your back is straight. Become aware between the eyebrows. Become motionless. Limit your blinking and the movements of your eyeballs. Images. Look at an object around you. Look from the eye. Receive the object in the eye, between the eyebrows. Try to put into practice the filtering effect that we have just discussed. Try to feel the weight of the images on your third eye, as if the images were pressing between your eyebrows. Make sure that no visual. Chapter 9, Awareness. 127. Impression bypasses the eye. Become aware of the processing of all physical images by the third eye. Then drop any awareness of the eye. Release your focus. Start looking at the objects in a usual mental way. And see the difference. Can you perceive that the vibrations reaching your head are less subtle? Sounds. Apply the same method to sounds. Put some music on and first spend 1 minute listening to it without any particular awareness, and without focus in the eye. Try to appreciate the quality of vibration of what is taken in. Then become aware between the eyebrows. Listen from the eye. Maintain your focus in a way that the sounds are received in your eye. Try to sense the difference in the nature of the vibrations that penetrate inside you. Smells. Now practice with something that stimulates the sense of smell. First smell the substance without any particular awareness. Then receive the smell from between the eyebrows, smell from the eye. How does the input differ when filtered through the eye? Taste. Start eating a meal without any particular awareness. Then, after a few minutes, start tasting the food from the eye. In this instance, the difference in the quality of vibration will be especially striking. Then practice more selectively with different tastes and foods. Watch and compare the action of sweet, salty, acidic, and other tastes on your eye, one after another. A major discovery will be that when in the eye, you do not necessarily appreciate the same foods as when you eat without awareness. 9.6 Practice. Practice walking along the street with a complete focus in the eye. Make sure that any image, sound, or smell is received from your eye. After a few minutes, release your awareness. Receive everything mentally, without any focus in your eye. Compare the quality of vibrations inside yourself. 9.7 Practice. Chapter 9, Awareness. 128. What is it exactly that penetrates you when you perceive an image, a sound, a smell? What sort of vibration is received? What sort of subtle substance is added to your being? Repeat practice 9.5, but this time put all the emphasis on the perceiver, you. Look at an object without keeping any particular focus in the eye. The object has certain qualities and there is also a certain quality of vibration inside your head. What is it that is added to your own vibration when you receive the image of the object? What changes in your head or elsewhere, on the level of energy? Now be more and more in the eye. There are degrees, as far as being in the eye is concerned. You can be 10% in the eye, or 40% in the eye. And if you persist in your practice, one day you will be able to be 100% in the eye. Start with being just a little bit in the eye, say 5%. Watch the difference in the vibration that is received from the object, compared to when no particular awareness is kept in the eye. Increase progressively, becoming 10% aware in the eye, then 20%, and so on. Each time, observe the vibration that is taken in while looking at the object. Then do the same with as much awareness as possible. Try to sense how the visual impression affects you. What is added to your energy while perceiving? Can you feel the sensory input as astral matter? Go from one object to another and repeat the observation process with gradually increasing levels of eye-centered awareness. Then put some music on and repeat the process, this time with sounds. The same exercise can be applied to taste. 9.8 Test. Choose the most hectic place of a large city. Try to stay there for half an hour with full awareness in the eye. Make sure that no perception comes in without having been processed by your eye. Filter even those perceptions that usually remain unnoticed, but still are recorded unconsciously. How far can you maintain your integrity? Repeat the test from time to time, to measure your progress. 9.9 Intermezzo, Changes in Vision. One of the first results you will notice when applying the techniques described in this book, is a gentle transformation of. Chapter 9, Awareness. 129. The way you perceive space in your daily activities. For the practices dealt with in this section, it would be best if you could be outside, in a garden or forest. Practice looking at trees and flowers while being in the eye. Sit comfortably somewhere, not necessarily in a meditation posture. Just be relaxed. Reconnect with the eye, between the eyebrows. Keep your eyes open. It is better not to move too much, but you do not have to adopt a statue-like attitude as in the eye contact practices. Resume the triple process of vision, with 1. Awareness in the eye. 2. Awareness of the fact of seeing, or seeingness. If seeingness is too much of a problem, just feel the image instead of looking at it. 3. The feeling from the heart. You will notice that while focused in the eye, your perception of the countryside changes slightly. A first simple difference is that your perception is more global, it encompasses more of what is located at the periphery of the image. Instead of selecting a part and unconsciously focusing on it, you remain aware of the whole tableau. But there is more than this increase of peripheral perception. Compared to what you would usually see, the image seems to be less flat. The air seems to take dimension. There seems to be more perspective, more relief. As you go on developing your eye, this contrast will appear more and more clearly. The difference between the vision of the third eye and the usual one is similar to that between reality and a postcard, or between a holographic picture and a flat one. The eye seems to add a stereoscopic dimension to the image even without going into extrasensory perception or vision of auras. Another noticeable difference is that the image seems to be more alive. The colors are more vivid, as if endowed with an intensity and a vitality of their own. The colors talk to your soul, they communicate their qualities. There is definitely a feeling of aliveness permeating the whole picture. Your physical vision is suddenly greatly embellished, it is as if you were rediscovering the world. And all you have to do in order to reach this other vision is to step a little out of the layer of the mind in which you have been conditioned to operate. Remember that as soon as you enter the eye, you are already halfway out of the mind. Chapter 9, Awareness. 130. When re-experiencing past life episodes through techniques of regression and clairvoyance, one comes to realize that until not so long ago, most human beings saw the world through this more beautiful and living vision. The flattening of the field of consciousness seems to have taken place from the 19th century onwards, contemporaneous with the Industrial Revolution and the explosion of scientific discoveries. It can be related to what Rudolf Steiner has called the coming of Ahrimanic influences into human consciousness. I would suggest that you think of going for walks in nature and reconnecting with this living vision when you are troubled or agitated. It is a gentle way of pacifying many conflicts of the mind, not by struggling but by the attraction of the beauty of the world as seen from the non-mind. 9.10 The Eye-Heart Awareness. Once you have established a solid awareness in the eye, the following step is to anchor it in the heart. By the heart I do not mean the physical organ made of muscle on the left of your body, but the heart center, the chakra in the middle of the chest. In several of the eye contact exercises it was suggested that you place your awareness in both the eye and the heart, as if you were receiving images and feelings in the heart, through the eye. The next step is to extend this double focus to all your activities. The eye-heart awareness is a further development of the focus in the third eye. Once you have become familiar with living in the eye, it is not so difficult to add the feeling of your heart at the same time. The force penetrates deeper. Your awareness gets anchored, grounded in the heart, and a new palette of perceptions and feelings arise because a higher stage of integration is achieved. What can be seen clairvoyantly in the aura of somebody who has settled a permanent awareness in both the eye and the heart? Streams of vibration and light start to flow between the heart and some centers of energy located around the pituitary and pineal glands. A new communication is established between the heart and the head. Some new channels of the body of energy are activated. The state of consciousness that comes out of this double focus is quite different too. The main difference is that the awareness in the heart allows you to get more in touch with your ego, or higher self. Your self receives more and more of your perceptions. Chapter 9, Awareness. 131. Instead of being disconnected from your conscious existence, a new form of thinking arises from your permanent focus in the eye. And you can connect this new thinking with the presence of the self in the heart. This double focus definitely leads you towards becoming more present in your environment. You can't do things mechanically and soullessly if you are fully aware of your own presence in the heart. You are working at building a holy connection that will allow the self to receive the world and to express itself into the world. In other words, you are preparing the great alchemical wedding, that of the self and the world. 9.11 When to start? When should you drop the single focus in the eye and start the double eye-heart one? Not too soon. Of course, it depends how much of yourself you throw into the practice. But still, it takes at least 1 or 2 years of permanent awareness for the alchemical transformation of your third eye to be fully engaged. It would be a great mistake to stop digging too soon and divert your attention. Even if you consider yourself advanced, I recommend that you carry on with the single focused work on the eye for a sufficient number of months. Once you have shifted to the eye heart awareness, it is still strongly recommended that 1 or 2 days a week are spent aware only in the eye in order to reinforce it. However, there are exceptions to these rules. Due to their own organization, meaning due to self-transformation work achieved in former lives, certain people should focus more on the heart than on the eye right from the beginning of the work. For instance, a few people tend to be projected into fireworks of subtle perception as soon as they get in touch with their third eye. It is as if they were spread out into the astral space. They see non-physical beings everywhere. They merge into spiritual worlds and tend to lose their self-reference. In this case, it is in the heart center that the awareness should be stabilized. Each time such an experience arises, emphasis should be put on keeping a sense of one's ego, and on developing self-reference by feeling one's own presence in the heart. The grounding exercises described in the chapters on protection will also be useful. 132. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 10.1 Tingling in Various Body Parts. In this chapter we will review some of the most common experiences, sensations, and feelings you may encounter while working on your eye and implementing the techniques of the book. Vibration and tingling indicate that something is activated in your etheric body, meaning the layer of life force, or prana. When meditating, if tingling takes place in your hands, arms, legs, or any part of your body, it simply indicates that some rearrangements are taking place in your energy. For instance, some channels that were blocked are starting to flow again, or a particular circulation is temporarily stimulated, or some other similar movement is taking place within the etheric body. These little symptoms do not have any significance in themselves. They come and go, and it is best not to pay too much attention to them. 10.2 Let things come and go. When you work with energy, a general principle is that various kinds of little feelings and sensations will be experienced now and then. These can include twitches, little pains, seeing colors, hearing inner sounds, and so on. They come and they go. As long as they do not remain on a permanent basis, they do not mean anything at all. Take them as little releases or rearrangements of energies. Do not dwell on them, just follow your process. It is only if some of these were to come back regularly that you should take them into consideration and try to understand what they mean. 10.3 If a meditation experience becomes too intense. Can meditation ever be too intense? That is very disputable. In cases of high intensity, it is always best to remain very quiet and watch what is happening without reacting. If for some reason you start feeling really uncomfortable and you wish to discontinue the experience, all you have to do is open your eyes and stop the practice. Just by opening the eyes, the pressure. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 133. Of the experience will diminish instantaneously and you will be brought back to your normal state of consciousness. 10.4 Feeling vibration higher up than between the eyebrows. A possible experience is to feel pressure and light on top of the forehead, about 1 inch above the area between the eyebrows, around the borderline between the forehead and the scalp. The pressure and the light may be constant, even outside meditation, and even if you are not trying to maintain vigilance in the eye. Such pressure indicates that energy is being poured into your eye. It is like a chiseling of your subtle organs of clairvoyance, operated by non-physical helpers. Another possible experience is that of a saw of light in the middle of the head. A pressure of vibration and light is felt that seems to be working at separating the two hemispheres of the brain. All these manifestations are good signs, indicating that you are progressing. However, they are certainly not compulsory. You can very well complete the whole process of opening without feeling any of them. If they take place, just watch them. They will last a certain time and then vanish when this episode of the building process is achieved. If you want to help the process, you can try to tune into the energy that is behind the force in action. For instance, where does the pressure come from? Can you feel the presence of any being behind the saw of light or whatever it is that you are feeling? There's no need to do anything. Just acknowledge the connection consciously, which will facilitate the task of the helper. 10.5 Feeling heat. It may happen that heat is released during your practices. There is nothing negative about this. It is a common manifestation during certain phases of awakening and does not usually last very long. If you don't drink any alcohol, there is nothing particular to change. However, it is advisable to refrain from eating meat during the times of heat release, to have as pure a diet as possible and avoid spices. You can also take long showers and release the heat into the flow of running water as in the exercise of washing. Chapter 10 – A few experiences on the way. 134. Hands. Bathing in rivers and in the ocean is also very appropriate. In Kundalini Yoga, a form of spiritual practice in which strong waves of heat may be released, eating yogurt is sometimes advised to counterbalance the warming of the body. The combination of work on energy and alcohol consumption is a dangerous one. This applies to any form of alcoholic beverage. It opens the door to a whole range of nasty energies and can lead to disaster. Virtually no form of protection can work efficiently for someone who drinks alcohol. 10.6 The breath stops. It is quite common at some stage in your meditation to get the feeling that the breath stops. Some people tend to get a bit worried about this. They think, what if my body just didn't start inhaling again? Actually, you don't have to worry, for nobody has ever died from a natural suspension of the breath. The body knows exactly what it is doing. You just have to wait a few more seconds, and normal respiration will resume. Truly, the time when the breath stops is precious. Everything stops inside, as in a cosmic standstill. It is an occasion to plunge deeper into the space and to get in touch with expanded dimensions of yourself. 10.7 The pressure in the eye becomes uncomfortable. In some cases, the pressure in the eye can become uncomfortable, bordering on a headache. What happens? A mixture of different factors can be envisaged. You are grasping. It has never been suggested that you concentrate on the third eye, but just that you keep an awareness of it. Yet it is very easy when fighting to remain in the eye to start grasping the eye instead of being just aware of it. An unnecessary tension is generated, that can turn into a kind of headache. So if this happens to you, the first thing to do is make sure that you keep a gentle awareness, and do not force anything. The energy is trying to pull you upwards and you are unconsciously resisting. From time to time, as you practice being in the eye, your consciousness will be lifted up, from between the eyebrows to above the head. This is very natural, and is due to the close connection that exists between the third eye and the crown. Chapter 10 – A few experiences on the way. 135. Center, at the top of the head. When this happens, just let yourself be pulled upwards, and enjoy being above the head for a while. Then come back into the eye once the experience is over. In the beginning, it often happens that you do not recognize the pull and that you unconsciously resist, forcibly maintaining yourself between the eyebrows. Your very determination to remain firm in the eye, an aspiration which is right, unconsciously makes you resist the natural flow of energy. The result is very simple, a headache. What is to be done? The answer is obvious: change your focus for a while. Move your awareness from between the eyebrows to above the head. The excess of energy accumulated in your head will be released upwards. Here is a technique to help you achieve this result. 10.8 Controlling headaches. Close your eyes and become aware about 10 to 15 centimeters above the top of the head. There is a center of energy, a chakra, in this area. It is not the crown chakra, it is the one above it. One of my teachers called it the center of the hissing snake, because a hissing sound can be heard when one gets in touch with this chakra. So tune into the area 3 to 5 inches above the head and spend 1 minute being aware and listening. Remember, no imagination. It is far better to remain just aware than to make up a sound. Then maintain your awareness at the same height, about 15 centimeters above the top of the head, and at the same time utter a continuous hissing sound, SSSSSSSSS for a minute or two. Do not only repeat SSS, but make a proper hissing, as if you were a big snake. Put all of yourself into the sound, while remaining aware above the head. Then remain above the head and repeat the sound silently inside yourself for 2 or 3 minutes. At this stage, in many cases you will be pleasantly surprised to realize that your headache has disappeared. The more you master this technique, the more you will be able to release undesirable energies upwards, above the head. Tips. A bit of tiger balm on the forehead often works very well for headaches related to energy, especially if applied at the onset. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 136. If you find it difficult to move the energy upwards through the top of the head, try to go through the back of the top of the skull instead of the middle. This area, around the acupuncture point by Hui, or Governor 20, is an easier way out of the head. Another way to facilitate the upward movement of the energies is to uplift the eyebrows as high and tight as possible from the beginning to the end of this practice. This technique is a way of releasing extra pressure in the head due to overpractice. But actually, once you have mastered the trick, you can use it to get rid of nearly any headache, even if it was caused by something completely different. The technique can definitely be used to control migraines of various origins, provided the patient is ready to learn to handle energies. 10.9 Other possible causes of headaches. Let us look at a few other possible causes of headaches in the context of our work of inner alchemy. If you meditate, sleep, or work on a noxious earth line, all kinds of negative symptoms may be created, including headaches. It is very possible that opening your perception reveals these symptoms, making them appear worse. It is not that you are getting worse yourself, but rather that you are becoming more aware of the energy disorder. By correcting the situation, you will save yourself many troubles in the long run. Headaches may also result from meditating or sleeping close to a fridge, television, electric heater, cables, electric blanket, electronic devices, synthetic carpet, or any metallic structure that stores static electricity. Getting rid of the cause will remove the headaches. In conclusion, apart from the causes mentioned above, it is not usual to get headaches from working on the eye. If you are suffering from headaches and if you have checked that none of the above-mentioned reasons can be responsible, then it is likely that the problem comes from a completely different source than your spiritual practice. In this case, it is best to discuss the matter with a health practitioner. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 137. 10.10 Dizziness. There is nothing wrong with feeling a bit lightheaded after some practices that take you far into the space. In certain states of expanded consciousness you feel extremely light and a bit euphoric, as if you had drunk 1 or 2 glasses of champagne. However, it is not always you who are lightheaded, it is the others who are heavy-headed. Life in the common discursive mind creates a suffocating gravity of thoughts and emotions. But people don't even notice it, because they have been conditioned to it for so long. As you advance, a moderate feeling of lightness resulting from your practice will become normal and integrated into your usual way of functioning. You won't even notice it. Even if in the beginning you feel a bit different, you will soon find it easier and more efficient to operate from this state of lightness. If for some reason the light-headed feeling was to become uncomfortable, the following suggestions would very probably restore the situation quickly. Practice the grounding exercises indicated in the chapters on protection, keeping a strong awareness in the eye and in the belly. Eating is one of the best ways to create a short-term grounding. If a friend of yours is completely spaced out after a meditation and if there is any urgent reason to bring him back, then feed him. In an emergency, resort to heavy foods, cakes, and even meat. This is dramatically efficient, but don't abuse it. Proper grounding is supposed to come from your mastery of energy, not from a dubious diet. In the chapters related to protection, it will become very clear that the clairvision style of work aims at grounding as much as connecting with the space. 10.11 Getting fed up or emotional. What is happening when you feel fed up or emotional as a result of your meditation? Your emotional blockages are being revealed by your work of opening. This is quite logical and necessary. As you try to refine and purify your system, you meet all that is unclear inside, so that you may release and heal it. These emotional blockages are like smears in your astral body. It is often by. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 138. Clearing them that you will have major shifts in your opening of perception. What do you do? Regression. ISIS, the clairvision technique of regression, has been designed specifically to solve these problems. Otherwise, some other techniques dealing with emotions can be helpful, such as rebirthing, for instance. If it is impossible to have access to any techniques of emotional release, then a lot of physical exercise could help. Gardening and working on the land are also very pacifying. Yet you should not forget that even though physical exercise may make you feel better, it does not solve any of the problems. You must go deeper and deal with the conflicts of the mind through appropriate techniques. Neglecting the work of emotional clearing is probably the major reason some people practice a meditation technique or a process of spiritual development for sometimes as long as 30 years without any real breakthrough. 10.12 Hearing sounds. Hearing non-physical sounds is a very normal experience on the way. It often starts with a buzzing type of sound inside your head and slowly, gets refined into the harmony of the spheres. If there are sounds in your head, just listen to them. They are a good focus for maintaining your awareness. The best area to position your awareness in order to tune into non-physical sounds is behind the area between the eyebrows, in the center of the head. 10.13 When there is no energy, the energy is somewhere else. Some days the connection with the energy feels intense, and experiences flow naturally and easily. Other days there does not seem to be any energy at all and it is much more difficult to get into the experience. It is the nature of energy to vary. For instance, around the full moon the vibration is very intense, whereas just around the new moon it is sometimes hardly perceptible. On the other hand, the purple space of the third eye, is often easier to reach around the new moon. Many other variations of the energy can be observed, some predictable, some not. Maybe one day a reliable meteorology of energy will be discovered. This should be the purpose of a true astrology. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 139. For your practice to be successful, you need to learn to sense these variations and work in harmony with them. For instance, if you are having one of those days when you are immediately projected into the purple space as soon as you close your eyes, there is no need to waste your time fighting for clear channel releases, since anyway the vibration can hardly be felt. Rather focus on the meditation, trying to go into the space as deeply as possible. Very often, when nothing seems to be happening in your practice, it does not mean that there is no energy, but that you are looking for the energy in the wrong place. Tune in and try to get in touch with a higher layer, and you might be astonished by what you find. 10.14 After Sattva, Tamas. To fight Tamas, Rajas. In the Indian tradition, all the developments of the creation are analyzed in terms of three gunas, or modalities of nature, called tamas, rajas, and sattva. Tamas is related to inertia, opacity, and cloudiness, dullness, lack of initiative, a feeling of laziness. Rajas is activity, movement, desire. When rajas is activated inside you, you start running around, chasing the things you want, very involved in the pursuits of the world. Too much rajas results in agitation and restlessness. Sattva generates pure and transparent states of consciousness, openness of mind and of perception, receptivity to the light, higher awareness. Spiritual development can be understood as a gradual unfoldment of sattva inside yourself in order to allow it to reflect your higher self. One of the basic laws of interaction of the three gunas is that after a big dose of sattva, tamas gets activated. In practical terms, this means that after an unusually clear experience of consciousness, it is quite normal to feel inert and unclear for a while. Under these tamasic conditions, it will be quite difficult to re-enter directly into an inner space of sattva. It will be much easier to have a rajas transition first and then to look for your sattva again. Practically speaking, this means that if you feel inert and unreceptive the day after a brilliant awakening, it is better not to try to meditate for long periods. It is better to keep moving for a while, go out, walk in the countryside, do some physical work, and try to remain as aware as possible. Then you. Chapter 10, A Few Experiences on the Way. 140. Can start looking for your clarity again. 141. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 11.1 Tuning In. Let us begin with a simple exercise. Take a crystal, for instance, and another piece of rock found anywhere in the countryside. If you do not have a crystal, just take two stones of different colors and textures. You also need a flower or a bunch of leaves. Sit in a comfortable position and place the objects in front of you. Make sure your back is straight. Start gazing at the crystal, or one of the stones. Implement the triple process of vision. 1. Become aware between the eyebrows. Remain very motionless. Blink as little as possible. 2. Instead of looking at any of the details of the image in front of you, become aware of the fact of seeing, what we have called seeingness. If this is not possible, simply try to feel the image in front of you instead of looking at it. 3. Feel the object from your heart. Receive the object in your heart, through the eye. Remain with the first object for 2 or 3 minutes. Then apply the same process to the second stone, for 2 minutes or more. Proceed in the same way with the third object. It will become clear that you get quite different feelings from each of the stones, and from the leaves and flowers. Of course, these objects have different qualities of vibration. But you also become different when you open to one or the other. Each object makes you vibrate at a distinct frequency. The more sensitive you become, the clearer the inner contrast when tuning into objects or people. Tuning in is the capacity to resonate in harmony with an object, an animal, a person. Tuning in bypasses the ordinary mental consciousness. It is a direct mode of knowledge and experience which differs from the ordinary mind in many ways. A key point is that whenever you look at an object from the mind kills it. The object is teeming with energy and vibrations, it has a life of its own. Several laws of nature are active inside it. And what do you get in your head? A dead replica, which? Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 142. Could be called a mental postcard. The essence of the information has been lost. When you tune into an object, the very opposite takes place. You let the qualities of the object become alive inside you. It is no longer a postcard that you receive, it is a living feeling. Repeat the exercise on various colors. Implement the triple process of vision on walls, clothes, objects, of different hues. Each time, try to tune into the color. Open to it. Let the qualities of the color become alive inside you. The result is magic. Different colors move you in different directions, generating a whole range of effects inside yourself. Colors and lights start to feed you, the blue of the sky, for instance, or the light from the stars, or even the yellow of a t-shirt. You can literally drink the colors and their energies. You derive forces from them that strengthen your soul. This allows you to understand why little children, who are not yet living inside the frame of the mind, can be so fascinated by colors and light. Another key distinction between the mental way of perceiving, and tuning in, is that the former is based on separation, while the latter is a process of unity. When you receive a mental image from an object or a person, there is no true connection between the object and the image. But when you tune into an object, you become the object. For instance, if the cat is trying to confuse you as to whether you have already given it dinner or not, you tune into the cat, and you become the cat. And then you can feel all that the cat feels. You can perceive the world as seen by the cat, with completely different sensory inputs. You sense the cat instinct flowing through you, you know exactly how it is to be a cat. And you can also feel whether your cat's stomach is full or empty. It is a knowledge through identity, a most fascinating process. It gives you a deep intuitive understanding of the nature of objects and beings. You penetrate their logic from inside, because you become what they are. Tuning in gives you access to a new and rich range of feelings and sensations. You discover a palette of inner experiences that your mind did not even suspect could exist. You become vast. Through the art of tuning in, many simple things of life, such as looking at the stars, swimming in the ocean, feeding the cat, become. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 143. Absolutely fascinating. You participate in the life of the universe, instead of perceiving it like a series of postcards. For example, in one of the retreat centres of our school in the tablelands of New South Wales, an eagle used to come and watch us when we were working outside. When you tuned into the eagle would stop 20 meters above your head and gaze at you. It was a complete standstill, a moment of truth. If you raised your arms towards the eagle and started turning slowly, the eagle would turn with you. Slowly, as if it was suspended in the air, the eagle followed you in a motionless dance. Then, if you became the eagle, it was an inner explosion. There are simply no words to describe that. People who have never experienced anything of the kind may be clever and successful, nevertheless they live in nothing other than a cage. 11.2 Drinking colors. Implement the triple process of vision and tune into various colors. Any object or plant can be used, or even walls. If tuning into clothes, it is better if they are new enough so their colors are still fresh. Tune into the color. Do not pay any attention to the nature of the object itself. Tune into the color and nothing else, as if you were drinking it. Let its energy flow into your being. Resonate with it. Do not only look at it or even see it, become the color. Repeat the exercise on different colors and see how you become different, from one to the other. Let yourself become fluid under the influence of the color. Let it take over. Let it invade your energy. Tips. Why not apply this perception of the spirit of colors to reconsider the way you choose your clothes and how you dress? No physical color on Earth is as pure as those coming from the stars. Stargazing with an open eye is a unique experience, and leads to the most surprising and enlightening visions. Learn to recognize the stars with a manual for stargazers, and tune into them. You will soon discover that the energies they carry vary greatly from one to another. A golden star like Arcturus, for instance, awakens a fullness in the heart and warms your spirit. Some others, such as Algol or Rasselhag, are. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 144. To stars what orchids are to flowers, their beauty is sometimes treacherous. Stars, especially when seen with our triple process of vision, will prove an inexhaustible source of inspiration and centering. Interestingly, seers of various traditions have perceived constellations as the dwelling place of the highest spiritual beings. 11.3 Flowers, plants, and elemental beings. Let us take the example of a flower to describe some of the basic mechanisms of subtle perception. Looking at a flower, the mind perceives a shape, some colors, a perfume. But what will you perceive if you tune into the flower? You will get a feeling related to the nature of the flower, to its quality of vibration. For instance, it is obvious that a rose, a sunflower, and an orchid communicate quite different feelings when you open to them. Many people have a natural, intuitive understanding of the nature of plants. However, tuning in is more than a vague sensitivity, it is a metaphysical opening. When you tune in, your whole body of energy starts to resonate with the plant. You can feel streams of light rushing all around you. It's like entering another dimension. The plant becomes alive in you. With this inner explosion comes a knowingness, like a package of information in which all the properties of the plant are included. The plant inspires you with a sense of how to use it. Let us describe this in other words. The physical image and the physical smell are like a husk. By implementing the triple process of vision, you perceive a variety of non-physical colors, smells and tastes, what we could call the aura of the plant, its non-physical vibration. If you go beyond this, you come to see something quite surprising, a being. You can actually see a little being which is like the essence of the plant, and which some Western occultists have called the deva of the plant, from a Sanskrit word meaning deity. You realize that the aura of the plant, its colors, and other subtle qualities, are like the garment of the little nature being. All the subtle and physical properties of the plant are nothing but the consequences of the nature of this being. One could say that the being unfolds its personality through the appearance of the plant, its colors, its smells, its medicinal properties. And this being has. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 145. A life of its own, you can talk and exchange with it. If you want to have a chance to understand any of your non-physical perceptions, I suggest you spend some time meditating on the following principle. Whenever there is a vibration, there is a being behind it. The vibration is like the garment of the being. It is its external appearance. And anything that can be perceived in the vibration is simply the external manifestation of the being. Therefore, as long as you have not contacted the being, you are missing the essence of the object, you are only perceiving consequences. This principle is universal and does not only apply to plants and other living organisms. For instance, when tuning into the color of a wall, you first receive its living energy, meaning the vibration. But if you go beyond this, what can you see? Behind the vibration of the color, a multitude of little elemental beings can be perceived. This is not easy because elementals are tricky, they hide all the time. You need a very silent and steady state of consciousness to be able to behold them with your eye. The same applies to fire, air, wind and water. Behind the vibration and the aura of substances, elemental beings can be perceived. But they are not the ones I would advise you to start with when exerting your talents of clairvoyance, for they are extremely shy, and clever at not being seen. 11.4 Fighting mental rigidity. To be able to open and tune into an object, you need to come from a space of love. Empathy is a key to allow the qualities of the object or the person to become alive inside you. You also need a certain degree of opening and flexibility. If you are too rigid, you will never be able to vibrate with things that are not like yourself. The part of yourself that is made of conditioning and operates only through reactions, the manas mind, is like a cage. You live in your mind as you would live in a cage, always confined to the same range of thoughts, emotions, reactions. It is as if you were seeing the world through tinted glasses, and therefore made only of blue-green, green, and yellow-green, for instance. Tuning in is given as a way to break the mental cage and to start being on an expanded spectrum of frequencies. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 146. Of course, it is only when you get out of a cage that you realize it was a cage. If you have always been living in a cage, then to you it is not a cage, it is the whole universe. Tuning in allows you to break limits, by introducing unsuspected patterns of being into your consciousness. The light that comes from certain stars, for instance, allows you to vibrate on very strange frequencies, unlike anything you may experience on Earth. But you certainly do not have to go that far to explode the limits of your cage. If you could simply become your cat or your pot plant, even only for a few seconds, that would already represent an extraordinary breakthrough. Another quality that is needed for the art of tuning in and is developed by its practice, is the capacity to forget about your little self for a while. If you remain too much like your cage, then there is no space left for anything else. You have to wipe away your surface personality for a moment. You have to cultivate an extreme inner stillness, a complete absence of reaction. You have to become empty, to make an abstraction of anything personal. This gives a refreshing break, and a sense of relativity as far as your own little problems are concerned. In relation to your ego, or higher self, something paradoxical is experienced. Tuning in does not veil your ego, it reveals it. It is by being more yourself that you can become an object. The part of yourself that is able to vibrate in harmony with anything in the universe is the self, precisely because it is universal. So by becoming something other than yourself, you lose the little self, and therefore you reveal the true self. By perceiving the world you uncover the self, and that is exactly what clairvision is all about. This is nothing like a vague feeling or an intellectual view. It is a hyperdense frequency of being. It is a more objective experience than having your hand in a fire. By tuning into an object, and becoming the object, you become yourself. You are yourself, 10,000 times more than when you think of the object with your mind. Whenever you think of the object, you are not yourself, you have become assimilated with the cage. The time has come to reverse the classic adage of French philosopher Descartes, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. What higher vision reveals is exactly the opposite, I think, therefore I am not. It is by stopping the mind that you can step. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 147. Out of the cage, and say, I think not, therefore I am. The clairvision style of work invites you to use perception to reach that stage. 11.5 Trees. Let us resume our practical exercises, this time focusing on trees. There is a lot of wisdom stored in trees, hence the veneration in which they were held by Celtic schools of initiation, for instance. It is significant that the Buddhist tradition insists so much on the fact that Shakyamuni Buddha reached his enlightenment under a tree, a Ficus religiosa in Bodh Gaya. In Australia we have a surprising tree of the same family called the Moreton Bay fig, which looks a bit like a banyan. It is a huge, magnificent tree, always ready to advise you. If you can find a tree of equivalent energy, it is a blessing. Whenever you have to undergo a big inner shift, you can sit under the tree and meditate. And the tree will help. 11.6 Practice. Tuning in is an ability that develops gradually. In the beginning you are 10% tuned into the object, meaning that you just get a certain feeling. It is then a question of intensifying the connection and of wiping out your surface personality through a total inner silence and stillness. You let the qualities of the object become alive in you until you reach the stage where you actually become the object. In order to develop your capacity to tune in, I recommend that you practice on various species of trees. Tune in, and learn to vibrate with them. You will discover that different trees have completely different energies. Here are a few suggestions on how to discover the properties and qualities of trees. Our method will be to explore your own feeling as you tune into trees. When you tune into the tree, does your energy tend to expand, or does it feel contained? Does the tree give you a feeling of softness, or of tough strength? Are you getting a yang feeling or more of a yin one? Is the energy of the tree more akin to the earth, water, air, or fire element? Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 148. Does the energy of the tree resonate more with your belly, your chest, your throat, or your head? Do you get the feeling of being protected when tuning into the tree? Some trees can envelop you inside their branches as an angel would take you in his wings. Try to sense what is the specialty of this tree. What could it be good for from a medicinal point of view? Go on practicing from one tree to another. Tips. Trees are really good when you are learning to tune in, for they have a generous nature. They enjoy communicating their energy. I have seen several people who had a great opening of perception when tuning into a tree. Some trees literally talk to you. When you become more perceptive, it is not rare that you walk past a tree and you simply have to stop, because the tree is calling you. Don't hesitate to hug trees. Remember practice 8.12, if you have a sorrow or a perverse energy you can't get rid of, hug a tree for long enough, and ask the tree to take it. The results might astonish you. As your capacity to tune in develops, you will be able to implement this exercise with greater intensity. There is a beautiful custom, which is to plant a tree when a child is born. Thus the child and the tree will have similar astrological charts. Of course, it is not very easy to plant the tree just at the moment of delivery. So you can proceed like this: note down the minute the child's head comes out and get somebody to plant the tree the day after, at exactly the same time. Apart from the moon, the celestial bodies do not move much in a day, and 24 hours later they have almost exactly the same position in the houses as they had the day before. Another very good time to plant a tree is on the new moon that precedes the birth. If the child has not arrived at the full moon, then plant another. These two trees, the new and full moon ones, will have a particular significance to the child. Choose a good tree, on which the child and later on the adult will be able to mirror him/herself. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 149. 11.7 Sexually Related Feelings. People often say that they can never fully know what their boyfriend or girlfriend feels or thinks, just because they are different sexes, as if a woman could never know in herself what a man experiences, and vice versa. Actually, there is nothing more false. Through the art of tuning in, you gain the possibility of going through the whole range of sensations and feelings pertaining to the other sex. For instance, a man comes to know in his own body how it feels to have breasts, to have a uterus, to menstruate, to be pregnant. By this I do not mean some sort of theoretical or intellectual understanding, but the real and direct experience of the feeling, exactly as if he was inside a female body. This also applies to a vast range of emotional attitudes. This process can virtually be regarded as an initiation. Once achieved, the way of relating to the other sex will change dramatically, much less complicated and based on a true understanding. Various psychological problems connected with relating to the other sex will automatically disappear. At this stage, it may be of interest to mention a fact about the etheric body. Esotericists such as Steiner have often pointed out that the etheric body of a woman is male, that of a man is female. This creates an inner substratum which greatly facilitates access to the feelings of the other sex. With the expansion of perception, a human being tends to be seen not so much as a woman as opposed to a man, or a man as opposed to a woman, but more as a totality made of two polarities. In this context, concepts such as the war of the sexes lose a lot of their significance. We all have a man and a woman inside, and both must be brought to enlightenment. Yet it would be quite untrue to believe that the result is a being of a blended or asexual gender. On the contrary, the process contributes to discerning between the two polarities, and achieving one's femininity, for a woman, or one's masculinity, for a man. Realizing her male pole helps a woman's femininity to flourish. When a man is out of touch with his female pole, his masculinity is a gross facade, much more fragile than his chauvinistic attitude may imply. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 150. In the Indian tradition there is a symbol which illustrates this concept, the Shivalija. Shivalija is an erect phallus, and its symbolic significance goes far beyond genital connotations. You find it on the altars of temples all over India. If you take a close look at a Shivalija, you will notice that the phallus actually rests on a yoni, meaning a female generative organ. This symbolizes that it is only on the basis of its opposite polarity that the male force can be strongly established. 11.8 You are what you eat. There is one field where the art of tuning in will give you particularly quick and spectacular results: eating. Tune into the foodstuff while it is on your plate and in your mouth, and your meal will turn into an unexpectedly intense experience. Some vegetables, such as carrot or beetroot, and some fruits, such as lemon, are endowed with energies that will literally explode in your mouth. Instead of the process being localized only in your digestive tract, it is as if your whole body was participating and receiving vibrations from the food. As a byproduct, you might find it easier to reduce your consumption of junk food. By tuning into the foodstuff and observing your reactions to it, it becomes possible to accurately work out a diet that is right for you, without a dogmatic attitude. It also becomes clear that the state of consciousness in which you ingest the food may have as much influence on your system as the quality of the food itself. This dimension seems to be completely missed by most modern systems of nutrition. If patients suffering from cancer, allergies, or parasites go to see a naturopath, they are immediately given lists of foods that they should or should not eat. But not much is said about the way the food should be eaten. Take a group of people eating exactly the same food. Some will end up with intestinal parasites and some won't. To the clairvoyant eye, it appears that it is sometimes when the mind is parasitised that the digestive tract tends to retain parasites. In astrology, this connection is symbolized by the fact that the sign Virgo and its planet Mercury are the rulers of both the mind and the intestines. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 151. We have seen how the capacity to tune in is directly opposed to mental rigidity. The more fixed the mind is in stereotypes, the more difficult it is to have access to a variegated range of feelings. Actually, there is an interesting connection between the state of mind in which you eat and your level of mental flexibility. Depending on how you eat, the rigidity builds up or diminishes. Each time food is swallowed with poor awareness and no perception of its energetic qualities, the rigidity of the mind is significantly fostered. In other words, when you eat from the mind, you feed the mind. A mental stamp is imprinted onto the food, and your whole structure becomes more mental. Seen from the eye, it appears that one of the main tricks the mind uses to maintain its hegemony is to make you eat without awareness. On the other hand, by resonating in harmony with the foodstuff, you develop the pliability of your mental substance, and your general capacity to tune in is greatly enhanced. To the common statement, the body is made of what you eat, one may add another, and the mind is made of how you eat it. Of course, many other factors apart from nutrition play a role in the economy of the mental layer. But still, one can have a major action on the dynamics of the mind by carefully regulating food intake and the state of consciousness during meals. That is why Gandhi used to say, when the sense of taste is under control, all the senses are under control. Another factor that can positively influence the process of inner alchemy is a fairly strict regularity of meal times. The astral body is intensely involved in the process of digestion. By following a fairly strict routine of meal times, you make the astral body work at regular times, and this imprints a sense of rhythm. Rhythm is exactly what the astral body lacks. The astral body is the layer in which emotions take place. Now, take some basic rhythmical activities of the physical body, such as the heartbeat and the breath. As soon as you experience an emotion, the frequency of both become irregular. Presently, our astral body is the enemy of rhythm. Any big wave in the astral body tends to impair the cadences of the physical body. As far as rhythm is concerned, the entire education of the astral body is yet to be undertaken. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 152. Hence the value of eating meals every day at the same time, and avoiding eating between meals. The benefits will not only be physical, but also psychological. By imprinting a sense of rhythm in the astral body, you reinforce its whole structure, which will result in increased emotional stability, mental clarity, endurance, and tenacity. A certain force of soul is fostered, which facilitates your connection with higher worlds. Apart from this spiritual perspective, regularity of meals should be given as a basic recommendation to patients suffering from various disorders such as cancer, asthma, allergies, parasite infestation, etc. If you can be clever enough to get children to adopt a certain regularity of meal times, you help them to structure themselves and develop harmoniously. In terms of the rhythms of the body, there is a modern invention that proves to be a disaster: daylight saving time. Throughout the world, farmers have noticed that DLS has an upsetting effect on cattle. Behind this observation there are profound mechanisms related to subtle bodies. Animals have an etheric and an astral body. When the rhythm of their life is disturbed, various problems occur. The result is reduced productivity, which is immediately noticed by farmers. It would be foolish to believe that the human body does not suffer from this interruption to natural rhythms which occurs twice a year. The number of severe diseases and the general wearing out of the body influenced by DLS is probably far greater than we think. It is to be hoped that more concern will arise over this problem and that more researchers will conduct studies on its effects. 11.9 A few suggestions on how to communicate with angels. Let us finish this chapter with how the art of tuning in can be applied to communication with higher spiritual beings. During meditation, a common experience is to see non-physical lights and colors. As soon as your third eye opens, you see many of these lights. It may happen that you have reached a stage where you see all kinds of lights in your meditation, and you wonder how to go further. These lights are very nice and the process gives a certain serenity, but what is the next step? That is the moment to remember what was discussed earlier in this chapter. Whenever there is a vibration or a light, there is a being behind it. The colors that appear in front of you are like the garment, they. Chapter 11, The Art of Tuning In. 153. External appearance of non-physical beings. The next step is therefore tuning into the lights in order to discern the presence of the beings behind them. Another experience that may happen, during meditation or out of it, is to feel the presence of an angel or of some high spiritual being around you. This experience is not uncommon after a big emotional release while practicing the clairvision techniques of regression. It gives the feeling of the descent of a supremely peaceful energy that surrounds you and sheds light on your whole being. What to do with an angel? There is the sense that the moment is precious, and that if one does not display the right receptivity, a great deal of the experience may be lost. Some people tend to try and engage in dialogue with the angel, to ask all sorts of questions or even to channel the angel, to let the angel speak through them and answer other people's questions. The problem with this attitude is that it tries to establish a mental communication with a being that comes from far beyond the mind. It is a great waste. This beautiful superconscious presence is close to you, and you limit it with the concepts of your mind. In terms of the example developed earlier, it is like trying to make the angel fit into your cage. The approach of the clairvision techniques is different. Remain extremely still and silent, and tune into the angel. Become the angel. Let its glory become alive in you. You will get infinitely more out of the moment, because the experience isn't limited by any mental filter. On the contrary, it allows some completely new patterns of consciousness to be initiated in you. Many dynamic activities and operating functions of the higher self will be triggered, which will slowly mature later on. In terms of your own experience, it will give you a glimpse of the states of consciousness that come next, and activate the seeds of the transformation leading to them. This mode of approach based on tuning in is altogether similar to that expressed by the ancient Sanskrit saying, Devam Bhutva Devam Yajanet. To worship a god, first become the god. 154. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 12.1 The first reflex whenever you hear cancer. The interest in ley lines originated around the 1930s in Europe, mainly Germany and France, in some cities that were small enough for their whole population to be treated by only 1 or 2 medical practitioners. Some physicians were struck by the fact that in certain houses, cancer cases arose with unusual frequency. The family doctor would treat the grandmother for cancer. The grandmother would die. 5 years later, the doctor would see her daughter come in with the very same cancer. In the meantime, the daughter would have taken over the grandmother's bed. Or a woman would bring her husband in with cancer. The husband would die. The woman would remarry, and a few years later the new husband, sleeping in the same bed and at the same place, would get exactly the same cancer as the first one. Several similar cases triggered the curiosity of the physicians, who decided to seek the help of professional dowsers. The result was the discovery of lines of so-called harmful Earth rays. Actually, nobody really knows what these lines are made of, but it became customary to call them Earth ray lines, or sometimes ley lines. As no rays have ever been identified in relation to these lines, I will avoid the misleading term Earth ray line and refer to them more simply as Earth lines. The intensity of the lines varies from one place to another. The essential fact is that whenever the dowsers investigated the house of a cancer patient, they would systematically find Earth lines of noxious intensity, either where the patient's bed was or in a place where he/she would spend a lot of time, such as a desk. A kind of battle ensued for a few decades in Germany, in which many respectable medical authorities tried to disprove the whole theory. Studies were conducted on thousands of cases, sometimes as many as 30 or 50,000 cancer patients. And each time, the results were so overwhelmingly in favor of the existence of these harmful Earth lines that the would-be detractors turned into the most ardent defenders. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 155. It should be emphasized that these people were not marginal healers, but scientists and professors of medicine, who were risking their reputation and career. Their confronting and almost unanimous conclusion was, it is very unlikely for cancer to occur, unless you have been regularly sleeping or staying on a noxious line. Those harmful Earth lines were found in the houses of nearly 99% of the cancer patients. In February 1987, it reached the stage where the West German government itself started to invest millions of Deutschmarks in a research program to investigate the effects of Earth lines on living organisms. One should certainly not disregard the importance of other factors in the genesis of cancer, such as poor diet or emotional stress. A disease, and especially such a serious disease as cancer, is always the result of a combination of causes. Yet the statistics of the German scientists are such that whenever we hear cancer, our first reflex should be, douse for the lines. And then move the bed, or maybe even move house, depending on what is found. Removing the patient from the noxious line is not enough to cure the disorder, yet it seems to be an important factor in improving the patient's chances of healing. Harmful Earth lines have also been incriminated in other pathological processes such as cot death, joint problems, migraine headaches, heart conditions, varicose veins, bedwetting and several others. A common reaction when sleeping on a toxic line is to have bad dreams, insomnia or difficult nights resulting in fatigue. The feeling of being more tired in the morning than before going to bed is often described by patients. Very typical, for instance, is the case of a child who is found every morning upside down in bed, unconsciously trying to escape from the line. 12.2 Commonly observed facts about the lines. The lines make a grid all over the surface of the Earth, the Hartmann grid. In this grid, the lines are about 2.5 meters apart, though this varies slightly from one place to another. The lines are not confined to the surface of the Earth. If a line is found on the ground floor of a house, the very same line will be found at the same place on each floor above it. The lines of the grid are sometimes heavily noxious, sometimes much lighter and not so toxic. Yet it is never advisable to sleep or. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 156. Sit on a line. The crossings of lines are particularly noxious. In the vicinity of a geological fault, the intensity of the lines is reinforced. An underground creek creates a particularly noxious extra line, in addition to the grid. It also makes all the other lines around it more toxic. The more intense the flow of water, the more noxious the line. Water pipes, in a house or below it, act like small underground creeks. Electric cables create additional lines. When a house is built like a Faraday cage, with metal and electric wires everywhere, the lines are reinforced and extra lines are added. This makes skyscrapers an ecological disaster. The strength and width of the lines are reinforced during storms and stormy weather. Multiplied B2 between 1 am and 2 am. Multiplied B3 on the full moon. Most living organisms get sick when located on the lines, plants die, trees get cancerous growths, all rotting processes are favored. The crossings of lines are therefore very good places to put your compost heap, but not your bed. On the other hand, certain plants and animals seem to thrive on the lines. This happens more than any other with the oak, the sacred tree of the Druids. Most huge old oak trees are found on strong lines. Other line seekers among the trees are willows, ashes, firs. Among other plants, mistletoe, mushrooms, asparagus. Ants love the lines, which fits well with their function as cleaners of all that is rotting in nature. Ant heaps are usually found on a heavy line. This should make you cautious whenever there is an ant heap close to your house. Unlike dogs, cats are said to seek the lines. So, traditionally the place favored by your cat is not a good place for you. Yet from my experience today's cats are more after cushions than earth lines. So if your cat goes straight onto your pillow each time you find a new place for your bed, don't panic. Beetles and termites are also attracted to the lines. So are parasites and microbes. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 157. 12.3 Ley Lines and Earth Lines. Strictly speaking, a distinction must be made between ley lines and earth lines. The earth lines make roughly a square grid that we have just described. They are the ones that have been incriminated in the genesis of cancer and several other diseases. These earth lines, which many people call earth ray lines, are sometimes also referred to as the Hartmann network or the Hartmann grid. The ley lines, on the other hand, are also lines of telluric energy, but of a different nature. They do not make a square grid and there is much more distance between them. Ley lines are sometimes up to hundreds of kilometers apart. Ley lines are not noxious to health. They are more like lines of spiritual intensity all over the planet. Holy places such as Glastonbury or the Cathedral of Chartres, for instance, are said to be located on ley lines. Yet in practice, many dowsers tend to use the same term, ley line, for both the ley lines and the earth lines. In this chapter, we will deal with the earth lines of the Hartmann network, as they are found everywhere and concern everybody. It should be understood that there also exist other grids of telluric lines apart from these, but to simplify things we will not concern ourselves with them in the beginning. 12.4 What are these lines? Nobody really knows the exact nature of these lines. The term Earth rays is misleading, even though the whole phenomenon appears like a kind of telluric radiation, no actual rays have ever been identified. On the level of clairvoyance, these earth lines do not appear like lines, but like walls. This could also be deduced from the fact that a line found on the ground floor of a building will be detected at the same place on each floor above it. From the third eye, these walls can be seen as a kind of smoky energy. The more toxic a line is, the more smoggy, dense, and thick the smoky energy appears to be. For instance, in stormy weather or around the full moon the walls appear significantly whiter and murkier. The more toxic a line is, the more it gives a nauseous feeling when tuning into it. The lines, and especially the most noxious ones, seem to concentrate negative energies. This effect is maximum at the Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 158. Crossing of lines. In other words, the lines act like garbage cans and gather all the etheric dirt of a room. Those houses that seem to have bad vibrations and make most people feel uncomfortable are usually built on a grid of noxious lines. When an entity, or non-physical parasite, is found in a room, it is nearly always on a crossing of lines. 12.5 Energy Wells. Whenever there is a dragon, there is a princess. Energy wells are the positive counterpart of the harmful earth lines. Energy wells are more mysterious, and certainly not as well documented as the lines. If you have read The Adventures of Carlos Castaneda, you probably remember how Don Juan made him look for his spot in a room, the place where he could be protected and safe. That is an energy well. Energy wells are spots endowed with healing properties and also with spiritual properties. They are places where it is easier to pray or meditate and to connect with spiritual worlds. When an angel wants to shed his light into a room, an energy well is a good place for him to descend. On the level of clairvoyance, an energy well looks like a column of light, or one could say like a geyser of light. Often, the diameter of the column varies between 1.5 to 2 feet, possibly more if you find a big one. Just as the lines may be classified according to their toxicity, so different wells have different sizes, intensities, and healing potential. But contrary to the lines and their grid, there does not seem to be any regular pattern of distribution of the wells, none that I know of, anyway. 12.6 Lines and Spiritual Practice. If you want to learn about energy, inside you and around you, you certainly have to take great care of the lines, for the grid of a place determines its quality of energy, and therefore the quality of your own energy whenever you are there. There is no such thing as a closed living organism. Even more on the level of energy than on the level of matter, you are permanently involved in multiple exchanges with your environment. To become clairvoyant and to get in touch with your higher self, a deep transformation of your subtle bodies is needed. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 159. This alchemy will be fostered or hampered depending on whether you put yourself in a position where the grid works for you or against you. It is therefore essential to douse the grid of the place where you live and to make sure you are neither sleeping nor meditating on a line. This rule becomes even more important when you undergo longer periods of meditation, for example during a course or a retreat. While meditating, your body of energy, or etheric body, opens significantly. And therefore the exchanges of energy with your environment are enhanced. If you meditate while sitting on a line, especially for long periods of time, you run a high risk of catching wrong energies and damaging yourself. You may well feel uncomfortable and restless. These are very common symptoms when you undergo long periods of meditation. You certainly do not need to be on a line to feel like that. But the agitation will take much greater proportions if you are sitting on a line. And if the line is bad, there is virtually no limit to the damage you may do to your body. Teachers of meditation should be particularly aware of the grid in the room where they conduct classes. For students tend to fill up the available space, and it is most probable that some of them will end up sitting in the wrong place. We are introducing a concept that is not so widespread nowadays, even though in the past many traditional cultures were familiar with it. The results of spiritual practice depend on the place where the practice is implemented. This does not only apply to the general area, or to the building. Inside one room, different places may induce completely different experiences. Finding the place that is right for you is just as important as finding the right technique or teaching. The same applies to healing and therapy in general. If you put your massage or acupuncture table on an energy well, your results will be 10 times better than otherwise. It will be much easier for an invisible helper to come and give you a hand. The well will do half the work for you, if not more. But if you practice something like acupuncture, regression, or rebirthing on a toxic line, you may well end up making your clients worse with your treatment. Finding the lines is extremely simple. In the trainings of the Clairvision School, at least 80% of students manage to find them the first time they try, provided they have followed, just. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 160. Followed, not even mastered, the preliminary techniques of opening the third eye, as indicated in this book. 12.7 Dowsing the lines, the gear. You will need 2 L-shaped rods and 2 ballpoint pens. The rods are made of thick wire. The longer side of the L is approximately 40 cm or 15 inches. The shorter side is about 12 cm, or 4.5 inches. A few millimeters either way won't make any difference. An excellent way of making rods is to get wire coat hangers and to cut them as indicated above. If wire coat hangers are not available, you can use any metal wire, provided it is rigid enough to keep its L shape. Then take 2 cheap ballpoint pens. Remove the ink parts and keep only the plastic shells. Insert the shorter parts of your L-shaped rods inside the shells. This is all you need to dowse. Important, your rods must be able to rotate freely inside the shells, so make sure 1. That you have made a sharply bent 90-degree angle between the 2 parts of your rod, and not a progressive curve. 2. That on each side of the L, the wire is as straight as possible. If the shorter side of the rod is bent, even slightly, then unwanted friction will hamper the free movement of the rod. I suggest that you always leave 2 rods and shells in the boot of your car, so you have them at hand whenever you need to dowse. 12.8 Learning the eye-belly attitude for dowsing. Dowsing has to do with an eye-belly awareness. This means being aware both in the third eye and in the area below the navel. To develop the eye-belly awareness, first practice walking around the room keeping a strong awareness of the navel area, or, more precisely, the energy center 1 inch below the navel. You do not need to locate the center precisely, just be aware of the area below the navel. Walk from the belly. Imagine you are a cowboy or an American policeman, both usually quite good at walking from their belly. Or walk like a Japanese master of martial arts. The lines are made of an etheric energy that is very close to the physical plane. From an experiential point of view, the key word for etheric is vibration. Roughly speaking, whenever you feel a vibration, you feel the etheric. Some etheric vibrations are quite tiny and subtle, halfway between a light and a vibration. Others. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 161. Like the ones you feel when tuning into the lines are denser and more physically tangible. To dowse the lines, you have to be aware of the vibration in your belly and not be floating in the light somewhere above your head. The more you are in the vibration, the closer you are to the perception of the lines. Then re-establish eye-centered awareness. Practice a few seconds of reconnection, become aware of the vibration between the eyebrows, breathe with the throat friction, and connect the friction with the vibration in the eye. Keep a tight awareness of the vibration in the eye and remain aware of the area below the navel at the same time. You are aware of the vibration both the eye and below the navel. Practice walking around the room with your eye belly awareness. You will notice that a strong vibration in the eye allows you to be even more in your belly. Several techniques of protection, which will be detailed in chapters 18 and 20, will be based on strengthening your energy by a tight focus kept simultaneously in the eye and in the belly. 12.9 Dowsing Technique. Hold one rod in each hand, at about the same height as your navel. If you hold the rods as you would hold guns, you have the right height and probably the right belly awareness too. Once more, it's not the time to be airy-fairy, but grounded in the vibration. A common mistake is to block the rods with your thumbs. The rods must be left free to rotate. Start walking slowly, like a tiger, with a strong awareness of the vibration both in the eye and below the navel. Keep your hands steady to avoid any movement of the rods. The rods remain pointed in front of you. If they swing, it should be due to the signal of a line and not to your own movements while walking. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 162. Don't block the rods with your thumbs, keep them free. Be attuned to any sensation that could come from your belly. Keep breathing with the throat friction, walking slowly. When you cross a line, 1. The rods swing and position themselves parallel to the line. So to determine the direction of the line, you just have to look at the direction pointed to by your rods. It does not make any difference whether the rods rotate to the right or the left, or one to each side. 2. When crossing a line, just a fraction of a second before the rods turn, a very physical sensation can be felt in the belly. This is what I will call the belly signal. Actually, it is not a very nice feeling. The more toxic the line is, the more uncomfortable you will feel in your belly. This is a simple way of determining how toxic a line is. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 163. As soon as you get a rough idea of the general orientation of the grid, it is preferable to walk in a direction perpendicular to the lines. You will then have a clear rotation of the rods each time you cross the lines. A good idea is to have a roll of sticky tape with you. Stick some on the floor each time you cross a line to remember its location. Since the lines make a roughly perpendicular grid, you will most often find two groups of lines, the lines of each group being parallel to each other. Once you have explored all the parallel lines of one group, start walking perpendicular to them, to explore the second part of the grid. Now, what if you find a line that does not fit with the grid, a line that is diagonal, for instance? It indicates that you have located something additional to the natural grid, such as an electric cable, a water pipe, or even an underground creek. Go into your eye, tune into the line, and try to find out what it is. Electric cables usually make moderate lines. Underground water creates the type of lines that make you sick when you tune into them. Water pipes are somewhere in between the two, depending on the volume of water flowing through. 12.10 Dowsing the lines, do's and don'ts. If your rods go on swinging around even before you start walking, consider the possibility that you may actually be standing on a line. Take 1 or 2 steps and try again. Suppose you find a line that is due to a cable, and there is no cable under the floor. What can that mean? Possibly the cable is in the ceiling. The lines are not only generated above a cable or a pipe, but also below them. Do not douse the lines for too long a period in one day. Unless you are very trained, the practice can be exhausting when pursued for more than half an hour. There is a simple reason for this: to perceive something, you have to tune into it. If you want to dowse the lines, you have to connect with their energy. Since these lines are noxious by nature, one can easily understand why dowsing is a tiring sport. For this reason, it is not advisable to dowse for lines when you are low in energy or depressed. Dowsing is not a good activity for pregnant women, or for children. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 164. After dowsing the lines, wash your hands in running water for a fairly long time, according to the method explained in section 4.12. A shower would be even better. There are many dowsers associations, and most of them organize field days on the topic of earth lines. It might be a good idea to join one of them for 1 or 2 Sundays, just to check that your dowsing technique is accurate. 12.11 The Belly Signal. In Chapter 11 it was discussed how, through the art of tuning in, one can learn to let the qualities of an object become alive in one's consciousness. To the apprentice clairvoyant, dowsing the lines is one of the most striking examples of this process. The lines prove to be particularly easy to tune into. And while crossing a line with the rods, a tangible effect takes place in the navel area, around the Manipura chakra of the Indian tradition. It is a gut feeling, very physical, unmistakable. The process of dowsing is a clear example of how one can tune in, and then feel a modification of one's energy in response. As a consequence of this tangible effect, students usually have a pleasant surprise. They tend to find the lines in the same places, even though they may be dowsing for the first time. Dowsing earth lines is remarkable in that it is probably the easiest of all extrasensorial perceptions to objectify and reproduce. If anybody was to try to demonstrate ESP type of phenomena scientifically, I would certainly advise them to work on earth lines. About the belly signal, it is interesting to note that a certain fraction of the population seem unable to dowse, probably about 10% of the students I see. There seems to be a correlation between the inability to dowse and emotional blockages in the abdominal area. In other words, these helpless dowsers are systematically those with major obstructions of energy in the navel area. When these students undergo a regression process, releasing their belly blockages, they gain their capacity to dowse properly. 12.12 Feeling the lines without rods. Once you can locate the lines of the grid according to the dowsing method indicated above, the next stage is to feel the lines without the rods. This is something that will surprise your dowser friends. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 165. Very much. It is quite a comic situation. How can you, who have only been dowsing for a few weeks, not only find the lines but even find them without rods, when they have been working on the subject for years and wouldn't have a clue how to do that? Really? It is because your dowsing comes from a systematic training of perception and not from an isolated skill. With a strong awareness in the eye, it is actually not very difficult to sense the lines with your hands, without rods. Start walking down the room slowly, your hands in front of you. As before, keep a tight awareness of the vibration, both in the eye and below the navel. Breathe with the throat friction, to amplify the vibration. Tune into the lines from your belly. When you walk across a line, your hands will feel a slight resistance, as if you were meeting something thicker and denser than just the air of the room. Sometimes there is also a slight vibration added to your hands when you touch a line. Walk back one step and come to the line slowly again. Dwell on the feeling, learn to recognize it. In fact, it is more appropriate to use the word wall rather than line, for what you feel is actually like a wall of vibration, a bit like a wall of etheric smoke. As always, there is one secret: practice, practice, practice. If you do so, you will be able to enter a room and immediately tell where the lines are and how noxious they are. You won't need any rods. You won't even need to walk across the room. 12.13 Seeing the lines. Seeing the lines, or rather the walls of smoky energy, is not much more difficult than seeing halos of light around people. The techniques to use are exactly the same as those we have described in the chapters on seeing. Implement the triple process of vision. 1. Motionlessness and focus in the eye, blinking as little as possible. 2. Don't look for the lines, become aware of the fact of seeing, or seeingness. If seeingness is out of reach, just feel the image in front of you instead of looking at it. 3. Try to feel from your heart, and in this case from your belly at the same time. If you find it difficult to be in the eye, the heart, and the belly at the same time, just keep the eye and the belly. Look from the belly, through the eye. If this too is difficult, focus mainly on the belly center, 1 inch below the navel. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 166. Tips for beginners. The more the people in the room are in their eye, the easier it is to see. You will find it easier to see the lines if you try while another person is dowsing in the room. From my experience, when a number of beginners all try to tune into an object or to see it clairvoyantly at the same time, it creates a big cloud of chaotic energy in the room, and even trained clairvoyants have difficulty discerning anything. It sometimes takes a good half hour before anyone can perceive anything again. The same applies to earth lines. If too many inexperienced students try to see them at the same time, it is likely that after 30 seconds absolutely nobody can see anything anymore. Practice seeing the lines around the full moon and in the evening, when the lines are at their widest. 12.14 The Aura of the Dowser. An interesting practice is to sit quietly, implement the triple vision process, and watch the aura of somebody who is dowsing. Each time they cross a line you can see a change in the colors and the intensity of their aura. Even if you are not seeing colors clearly yet, you won't find it too difficult to sense the modification that takes place in the person's energy. Also try to tune into their belly energy. When they cross a line you will be able to sense the belly signal in them. If the line is really toxic, it can easily make you feel a bit sick even from a distance, just by tuning into the dowser's belly. 12.15 Diagnosing geopathic stress. As you become a bit more advanced, you may develop an interesting skill in diagnosis, feeling the imprint left by lines in people. If somebody sleeps for months on a line, it leaves a track in their energy. And you can actually feel and see the line's energy on them. This practice is much less difficult than it sounds. You need to have developed a certain feeling for the lines. This means you need to know exactly what the energy of a line feels like. Then when tuning into someone you look for the same feeling. If they have noxious earth lines imprinted in their energy, meaning if they suffer from what has been called geopathic stress, you will recognize the line feeling, the same as you get when tuning into. Chapter 12, Ley Lines, Earth Lines, and Energy Wells. 167. The grid. This will give you the capacity to suspect very quickly if a disease is due to a toxic line. 12.16 Finding energy wells. The subject of energy wells is much more mysterious than that of noxious earth lines. Very little has been written about them. Finding the wells entails a great understanding of telluric forces, but it also requires that you cultivate a certain respect for the land, that you value its energies. To find energy wells you need two main qualities, respect and attunement. It won't be you that finds the wells, it will be the land that shows them to you. Maybe. If the land feels you are a nice person. What is a nice person? from the point of view of the land. You arrive at the place with your head full of the mental activity generated by modern life, but the land vibrates on quite a different frequency. The first step is to become attuned to the land, to let yourself vibrate on its frequency. The land is also sensitive to your magnetism. It appreciates and respects people of a certain density. You have to be steady in your belly and to connect your belly energy with the land, anchoring the force of your lower chakras in the ground. So before exploring the house itself, it is good to spend a few minutes walking around it, to sense the energy of the area and to connect with it. Once you are in the right inner disposition, how do you find the wells? If you have achieved a certain clairvoyance, it is quite simple, you just have to look around you. An energy well looks like a little fountain of energy, a little geyser, a column of light. Even if you do not find it easy to see auras yet, practice the triple vision.